before we get started, actually, Butch, you're out next week?
Yes.
Okay, and then the week after that is July the 4th. Do we want to reschedule those times? I'm going to be gone on July the 5th, so I won't be able to reschedule to then, but we could maybe reschedule one of them and skip the other. Move to Sunday.
I'm okay with it. Either
Sunday
of
would
that.
work.
No, so does anybody have a problem with that?
Nope.
Okay, so we'll do same time on Sunday. We probably won't go till 1 because I have to work in the morning, but we'll do same time on Sunday for next week, and then we'll skip the July 4th one because July the 4th.
I'm pretty sure I have something on the 11th.
Okay.
Let me just check.
So I think the general backup day will be that's the Sunday after if people have problems making those dates.
So I'm busy 10th, 11th, 12th of July.
Shucks darn. We will scheduling it in the middle of the week is tough. So for that one, what we'll do is we'll put you in a position where you can hide. You'll stay in the lumberjack and work on something, and then the other 3 can go.
Provided I'm still alive.
Provided you're still so fortunately, hopefully you'll die next week, and we're skipping the next. So you'll have 2 weeks to come up with a new character. It'll be great. So I'll just make sure to kill you next week.
Let me pencil that in.
Until the dice roll comes for the dodge, we critically succeed every time.
Like a
All
boss.
right. So last week, I'll remind you, we were exploring a hotel, the Grand Praetia Hotel, and it was very nice. And you searched some of the rooms and found some interesting documents, some weird ledgers with numbers that didn't look quite right, a high Gothic journal. You then went downstairs, leaving the main building of the Grand Praetia Hotel, which you discovered actually by looking at like fire escape sheets. You went downstairs and into sort of a basement area, like a workshop area. You went down the hall and found another room that looks like it was being used for some tech research. It had some data slates that contained some kind of heresy, and then you were attacked by a bunch of tech cultists and heretics. You dispatched them with some degree of alacrity, although not without being hurt a bit. And I'm sorry, I'm getting work stuff. Yeah, I'm not on call, so fuck you. So you dispatched these guys, but you did take some damage while you were doing it. There was a big bronze-looking, crazy robot thing that uses an Adeptus Mechanicus tabletop figure as its picture for whatever reason. And I need to start the stream actually. Do that. All right. So now you are in a room with a bunch of broken furniture, broken by this giant thing. There's at the top of the room there is a place where the door used to be, but has now been sort of Kool-Aided through by this big bronze dude. At the other side of the room, there's a bunch of like vats of various chemicals and technical things, and you guys are all regrouping after this epic fight. What would you like to do?
Is there anything left of the big dude?
I mean, there's chunks of metal and twisted wires and tubes, and there's like oil leaking out. As I recall, there's actually like a big oil slick around him.
Oh yeah,
and
I
it's
got
sort of
covered
sprayed.
in that.
Yeah, so Jay was covered in some oil. I forgot to put a marker on you, but I think you managed to pass your test, and Angelos, I think you also got covered, but you didn't quite pass the test. You fell on your ass or something.
No, if I remember correctly, I actually put up like a psi shield to block it.
Oh, that's right. So,
I think I slipped and fell on my ass due to the blood of the guy next to me.
yes, that was what it was. So yeah, so you guys all recover from that. You know, you still kind of got some oil on you, Jay, and you got some blood on your cloak, Angelos, but nothing particularly debilitating in that regard. There is some random metal stuff, nothing that looks like it would be valuable to you, Cato, if that's what you're asking. I mean, you could be able to get some spare. Well, you might be able to get some spare parts out of it. You might be able to take a couple like cogwheels and some wire and that kind of thing. But not like there are no weapons or anything you could take off of this thing and use. They're all any weapons he would have had would be way too big for you.
How can I get spare parts?
You can roll a tech use test, and that'll tell me how many parts you get.
I am gonna do that now then.
You don't manage to find anything of use. He's, all the oil and stuff is washed over him, and there's corrosion everywhere. Even though it was bronze, it's like this weird sort of greenish rust that's sort of covered the whole thing, and he's not a very well-kept specimen as far as you can tell. So you weren't able to extract anything from him.
We face fucked all the data slates, right? And that's what set off all the alarms.
Yes. I do remember that dude next to you, Jay, is actually just passed out. He's not dead.
He tired himself out by beating me in the face.
Yes. So let me change this thing. He has that little marker on him now. So he's just tuckered out, and he's sort of like making some noise, but he hasn't come to yet. So he's not a danger right now.
We should probably have our tech priest rip out some control circuits so he doesn't murder us in the next 10 minutes.
Well, I mean, you do have him outnumbered, so it might not be too bad.
Is this
That worked out so well for me last time.
What exactly is this thing? Is it a person or a machine?
So that sounds like a lore question, whether or not you recognize what this thing is. So why don't you roll a tech lore test? You look at him, and what you see is a machine made of metal. You don't see anything that makes it look like a servitor. It has wires and gears and cogitators, but no, the cogitators look odd to you. You can't quite pin why they look odd, but they don't look right. And you don't see any flesh on him at all.
Well, it's probably not human then.
Do we really need
Maybe.
to put this to a vote? Because I want to rip the control circuit out so it doesn't kill us.
It's starting to make like a low hum.
That seems a wise course of action.
All right, so do you want to try to rip out some circuitry? You don't know, since you don't know anything about this other than it doesn't look particularly human, or like a servitor or anything. It looks like just a robot essentially. You don't know what to rip out. So you can try ripping some stuff out, but you might not rip the right thing, or
There's a good possibility maybe it has.
Go ahead.
Butch, you cut out there. Butch, you cut out.
Self-destruct. We could potentially fuck ourselves, and I'm willing to stand on that grenade.
I suggest we all back up and shoot it.
Just gonna
okay
have
with
a
that
test
too.
on it on this
making
thing.
noises.
Headset cut for a second. What are we shooting?
This robot right next to me and
I'm gonna go further away since we are covered in potentially flammable stuff.
That's probably smart.
Oh yeah, I'm covered in
Yeah.
oil. This is gonna work out fantastic.
Okay, so maybe I should just try to disable it.
Like everybody moves away all at once. It's wonderful.
Is there any way to close the door and brace it so we don't get bum rushed again?
What door? The one at the top of the room?
The one at the top.
That got Kool-Aided, man. That got Kool-Aided by the big bronze dude in the middle of the room. That is no longer a door, it's just a hole in the wall.
Are you
So
ripping
you
out
want
the
to try to
circuits?
disable it, or are you guys going to shoot it? It's making higher pitch sounds now, by the way.
We should shoot it. Let's just shoot it. Get it over
Shoot it
with.
in the face.
Okay.
All right, so you let me just mark where you guys are. Angelos and Gerwulf are pretty far away. They're they're on the other side of the room essentially. They're right in the middle of the room. You guys are significantly closer, about half the distance. as Gerwulf and Angelos. So take that into account. You guys gonna start shooting it now?
Yes.
Indeed.
All right. In order, we'll start with Gerwulf. You can shoot it first.
Sure.
Roll a ballistics. And it's aimed, so you can take your +10 or whatever. Did you take your +10? You did. So you shoot a bolt at this thing, and it flies just to the side of him, and impacts the wall, and drives through it, gone to the other side of the wall into whatever room is over there. And you hear it go off, but you don't actually hit the thing at all. Angelos, you can shoot it next.
Wah.
You did with aim, and you got your +10, but its accuracy +20. Yeah. So you shoot a las shot at this thing, but you end up aiming too low. Like it sort of, you whip out the pistol. It aims down a little bit too much because the sights were off or something from when you fell, and it hits the floor just short of it, igniting some oil underneath it. So there's a big fire raging underneath it now, and it's starting to spread a little bit. Cato, you can shoot next.
What's the disposition of the oil? Are any of us standing on it?
You and Jay are close, but you're not in it. It wouldn't connect with the other pool of oil underneath the big bronze dude, but you guys aren't standing in it. You were smart enough to get out of that.
Okay. I'm gonna take an aim shot at it with my last rifle.
All right.
Or last carbine.
Yep, so that's +10 or whatever. All right, so you hit this thing. Where do you hit it, actually? 45 is the body. So you hit this thing right dead center in the chest. As you hit it, the energy from your las rifle seems to absorb into the machine. And you see its head sort of perk up and its eyes light up, and then it realizes it's on fire, and it starts to like flail its arms around and kind of run around randomly. It doesn't seem to have taken much damage though. So it starts sort of running in the general direction of Jay, who's up next. It is on fire, by the way, so you can shoot it now if you like.
You may also want to run away a bit, considering you're covered in oil.
Is it
and it's on
I can
fire.
have my point blank and scatter bonus now?
I'm gonna say yes because it'll be hilarious. So yes, you can have your point blank and scatter.
Give me a second. I hit the wrong button and backed out.
It's also aimed, so you can take your +10 as well. All right, so you hit it. You shooting maximally, I assume.
Yes.
All right, so you hit it twice, once for each barrel, and you hit it in the left leg. You rolled the
I
wrong
hit
thing.
the wrong button. Yeah, sorry. I was gonna roll.
Darn it, Butch. It's not even 7:30
You gotta
yet.
save your good rolls.
Not even 7:30 and you're screwing up.
All right,
Critical.
so,
Awesome.
so you pelt it in the leg, but it doesn't seem to really impact it too much. It sort of limps a little bit, skips, but generally runs at you, and it runs directly against you and grasps you in a nice little hug, setting you alight. And there are rules for being on fire, which I need to look up really quick because I wasn't actually planning for you guys to turn on
Drop
fire.
and roll.
Yeah, you're gonna need to like get the fuck out of there. Let me look up fire. Fire. On fire. Fire. On fire.
Does it mean I go Super Saiyan?
Unfortunately, it does not.
You do get to scream though, like you're coming.
Gross. I know it's in here somewhere. It's like in under combat or something. I gotta use my other computer for this. So you're on fire for the minute. This thing is awake, having been charged by Cato's Las Blast. Good job, Cato, by the way. Special damage is what I want. Fire. Characters take damage each round if exposed to fire. If you are exposed to the same fire source for 2 or more consecutive rounds, i.e. if you're hit with a flame weapon, etc., you must make an agility test each round or catch on fire. So actually make an agility test. This thing hugs you, but you might be able to squirm out of the way. Butch. There we go. So you do get set on fire. So that little marker is valid. So is this guy, actually. Let me put a marker on him as well. So, you make an agility test each round to see if you're on fire. Then you take 1d10 wounds with no reduction for armor, but you do take a reduction for toughness bonus. And take 1 level of fatigue each round until a fire is extinguished. All damage from fire is counted as energy damage for the version of critical damage and applied to the body. When on fire, a character must make a willpower test to act normally. Otherwise, they may only run around and scream, count as a full action. So, please make an agility test.
Agility or willpower?
I'm sorry, willpower. I was reading ahead. So you are in control of your faculty. You are on fire, but you are in control of your faculties. If you want, you can make a hard -20 agility test to stop, drop, and roll.
I will do that.
Since you were covered in oil, but you did know this was coming, I'm going to say that it remains at -20 because you were covered in oil, which would make it harder to stop, drop, and roll. But you knew this might come, so you were prepared for it, which would negate that. So you're only at the -20. It says I get to make it easier or harder depending on factors helping you. So, holy dog shit. All right. Critical failure. So you are still on fire. I'm not going to make you take the wounds this... I guess I will, actually. You take 1d10 wounds. I assume you just eat it. Because your toughness bonus is definitely more than one. So, you are on fire. You try to stop, drop, and roll, which helps mat down the flames a little bit, but they don't seem to go out because the oil is sustaining them, even despite having not quite enough oxygen. You are also on the ground because you were stop, dropping, and rolling. So, snail. That means you're on the ground. So this guy, let me go ahead and add turns. I didn't expect this to go right back to combat. I was not prepared. I'd make you roll initiative. I just gave you God, you guys.
Is Jay's coat the only thing on fire, or is it his actual body?
So he was soaked through with oil, so his whole body is probably on fire. Like, he couldn't just take off his coat. Actually, are you even wearing a coat, Jay?
It's whatever the chain coat uniform is.
Yeah, so he only has he could probably take off his armor if he wants, but I don't think
I was gonna suggest
the right answer here. I know that you're into that sort of thing, but this isn't Magic Mike, okay? So
Darn it!
Let me pull up the dude's sheet. Okay. So he is on fire. Doesn't get taken an agility test to avoid it. He's going to try to take an agility test to see if he can control. He cannot control himself. He is insane from being knocked out as he was. He runs around towards 3 o'clock. That's fortunate for you, Butch, because he's running away from you, and he's going to run. We'll see if he runs or not. He's going to walk. So he goes about there. And he's, just sort of nuts with being on fire. Gerwulf, you're at 2 as well. You guys are all. I'm setting your. A couple of you already set your ammo for in the turn order, but I set the people who had. So Gerwulf, you're back up. This guy is running around like a madman. What would you like to do?
Okay. I would like to put him down.
All right. Are you gonna shoot him?
I am.
Don't
Make
use a
ballistics
fucking
test.
energy weapon.
I got a
Yeah.
bolter. Bolt pistol, but whatever. We'll see how explosions do. I'm sure it's better.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna see if I can draw in.
Also gonna aim.
Okay.
For fuck's sake.
So your shot flies wide and misses him entirely. I've just drawn in 2 pools. That's where the oil is. The one here. Oh, that's not gonna let me do it. Doink. The one there is on fire. So I'm gonna actually draw that in like a red color. There you go. That one's on fire. Check out my mad art skills, man.
That
It's on
art.
fire. There you go.
Said,
So-
Lord Jesus, it's a fur.
Alright, so Gerwulf, knock off 1 round in the turn order for your gun. Angelos, you're up next.
Considering I only have energy ranged weapons, I am going to put my pistol away and draw out my staff instead.
Alright, what else would you like to do?
I'm going to
Half
move.
an action.
I would say, am I allowed to go that far? I don't.
That's way too far. You move 3
Uh,
squares on a half action.
Okay, I will move
Actually,
one.
let's make it 2. You move 2.
2?
2 squares. Yeah. That's how
I'll-
many I moved that guy.
I'll move
So-
that one then.
Okay. That's your turn. Cato, you're up.
What can another character do to put out a fire?
You can go assist him by making an agility test. You have to walk over to him, and I'll let you walk over to him and make the agility test in 1 move. That'll be your full action. And it doesn't put him out. All it does is give him a bonus to when he tries to put himself out next turn.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
All right. So you walk over to Jay and try to put him out. Go ahead and make an agility test. So you walk over to Jay. You kind of like jog over. You need to actually move over to him, so I'm gonna move you there. And you go to try to put him out, but you end up just hitting him a lot. Can you roll 1d5, please?
Me or him?
Him, Cato. Jay, you take 2 damage. Armor
I'm not
and toughness
helping.
apply. You end up just like slapping him around a bit. You're not really helping very much at all. You do manage to pat out a few of the smaller flames, but you get some like oil on your hands. And you're like, it's icky, and then you just keep hitting him.
It's the thought that counts.
Jay, are you carrying any liquor?
It just, well, I don't know. I was going to ask you that because I had some ordered and it's coming back to camp this week. But I don't know
Then
if
you
it's
don't
on
have
me.
it. It's not on
Okay.
you. You guys have to go back to Camphor to get it. So
Thank God.
it is fortunate you are not carrying any liquor. Actually, it
Cool.
does say you have rot gut booze times 4.
I
in your
just
gear.
cleared out the week on it. I haven't, it's not on my person yet.
Oh, okay. So that was the thing that you ordered. Okay, so I'm gonna put
Yes.
in 4.
Camphor. Same
Yep.
with the red dot site.
All right. You can just put the red dot on the so you don't have to actually keep your weapons in your gear list. I'm just gonna go ahead and take them out. So those you can just you manage those in the melee and ranged weapons thing. It's a lot easier to do it that way. Okay, so you are not, thankfully, carrying any liquor. Although, okay, so it's your turn. Go ahead and make your willpower test to see if you stay sane. You do not. So
I'm on
first
the
thing that
ground. What do I
happens-
do?
You're on the ground. You are in so much pain from this fire that's engulfed you.
Shouldn't he make an
Your glow
agility
sticks-
test first? Isn't that part of the requirements? You make an agility test first to see if he even is on fire.
Uh, Once you are blazing, you use 1d10 wounds with no reduction for armor and take 1 level of fatigue each round until the fire is extinguished. So you should have 2 levels of fatigue right now. That can go on your sheet somewhere. I think there's a room for fatigue on there. There's not, actually. That's interesting. So just mark down that you have 2 levels of fatigue on like a piece of paper or something that you might have with you. You then take 1d10 wounds for this round. So go ahead and roll 1d10 and take that many wounds. Reduction only for toughness. You should take 4, which I think is probably going to do one wound to you.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So you take 1 wound net, and you have 2 levels of fatigue. So if you take 1 more, you'll pass out, and that'll be bad for you. And then take 1 level of fatigue. All damage from fire is counted as that. When on fire, a character must make a willpower test to act normally. Once a character's on fire, so the way it says is take damage, then do willpower, then do your agility test. So he doesn't take the agility test first. He has to take the willpower first. So he fails his willpower. He's on the ground though, so he's not going to move. He's going to stay still. You like kind of crawl a little bit, but you stay basically within a meter of yourself. And that's it for you. However, where are your low sticks on your person? Like where are they located?
I would assume in a pocket.
Do you keep it in like your chest pocket or like in your pants pocket?
I would.
Okay, so you have them in like a breast pocket. Your entire torso is on fire. Can you roll 1d100? Your low sticks are gone.
That's sad.
A plume of smoke just lights them up, and they're gone forever. Where are the doses of stim on your person, by the way? Then like a backpack, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to say that's like a leather backpack, so it's going to take a little while to get warm enough to potentially hurt them. And then your arbitrator ID is made of metal, so it's not in danger. Don't worry about that.
Oh, good.
All right, so your low sticks are gone. You can take that out of your gear in a minute. That's your turn. It's now the false man's turn. Let's see if he manages to... I feel good about helping you not to smoke. Is that weird? So he fails again. Roll 1d12. He runs again this way. What's up with this guy? He moves over here. It is fortuitous, because if he hits that big one down to the bottom, that might result in an explosion. And then I'll get to use the cool thing I discovered the other day. Should I show you? I don't know if I should show you. I'm gonna show you.
The answer is no.
It could be like that.
Oh, pretty.
Yeah, graphics.
That was cool.
Yeah. So this guy runs off into the corner. He's sort of running towards his friend, probably trying to get help. But he is still insane. He also needs to take some damage here. So roll 1d10. Oh man, that guy just got wrecked. So some of the fire like looped up into his internals, and there was like a little pocket of fuel or something, and you see a little explosion pop out, and he's in some serious trouble. Oops, that's not what I wanted. He's like in some serious trouble. There's a big little burn, and
What an explosion!
there's a little flash, and he seems to have taken some serious fatigue from that as well. So let me do this. Use that. 2 levels. Okay. Actually, he's at 3. Okay, so that's his turn. Gerwulf, you're up. You have 1 more round in your bolter, by the way.
Alright, he didn't die from that, did he?
No, sir.
Okay. I'll put it in him.
Maybe you'll hit him this time. It'll be great.
Maybe.
You hit him. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Ugh, damage on this sheet's fucked up.
You should probably fix that.
I should.
Wow, it's not bad at all. So you hit him for. So you hit him solidly in the leg, the right leg. So you hit him solidly in the leg, and you actually blow a piece of like his knee machinery off. But he seems to still be able to walk more or less. A little hobbled, but not bad. Angelos, it's your turn.
I want to reload too. I got a rapid reload.
Okay. That was your free. So it's a free action reload.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're back at 3. Angelos, you are up.
I am out of range of a charge, I would guess.
That is probably you're close, but not quite close enough. You'd have to get another 2 squares closer to charge him. I will remind you that delicious art over there does represent that pool of oil being on fire, and it charges a direct line.
Fair enough. So I want to move 4 squares forward for a full move, because that is the limit, I would assume.
Yep, that's a full move here.
There, done.
All right. Cato, you're up.
I will continue to try to put out the fire.
All right, so I'm going to give you 2 chances, and if you can help him, because each one is a half action, and I'll let you do it twice. If you succeed, he'll get a plus 20, and he'll be able to make his roll regardless of being on fire, insane or not.
So what's that tested against?
So you're going to make 2 agility tests to try to help him.
Kick him more in the side.
Okay. Roll another one. We'll see how well you help him. Okay. So after some more hitting, but not a lot, not enough to hurt him anyway. You manage to sort of like grab his coat and tear some of the flaming stuff off, and you pour some of your sacred unguents on him, even though it's a little bit of a heresy thing. You're helping him out. So you manage to help him pad out a lot of his fire. Next turn, Jay, you'll get a plus 20 to both your willpower and your agility tests. And that next turn is right now. So go ahead and make a willpower test. Actually, I'm sorry. Take 1d10 first. And another level of fatigue. So you're at 3. All right. So you probably take 1 off of that.
2
or 2.
more wounds.
2. So take 2 wounds. You're at 3 fatigue. So after this, you're going to pass out. So you have. This is your last chance to avoid passing out. Oh, did you take that at plus 20?
I did.
Do you want to fake point that shit? Oh my god.
Hardcore.
Fuck it. We're gonna roll. We'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Alright, so you're still insane. You do get to still make your agility test to be put out, but you're on the floor and you're not going to be able to control yourself next turn. And you might still be on fire too, which will be great. Go ahead and make your agility. Oh my god! Oh my god! You want to fate point that shit?
That is
We're gonna
not
fate
good.
point that one. We're gonna do that one. I saw Krieg for a split second. I was really happy till I realized that was the word.
Oh, it makes me so happy. I can't even describe it. Oh my god, it's gonna be great. I know exactly what's gonna happen. Oh man. Oh, okay.
Oh, thank
so
God.
you managed to pat out the flames through the grace of the Emperor, and you look up at Cato and go, I had not nearly enough booze to deal with this, and you conk out on the floor, asleep, well, passed out, but you look asleep, and you start to like, and you're like drooling on the floor. That's your turn. The false man is going to try to regain his senses. He's probably going to fail because he doesn't have very good willpower, but we'll see. No. So he's going to roll in a random direction, and it's going to be towards 10 o'clock, which is roughly towards this door. So he kind of like runs into the wall that's still there and like plonks his head against it, but doesn't really manage to move at all. And he doesn't really take any damage though because he's made out of metal. So, Gerwulf, it is your turn.
Well,
Rapid reload actually kind of breaks this rule of 3 thing.
god damn it.
I have to think about that. We might have to start tracking ammo, especially for shit like bolt pistols.
Stupid fucking thing. Alright, I'm gonna shoot him again.
All right.
I gotta open up the thing again because I backed out.
So your shot flies wide, because you expected him to move back towards Jay and Cato, but he didn't. He ended up running himself in the door. You shot a little bit to the left of him, and you missed. That rapid reload really does.
Could have it be an agility test.
Hmm?
Could have it based on an agility test to do free reload.
That might be. Yeah, I'll have to think about it. For now, we're just gonna leave it. But because I think you're the only one with rapid reload. I think.
No, I got it too.
Oh, so. Well, does it just have the reload, or does it?
It has.
Yeah. So, maybe it'll have to be like for half actions, you have to make an agility test to get the free action. Otherwise, it's a half action. That might
Sounds
be the way
fair
to
to
do
me.
it. All right, Angelos, you are in charge range next to a flaming pile of very flammable oil. Your sword is out,
My staff, close enough, Bo.
or staff, whatever.
So if I charge, could I kind of go around the puddle to him?
Yes, you could end up here.
Sweet. I will charge him.
All right. So you charge him. Go ahead and make your attack.
Dang.
You miss. You swing it. It goes wide, but you're close enough to him that he sort of ducks out of the way and then swings back at you just on instinct. Can you make an agility test, please? This Psyker's on fire.
Can I try to dodge that?
No, not fire. You can fate point it, but you can't try to dodge it.
Boo.
So you're on fire. Congratulations.
Yay.
Go ahead and take your 1d10 wounds for being on fire. No armor bonus, only toughness. 2 wounds.
Yep.
Okay. And take 1 level of fatigue as well. Just mark that down on a sheet near you. Cato, it is your turn.
Can I drag characters?
Yeah, you can drag him.
I'd like to drag Jayce the opposite direction from this robot thing.
Like to ping where you want to go.
To the left.
Okay, yeah. So the edge of the map is the edge of the room, so that's fine.
So how far can I actually drag him?
You could probably drag him like 3 squares. You could drag him about to the edge of the room if you put your mind to it. So.
Okay, I'm gonna do that as my turn.
All right. I'll move you both here. There we go. All right, so you drag him away. Jay, you're still passed out on the floor. Do me a favor and roll a. Let's go with the toughness check to see if you can shake off some of this fatigue. You do not. You stay passed out on the floor, kind of moaning in pain. This guy is going to try to. This thing. He's going to go for his willpower test again. And he does. Oh man, this guy just can't get a hold of himself. He runs towards 8 o'clock, which is right into the middle of the flames. He runs through them, but in the process he takes. He ends up taking another few damage here, and it's energy damage. Where'd I put that sheet? He's not quite dead yet, but he's mostly dead. Energy affects body. So he gets an extra level of fatigue, so he's actually at 5 levels of fatigue. He needs to take a toughness test because he is baller as shit. He manages to keep moving around, but he's clearly in some dire straits. That's his turn. Gerwulf, it is your turn.
Can't believe he's still alive.
Only just.
Okay, we'll quit that. You know what I'm doing.
Yep, go ahead and roll your check.
I would, but I accidentally hit back while that was selected. Motherfucker.
Are you using Firefox or Chrome?
Chrome.
What if he's using
Huh.
IE?
Anyone that uses IE?
He may be playing a character in the 41st millennium, but we're not in the 41st millennium, so it's okay.
If somebody loaded this in IE, could we just automatically kill them from the campaign for heresy?
Please.
If you could discover that they were using IE, if someone here loaded it in IE, I would let you indict him on heresy. All right, so you nail him square, right in the leg, in the right leg. That was not intentional, by the way. Go ahead and roll your damage. You hit him quite fervently in the leg. Let me pull that up. For another 3 damage. And you hit him. Explosive force removes part of the target's foot and scatters it over a wide area. Target must take an immediate toughness test or permanently loses use of the foot, inflicting 1d5 levels of fatigue. With success, the target takes 1d5 levels of fatigue and halves movement until he receives medical attention, in this case, tech attention. So he's going to roll his toughness test, which his toughness is pretty good. So he managed to keep it, but he does get some fatigue attached. He gets a lot of fatigue. So his battery seems to just be drained, and he clonks to the floor with a mighty thud. And that's the snail one's what I use for that. So he's on fire, covered in oil. He's probably not covered in oil anymore. He's probably burned off by now. But he's on fire. He's conked out on the floor. He's seriously hurt, having been hit by a bolter round in the leg, blowing his foot off. That is your turn. Angelos, what would you like to do? Oh, actually, run a willpower test, please. Because you're on fire. You managed to keep sense of your faculties. You can try to put yourself out on an agility test -20.
So if I was to stop, drop, and roll, and I would roll towards this heretic here, would I get
You
a
roll,
bonus
you say-
because of the pool of blood on the ground next to him that came from his body?
Interesting reasoning.
Hang on a sec. You know, there's a rule in improv. Just say yes. I'm gonna go ahead and just say yes. If you roll, you will get a -10 because the ground is wet, which will help staunch the flames. However, failing would be a very bad thing for you.
We're gonna do it.
All right.
Damn it.
Oh, do you want to fate point it?
Yes, I do.
What's your agility even like?
40.
That's pretty good agility, man.
Damn it.
Oh, yes! Okay, so you roll on top of this guy, but I'm going to move him to the back, actually. There we go. So you roll on top of this guy through his blood, but it doesn't put out the flames. His blood ignites in... I need to draw his blood. His blood is like this. Blink. His blood ignites underneath you, causing you to take 2d10 wounds, mitigated by twice your toughness.
So, surprisingly, I'd take 1.
All right, take your 1 wound. In addition, you are now covered in this guy's blood and fire, and you are maddened by the state of yourself. Please roll 1d3. You take 3 points of insanity.
Beautiful.
All right, Cato, you're up. You're so far the only person doing anything sensible here. What do you want to do? Well, I guess Gerwulf is also being pretty sensible about this.
Is there anything I can do to help Jayce wake up?
You can slap him really hard and yell at him.
That worked out really well on the lumberjack.
When I kicked him in the ribs.
You can try to help him wake up. It'll be.
Oh, I do have the
You do have the what? Light sleeper?
light sleeper. I forget what that does.
What is
though.
that? What does that do? That's the question.
Oh, yeah, I remember when you picked that up because of the lumberjack incident.
Count as awake even even when asleep?
Counts as awake. Well, he's passed out. He's not really asleep. I'm going to go ahead and say that his light sleeper, if you roll a weapon skill check, you can hit him for no damage. You can just smack him. And that will give him a bonus to his next toughness check to try to wake up, shake off some of this fatigue.
All right, I'm gonna do that.
All right, go ahead and roll your weapon skill. You try to hit him, but because he's a light sleeper, and even though he's passed out, he's still kind of aware of his surroundings. He's just sort of like dazed and confused. He managed to sort of roll out of the way of it, and you kind of you hit him a little bit, but doesn't really seem to do anything. That's if you make a toughness test, please, Jay. See if you wake up. All right, you managed to shake off one of your degrees of fatigue, and you do get yourself awake, despite the lack of assistance from Mr. Cato. So you have, I believe, 2 levels of fatigue now. That means you take, because you're fatigued, that actually affects how you do on tests. I forget where the rule is. Fatigue. Can suffer number of fatigue equal to TB. Fatigue characters -10 to all tests. If you suffer more fatigue than TB, fall unconscious for 10 minus TB minutes. Each hour of complete rest removes 1 level of fatigue. After 8 hours, fatigue is reduced to 0. So you are awake now, but you're not totally unfatigued, because you're still pretty burnt out from the experience with being on fire. So you have 2 levels of fatigue. You can that's your turn this time, but next time you'll be able to move. The false man is up. I wish this thing would just open up into his character sheet. That'd be super nice. He's going to try to stay in control of his faculties. He manages finally to stay in control of his faculties, and you see his arm reach into him and twist something, and then he lets go and stands still. And that's his turn. Gerwulf, what would you like to do?
We got back up.
He managed to get up and twist something. He's sort of on the ground and he twisted this thing. He's sitting up.
Alright. Well, we know what I'm gonna do.
Alright.
I'm gonna be happy until he's dead.
Get out my measuring stick. Alright. Go ahead and make your test. You hit him? You hit him. 14, that's the body. Holy bad shit. Oh man. That guy is dead and a half.
That's about the right amount of dead.
You hit him in the body.
Full dead.
Pieces of the target's body fly in all directions as he is torn into a oily gobbets by the attack. In addition, the target is carrying any ammunition. He's not. Explodes, dealing 1d10 plus 5 damage to anyone within 1d10 meters. If the target is carrying any grenades or missiles, these 2 detonate on his person. Anyone within 1d10 meters of the target is drenched in gore and must take an agility test. Okay.
So
Two things happen. First, as you shoot him, the thing that he twisted inside of him seems to be a power cell. It was set to overload, and your shot did nothing to assist in its overloading state. It explodes as a bomb would within 3 meters. That's about 10 feet. So I don't think anybody is going to be hit by that. So 10 feet is about the thing. It's about there. So no, but what does happen is this big patch of fire here gets set alight. That causes a secondary explosion because it's a bunch of volatile compounds. That's going to blow up in 1d10. Let's say 1d5 meters. So it's 4 meters, which is going to hit you solidly, Mr. Gerwulf. So we'll get to that in a minute. That's going to do some amount of damage to you. Then we also have to resolve the second explosion from him blowing up, or from him being drenched in gore for 1d10 meters. So we're going to roll 1d10 for that. That's 3 meters. That's also going to cover you. No, it's not going to cover anybody in Gore, I think. 3 meters. That's a little more than 10 feet. Yeah, so it's not gonna get Angelos, thankfully.
We're gonna need
But so you're
counseling
gonna take
after this.
no fucking shit, dude. All right, so you are caught in this oily explosion. Can you please take 2d10 minus 5 damage, Gerwulf?
God damn.
Yeah, this is minus your toughness and armor.
Alright, oops.
It is a white-hot flame that sticks to you. Oh,
Mother
man.
fucking son of a bitch. Can I dodge
I'll
it?
let you, you can either dodge it or you can fate point that roll. It is minus 5, so it's actually only 13.
Still,
wanna
that's quite a bit I'd like to dodge.
All right, go ahead and try to dodge it. You can fate point that.
Yes.
I like getting you guys to use fate points because it means you won't have them later. Alright, so you manage to dive as you see this happen. You see his explosion go off. You dive to the other side of the room. You actually crash into some like tech stuff, and you probably take some minor scratches and cuts, but nothing that's going to actually result in major damage. That sucker is on fire! And I'm going to make all sorts of cool... It's all on fire. Alright, so now we only have to resolve Angelos Dephias. Angelos, please make a willpower test.
Damn.
Do you want to fate point it?
I want to save my 1 fate point right now.
Oh god, I'm so glad for you. And sad for you. You run off in this direction into the next room. As you run in, the smoke that's echoing off of your body actually sets off some kind of primitive fire suppression system. And so a sprinkler just starts dropping water. It's not like a sprinkler, it's just like a pipe that broke essentially. It's just dropping water on you, which hurts because it's oil and water, and that's not a good thing to do. But it's got like some chemic in it that keeps from spreading the fire, putting out the flame on you, thankfully. You still take your 1d10 damage though. Let's go ahead and take 1d10 minus your toughness.
Ugh. I'm at 0.
It's no critical damage yet, but you are at 0 wounds. Alright, so now there is some flames going on in that main room. You're stuck behind a wall of flame, Angelos. We're no longer in actual movement order time, but these flames, they don't appear to be spreading. They're just consuming the fuel that's there. It's it's stone and plasteel walls. There's not a lot of chance it's going to spread too much. You could probably wait these suckers out. It'll take about an hour for them to die down.
Is there enough ventilation we're not gonna die like carbon monoxide poisoning?
You'll probably be okay.
I especially will.
Well, yeah, you have a gas mask. But yeah, there's a big room in the next room, and you'll probably be okay. It's open. You left the door open leading upstairs, I think. So you got some fresh air coming in. There's vents and stuff. So you'll be okay if you wait it out. You could also try to move by, but you'll have to be careful and make some agility tests.
I say you guys just wait it out.
Agreed.
Alright, so you guys are going to wait it out for an hour?
I'm gonna
Yep.
restart mobile real quick.
Okay.
I'm hearing him doing that too.
Yeah, it's kind of choppy for me as well.
Yeah.
Maybe that means the problem isn't any of us.
Butch moved in from Geo
Or
to the
that's
house
just
of
us.
floppy drunks and the
Well, I'm
German
hearing
thugs by the
Corey
No, I
being a
heard
bit
too.
choppy.
Everybody
Kind of sounds underwatery. Yeah.
Might be the server.
It might be the
Yeah.
server.
That Butch sounded okay for a second there.
It doesn't seem to be like too bad, but it's not great. Anyway, if it becomes annoying, then we will try to relocate or something. So the flames start to die out after about an hour. You all actually so Butch, you're gonna lose 1 level of fatigue because you rested for an hour. So I think you only have 1 left.
I do.
Yes, each hour with one level of fatigue. If anybody else has fatigue, you can knock off one level of it. You rested. Healing.
This is what I'd like.
I'm gonna. I lost you there. Say it again.
Heard something about hummus.
Cigarettes. This is where I'd light a low stick if I had one.
Well, you don't because you were on fire. You can all take back one wound for resting for an hour. I'm kind of making up the healing rules as I go because I don't really like the ones they have. So you are all spread across this room. Gerwulf, you walk over to Jay and Cato?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the fire's all out at this point?
Yes. I'm gonna go ahead and delete the fire. There's still like
Whoa.
some loose. There's still some like loose little flames and bits of oil that are still sort of alight, but mostly it's burnt out. It's pretty safe to walk around now. In fact, I'm going to actually remove all of these guys, which I can click on. Come on, click. There we go. So there's still little bits, but you guys can group up now.
Hang on. No. For whatever reason, I think my computer may be trying to restart itself for some reason.
Oh no!
Don't go, Angelos.
Don't do it because there's going to be a giant Dawn coming for you.
I blame Windows.
Alright,
I suggest we get Angelos and we go back up to the surface and reevaluate, since some of us are quite injured.
alright.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Same.
Sounds good.
Alright, so you guys are all going to walk back up to the lumberjack, I assume? Or just to the surface? The lumberjack is right there, by the way. You're sort of parked just outside of the entrance to the Grand Praetor Hotel.
Yeah, let's go there.
Okay.
We got
So you guys all cruise over to the lumberjack, and you're inside the lumberjack.
My gosh, John is here.
Charm shouldn't be here, actually. I just forgot to remove him. Actually, did you
It's
guys
a
bring...
vision.
Did you bring... oh crap, that's why it's broken. You guys brought Claudia,
Yep, we did.
Eric, right? Okay, good. So Claudius is sort of wandering around the front of the. I'm gonna move you guys around a little bit here. So you guys walk in the front here. Claudius and Eric are. Oh, I'm sorry, I moved the wrong guy. Claudius and Eric are in the back here near the table, and Claudius is at the table. He's looking around. And he turns around and sees you, and he sees your charred clothes. He goes, "Oh, what happened? Were you on fire? Why were you on fire? Oh, Angelos, I need you to roll 1d100, please, to see if you're where we're keeping the journal."
Server connection failed. The remote host closed the connection.
Well, that's supposed to happen.
Connected.
Can't remember.
the one we picked up from one of those rooms.
That was beautiful. I ran with just DC'd. Okay, so
Where were you keeping that journal, Angelos?
I was keeping it on my robes.
Right, you need to roll a luck test, which means 1d100, and then I decide what happens. What'd you get?
86.
So you reach in your pocket and you pull out a charred book. Some of the pages are still intact, but most of them are charred pretty heavily. There's probably 2 or 3 pages of actual material. There's maybe 10 pages of interesting stuff. Most of it kind of looks boring, like there's some doodles and drawings. There were about 10 or 15 pages of interesting material. There are only about 3 of those left. So, Claudius looks at you, Angelos and Jay, and he goes, "Why were you on fire? What were you doing on fire? It's not good to be on fire. You shouldn't be on fire."
I was cold.
I guess I'm just too hot stuff.
I feel like you might be making a joke. Eric. And Eric comes running over. He's like, oh god, that grabbed the wrong thing there. Shit, get it back. Hold on. Eric comes running over. He's like, what's the matter? What's the matter, Claudius? I told you not to yell like that. Just call me over the Vox. And he points to his neck where the comm beads. And he goes, just call me over the Vox and I'll come over. And he goes, they were on fire and I think they might be making a joke, but I'm not sure. Well, and he looks over at you and sees that, like, clearly they were on fire. If they said something that was like, oh, I was too warm, I wasn't warm enough or something, then they'd joke. I've explained this to you before, and they sort of bicker for a minute. And then he looks over, you guys okay? You need something? Can I don't know, we got the medikit, I go grab it. We got some fucking burning or something.
I'm sorry, I missed half of that. That was super choppy.
Yeah, mine's getting there too.
Alright, do you want to try to move to Skype?
I think,
Okay, let me bring up
sure.
Skype here.
yeah, that might be smart.
I think I have a couple of you on Skype, but I don't have everybody on Skype.
Paul, I'm gonna have.
No one.
Yeah, Paul, you're gonna have to give me yours. I got a new Skype name a couple years ago.
Hold on.
Alright, I'm
I'm
gonna go
trying to
ahead and
remember.
I'll call on Skype.
What we can do is we can also make a group of it.
Yeah, actually that's what I'll do. I'll do this. I'm gonna say add to group. The core. Do I have you on here? It's gonna be. I do have Brett Markley put you before, right?
That's me.
All right, so I added you two.
I really don't know what account I use to make this. Someone give me their Skype account.
I currently have one potentially that I just looked up.
You can add jfredett. It's jfredett. Should be 8 letters total. And that's me.
And I am the same thing except instead of the J, put in the T.
That's because you're unoriginal as fuck.
Abso-frickin-lutely.
T stands for Terrence.
It does. It does stand for Terrence.
Dang it.
I'm
No.
trying to figure out how to even add content.
There should like
There's a button that in the top toolbar thing.
if you go up to the where the file menu is, there's a thing called contact. You can go to add contact and do search Skype directory.
Yep.
Okay, hold on. Okay, what was the email again?
It's jfredett. Jfredett. Just like it, you can think it'd be, but no end.
Okay, Ketersville?
So,
No, it should be
Nope.
Worcester or Franklin, MA.
so look at my username in the Roll20 log. Replace that first T with a J, and that should be his username.
Yes.
I
And
see,
it
so
should say like, I'm pretty sure it should say like Worcester, Mass, or Franklin, Mass.
Oh, okay, I got
One or
it.
the other. Okay.
Okay, send it.
It has not received yet. Why has it not come through? Oh, here it is. All right, and I'm going to add you to this.
Could I also get an invite to that group? That'd be great.
I already gave you an invite to
You
that group.
get.
Did you?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna change the name of this group.
Oh, there it is.
All right. I'm gonna call you on that, and I'm gonna quit out of Mumble here. So,
Good idea.
Indeed.
bye.
I'm gonna switch that too.
Oh.
Much better. All right.
I need to change the name of this thing. Change topic. Dark Heresy.
Can you guys hear me?
I
Yep.
can indeed, sir. All right, I think we got everybody then. All right.
Indeed.
So Eric comes running over and he looks at you. He's like, "I can get the Medicaid kit if you guys are you guys like okay? You're gonna be fine." What'd you find down there?
I would like the Medicaid kit.
And fire.
I'm kind of
Yeah, I
toasty.
could use one too. After
All right,
being
so
on
he
fire.
sort of conducts you over to that bench in the back of this room, and you guys walk over here, and he walks over with you, and he starts, applying some creams and so on to your, and he sort of like pats them at you with his mecadendrite, and you guys get some good medical care. You don't gain any wounds yet. You're gonna have to rest to sort of recover, but you're under good care now, so you're gonna get back plenty of wounds when you rest. Claudius sort of follows him over and is looking at you. He's like, "Why were you guys on fire? It doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone want to be on fire?"
Well, clearly I'm hot stuff, so it's not my fault. I just spontaneously combusted.
I don't think it was spontaneous. Nothing about the fire says it was spontaneous. And he looks at you and he mutters something. Can you make a high Gothic check, Tim?
Indeed, I can.
Excuse me.
Given a second.
And he muttered,
That was the wrong one.
that was the wrong one. I was super.
I still succeed.
He mutters some wonderful invective in this very highfalutin language of High Gothic. And he's like, and I had to do it in that accent because I can't do a French accent any other way. But so he mutters this thing, and you recognize it as this vile stream of invective. He's like insulting your mother. He's telling you that you're like Oedipus. It's just really rough stuff. And you're like, where the hell did you get that from? But he has just swore at you very fluently in High Gothic.
I don't know if I should be insulted or impressed.
I go with impressed.
Why would you be impressed? Of course I speak High Gothic.
Well, considering you stutter so heavily, I didn't know you bore that level of intelligence.
I don't stutter. I don't stutter. I speak very quickly because my brain is very fast and my mouth is not. I don't stutter. And he looks like red and livid. He's just like, I don't stutter. And Eric's like, you shouldn't say that to him. He's kind of sensitive. And he goes back to treating wounds, and he's instructing you to take off your coats and stuff so he can like fix them. And he's got like one mecadendrite that's fixing one of them, and one mecadendrite is fixing the other, and he's like manipulating all sorts of things, just multitasking very efficiently. Cato and Gerwulf, what are you guys doing?
I'm not sure what I'm doing.
Resting at the gun.
Like a Krieger. All right, so Cato, you're not sure what you're doing. What kind of things might you want to do?
I'm gonna explain the situation that just happened to the good doctor.
Right.
And
Explain away.
Okay, so we went in this hotel, then we went down into the basement of the hotel, and we went through a couple doors, and there were a bunch of data slates.
Data slates. Did you bring any data slates? I like the data slates. Data slates?
I investigated the data slates, and then for some reason an alarm was triggered.
Oh.
And a bunch of individuals who did not seem to be aligned with the teachings of the Emperor approached us, and we engaged in
What kind of
some
individuals?
sort of fisticuffs.
Were they heretics? Did you kill the heretics?
We did kill people who oppose us, and all who oppose us must be heretics.
Oh, you kill the heretics. I like it when the heretics die. And he looks over at Eric and he goes, I like it when the heretics die. And he goes, I know, Eric, I know. Just pay attention to his story. And he goes back to his job. And so Eric looks back at you, Cato, and he's staring at you very intently.
Are you familiar with these individuals? Do they sound familiar? Is there any records of such people existing? on this planet?
There are lots of heretics. What kind of heretics were they? What did they look like?
They looked like they were abusing technology.
Oh, so they were heretics. Were they? I swear to God, that's the actual term in like the lore. That's the term for them. So they were heretics. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. What kind of heretics were they? What did they use to attack you?
They were using some sort of mechanized axe, as I recall.
Oh, was it a chain axe? The chain axe is bad. Those are not good.
That sounds correct.
Okay, chain axes. That rules out the cult of Festifophiles. Were they? And he's like looking at you, and he sort of cringed his face and screwed it up in a way because that's most perturbatory. I don't. Were they using anything else? Anything odd? Anything you didn't recognize?
They had some sort of bipedal walker.
Oh, was it bronze?
Until it exploded.
And he looks over at you, Gerwulf, and he goes, "Exploded. Oh, exploded. That means kerosene. Oh, was it? It was bronze, and it had two, like a big sweeping arm." And he like gestures, sweeping his arm very like in your face, so, like it's inches away. And he's like sweeping arm, and it probably no guns.
Yeah, Gerwulf should know he got ran over twice.
And he's looking at you, Gerwulf, and he's like coming up close to you, and he's like, "No guns, no guns, no guns, right?"
No guns.
Oh. Bronze malefactor. Was there an abominable intelligence with them?
No, they seem pretty
Describe that?
It's this. You're Inquisitor, so you can know this. You can know this. It's okay. You can know this. And he looks at you. He sort of comes up close to you, Cato, and he starts to kind of speak in a hushed tone. He goes, "There's some heretics employ the abominable intelligence, a machine that acts like man, but is not. It is controlled only by a cogitator, but no human soul exists within it. Its machine spirit is forever damned." And he goes and he walks over to the table, and he pulls out, and the table has since been covered in like little books and scrolls and all sorts of different things that he has clearly unpacked as he's done his work. And he shuffles through a bunch of them and finds this book that on it it's marked Teachings of the Machine Spirit by Acolyte Thanatoikos Mephistopheles. And it's like a really long name, and the name of the author is like 10 words, and you don't bother to read the rest of it, mostly because I can't make them up on the fly. And he hands you this book, and he goes, this is all about the abominable intelligence. It's about why that they are the most damnable pieces of technology in the Imperium.
So for this tech to work, you're saying there's an abominable intelligence and an operator of said intelligence?
No, that's the worst part about the abominable intelligence. There's no operator. There's no human involved. There's no machine spirit infused. Only the damnable machine spirits of the warp. And he's like clearly terrified at the prospect of such a thing existing. He's not very good at hiding emotions.
And then exploded it.
Well, it's good that you destroyed it. They're not fit to live. And Eric hears this abominable intelligence discussion, and it finally rests him away from applying all these various oils and bombs to you, Angelos and Jay. And he walks over and he goes, "You fought with an abominable intelligence, a false man?"
Yeah, I tired him out by letting him beat me in the face.
He goes,
That's how tough he is.
I heard that's an effective way to do it. And he looks at you like, it's not an effective way to do it. And he sort of looks back at sort of you and Claudius, Cato, and he goes, I don't know what kind of cult deals with that, but it's serious business, and it's probably not one that even Claudius has heard of.
Well, whatever it is, it clearly had the hots for me and Jay.
And he goes, what do you mean?
That's the thing that lit us on fire.
Well, and he looks at you and goes, you got set on fire from oil burns.
And he happened to be on fire that caused the
It ran
lighting.
around and set us on fire.
And he looks at you, Angelos, and he goes, you're covered in blood and oil. You probably rolled into a pool of blood like an idiot. Anybody would know that a heretic has oil in their blood which would only make the flames worse. God, you fucking people. It's like the fucking Inquisition doesn't even take you to basic school anymore. And he just like streams a bunch of low Gothic invective at you, basically telling you you're an idiot. And he turns back to Claudius and he goes, we got to figure out what's going on here. Do you guys find anything else while you were in there? Anything else that might point us at where these guys are from? And he's walking around.
Did the journal burn up? I didn't catch whether it did or not.
The journal had about 10 or 15 pages of useful information, but all but about 3 or 4 of them were burned.
We took back some other stuff too, didn't we? Some invoices and stuff.
Oh, if you got some invoices, I guess I can look through them.
Yeah,
Claudius,
they had really weird numbers on them.
all right, well, where are they? Come give them to me.
Put the invoices and everything that we had on the table.
All right, Angelos, did you put the journal on the table?
I did.
Okay.
Should I remove that from my gear?
You should indeed. All right, so you put all this stuff on the table, and Claudius takes the journal, and Eric takes the invoices, and Eric starts looking through them, and you can hear in his like ear region some whirring of like gears and cogitators and so on. And he goes, "Yeah, these are they're definitely laundering money through here. You can tell because if you look at these numbers, they don't add up right. This number should be much lower." And he's pointing out, doing all the forensic accounting that he would need to do. And he goes, "They were definitely money laundering in this hotel here. I'm gonna say probably this much money. It wasn't wide scale. Might have been just like local criminals. But this transaction looks really wrong. It's a much bigger amount of money. It's only done once." And it was several months before, this place apparently closed, at least the last invoice we have. And Claudius, as he's looking through this journal, he sort of carefully picks apart the burned pages and tries to look through them. And he goes, it looks like this was written by, I can kind of make out this name, Turtle Termins, I think. Tertul Termins, Termun. It looks like he was some kind of traitor or something, and he finds some sort of vague picture. There's some color. It's sort of like a light purple color that's in a scroll work around a coat of arms, but he can't quite make out what the coat of arms should be. And he goes, and it looks like he was writing about some weird things that I'm sorry, I'm doing the wrong voice. It looks like he was writing about some things that he saw in the Grand Paratia Hotel. It's hard to make out through all the burn marks, but it's about the Ordo Pila Ignium. That's the Ordo Pila Ignium. That's the name of the thing that he's writing about. And he says there's some tech cult. And I think there's some tech priest in charge, but it doesn't say who. And he looks at you, Angelos, he goes, "That you found this, right?"
Yes.
He goes, "Oh, did you find anything else with it?"
No, it was just that journal.
Well, I think I might be able to get some more information out of it if I apply some chemics, but it might destroy the journal. I don't know if that's going to be good. I don't know if it's good or not. I might destroy the journal. That'd be bad.
Why don't you copy down the information beforehand?
No. You don't understand. The burned pages. I might be able to get some information from the burned pages, but I might destroy the journal. Because I have to treat it with. And he shows you he grabs a blank scroll and he starts scribbling on it with an auto quill. And he's like scribbling on it very quickly, and he goes, "See the chemic equation. If you apply this oil and this unguent, then this will happen to the page. But if it's not the right kind, then it might destroy the page. But it's a burnt page, so it might cause some trouble."
I say let him do it, because it's not going to do us any good beyond what he's going to get out of it.
Right. I'm just suggesting he writes down the information before he tries this.
He has total recall, so he will remember all of the information that he's told you.
Okay.
And you guys,
It'll
you've
come
also
out at
all
500
learned.
miles an hour, but
Yeah, Eric looks at you, Angelos, and he goes, "There's no worry about him forgetting anything. Trust me."
Fine, if in case he doesn't remember, I probably will. I also have total recall.
Yeah. So he walks over to the bench with the journal and plops it down on the bench and starts treating it with various oils. He says, "This might take a while. It might take a long time. I don't know. I might not get much out of it, but I'll let you know." And he just focuses on where he's totally dead to the world. And Eric looks at you and goes, "All right, so you guys are pretty beat up. You probably don't want to go back in there, but I'm gonna suggest that you go back in there because this is not good. If there's a tech cult on fucking Protelis of all fucking places, we're gonna have some trouble."
we need to make a call back to Charn, because wasn't that his original? I'm pretty sure that was his original, like, that's who Stannis was working with, was a tech priest. It's gotta be the
I
same
agree.
guy.
We should ask for guard reinforcements. Help us clear out these tunnels.
Is there a way to make a call back to Charn from here, or do we have to go back to
Nah, Eric looks at you and he goes, "I could probably rig something up so we can make a call. Let me look at what I got." And he walks over down the hall with all the stuff and starts rifling through some of the spare parts. And he calls you over, Cato, and he's like, "Cato, come help me look." And he tells you, he's like, I need 3 servo mechanisms. I need a couple of PCBs, and I'm gonna need some inductors. I'm gonna need a lot of inductors. Go look for those. You can both start rolling search check. You can roll a search check, and we'll see how many you find.
I'm gonna go lay down in bed, because I feel like shit.
Same
Okay.
here.
Being burned.
I mean, I'm hot stuff, but God, that's a bit much.
Looks like it's up to me to try to find this stuff. Which
Well, you're the tech priest.
So I'm gonna say you can, because this is stuff that you know where it is, you know what it is, because you're a tech priest. Go ahead and roll a common lore tech. God, how did you fail so hard?
gotta get the bad rolls out of the way.
It's not how probability works. So Eric looks at you and he goes, "You're not really helping, are you?"
There's a lot of things here, okay? I can't be expected to know where everything is, and we drove really
It's
fast.
your
Some stuff got
fucking
jumbled.
lumberjack. Of course you should know where everything is.
I'm busy investigating. You know,
I'm
I
a
can't,
guest
like,
here and I know
itemize
where
this
stuff
thing.
is better than you. And he's just ribbing you the whole time. Can you take a willpower test, please? I know how I'm going to do this now. It's going to be great. You manage to contain yourself and keep yourself from just like slapping him and then running off sobbing, but you're clearly a little upset, and he has certainly hurt your pride. You continue searching. Go ahead and roll another common lore tech test. Jesus, cock-blocking Christ! What the fuck?
Dude, you need some training.
Oh my God.
Everything's all jumbled.
Go ahead and
Maybe
roll,
I should tell you what.
roll your search check, please.
I need help him with more tech stuff.
Do you have common lore tech?
Nope, but I don't think I can.
You can
do
go
worse.
search, but you don't know what you're looking for. So you managed to find a couple of servos. They're not the good ones. They're obviously from the bin that you put all the bad servos in, but you found a couple. And you found some loose wiring and some other stuff that you need, but you haven't found everything yet. So Eric keeps ribbing you, and he goes, "God, I can't believe that a tech priest. You weren't a tech priest at Maz though, so I should give you some credit because you went to one of those second-rate schools, right? And of course, you know, tech priest to Maz, tech priest to some fucking void ship somewhere. I don't even know where the fuck you're from, some backwater. Of course, you're not going to be able to tell the difference between a good servo and a bad servo. That thing's covered in rust. You should have chucked it a month ago. Why the hell do you even have it? Make another willpower test, please. Somehow, throughout all of this, you managed to keep your composure. and not lash out at the good tech priest, Eric. And you continue searching. Go ahead and make yet another common lore tech chest. Tech chest, yes, tech chest, please. You manage to identify what you're looking for, and you realize what you're looking for immediately. You remember vaguely where it is. Go ahead and make a search check, but at a plus 30. Not that it's going to help you much because you've been failing by 5 degrees or so every time, but... So you find a few more half-broken servos. You do manage to find...
Y'all motherfuckers need the search skill.
You do manage to find some of the inductors that he was looking for, and you hand them to him and you go, here are your fucking inductors. And...
Cato would never swear. He keeps it tight-lipped.
You... Okay, I apologize. So you manage to find the inductors. What do you do with them?
I give them to Eric.
Calmly or with some degree of...
Calmly.
Okay.
Because Eric's the man.
So Eric looks at you and he goes, you finally fucking found the inductors. I found the inductors 2 seconds after I walked in here. Oh my god. You suck at your job.
If
You suck at your job.
Why were you not helping me?
Because I figured a fucking tech priest could fucking figure out what the fuck he was supposed to fucking do by him fucking self. Why do I gotta help you with everything?
Expanding my vocabulary.
Oh my Christ. Oh my god, Emperor. Sorry, Christ is not a thing. Oh my god, Emperor. You crazy. Oh my. I can't comprehend. It's like you're made as stupid or something. Like, when you were born, did you, like, get dropped on your head? Is that what happened? Did they flip you upside down and drop you on the floor? And he's still rummaging with his two of his utility mechadendrites and his pick sensor looking through. While he's doing it, he's picked up the servos and he's picked up the PCBs he needed, and he puts them in his other. He puts them actually in his grasping mechadendrite, his other mechadendrite, and he's holding them there with like a little bucket, and he's put it on. He's like, I got everything I need. Let's get the fuck out of here. Roll another willpower test, please. So he has pushed you to an ingrained limit in the world of humanity. You can make a choice. You can either hit him and, potentially start a fight, or you can take 1 degree of insanity.
I'll take the insanity.
All right, mark that up. He walks over to the back of the lumberjack, and he's like, you can come help if you want, but I'm pretty sure you're going to be useless out back here too, so, fuck you. And he walks off. And you guys walk outside of the lumberjack to go set up a comm tower, Vox tower. Are the rest of you planning to do anything, or Gerwulf, you're just resting by the gun because, Krieg?
I'm planning to sleep until I'm fully healed.
Oh, I said yeah, pretty much, but my thing was muted.
Okay. All right, so you guys rest. It takes the better part of 8 hours for Eric and Cato to set up the comm tower and for Claudius to do his thing. You all gain, except for you, Cato, you don't gain anything because you were working. Jay and Angelos, you gain your toughness bonus plus half your toughness bonus again.
Round up or down?
Round down. And then Gerwulf, you just get your toughness bonus back because you did not receive medical care. You weren't really resting; you were just kind of hanging out,
Sounds fine.
keeping an eye out for enemies of the Emperor. I'm sure, so that you could shoot them.
Workers do.
Yes. All right. So you have set up the comm tower. You can now contact Charn. Claudius is also almost finished, but not quite finished. His work on the journal. He's going to need another hour or so. Also, you can all remove any levels of fatigue you have. Is your toughness bonus really that low, Angelos?
Yeah. It's 31.
So it's 3 plus that. Yeah, it's 4. All right. So. All right. What do you guys want to do?
Continue sleeping.
I'm gonna wake up Angelos.
All right, go walk over to him and try to wake him up. You can roll a. I'm gonna say you succeed in just punching him, like in the shoulder, like to wake up, or
He's gonna
however
take
you
his
want to wake
he's
him.
gonna take his anger out from Eric out on Angelos.
Okay, so you can wake up however you want. You can tell me how you try to wake him up, and then I will I'm making the decision for you, and I shouldn't do that. That's rude. Some options might be punching him in the face, punching him in the shoulder,
I have a
tipping him
spare
out of
frag
bed.
grenade.
I would pay you money to fucking do that, by the way. And by money, I mean XP.
Tempting. I'm gonna take out my glow lamp and shine it in his face.
All right. You take out your glow lamp and shine in his face. Angelos, do you have light sleeper?
No, I don't.
Okay, go ahead and make a willpower check. And let me ask this: do you want to stay asleep, or do you want to not stay asleep?
I want to stay asleep.
You fail to stay asleep. This bright blue light shines in your face, and you flash back to the memory of the big cat that wouldn't wake up Jay. And you awake with a start and see the visage of Cato Posteris hovering over you.
What in the name of the Emperor is wrong with you, old man?
It's con call time. And then I walk off.
Fuck that shit. I pass back out.
All right, so you're back asleep. So Cato, you and Jay are down by the comm tower. Gerwulf, do you want to go with them?
Sure.
All right, so you all walk out to the comm tower where there's been set up a little thing. Eric is still gently ribbing Cato, telling him he's useless and so on. And you guys call up Charn, is that correct?
Yes.
Yep.
All right, Charn comes over and he's after you get through his adjutant and so on, he says, "What can I do for you?"
We have discovered what appears to be a clutch of heretics.
Heretics. Anything to do with what we found out about Stannis?
I think that's likely, considering there was indications they were led by a tech priest.
Tech priest. Yeah, that sounds like that. What do you need me to do?
Well, there appears to be some sort of underground structure of indeterminate size and length. It would be useful if we could have some guard assistance to cover the underground area.
It's gonna be tough. I just sent out the last patrol. I think I might have one in your area. It's been weakened. There were a lot of heretical guardsmen in camp. A lot of traitors. We had to have a purge. And he sounds very sad. I'll see what I can redirect to you. Are you going to be available on this channel for the foreseeable future, or when are you going back down?
If people can get here, we'll wait for them. But if there's no one in the area, I believe we should go down.
Give me an hour, and I'll let you know what I can do for you.
We'll call
Okay.
back then.
All right, outstanding. And he says, Emperor Protect, and he clicks and hangs up. And you guys gonna rest for an hour, or are you gonna go back down?
I'm gonna
Go
rest
back
for an
in.
hour.
There's still there's the upper chamber to search through, so. All right, so you guys go and rest, I take it?
I am.
Yeah, I'm chilling for an hour. Actually, how long will it take me to read the book the doctor was talking about?
You can. Oh, you should add that, by the way, to your inventory. You can make up a name that has to do with the abominable AI. It is a book that would not be looked upon lightly. It's not heretical at all, but it's like you probably wouldn't want to flash it around polite company. And it was written by someone with a name that's too long for me to make up on the fly. Thanatoy Ghosts, I think, is the name I used. Anyway, let me pull up. It'll probably take you an hour or two to read it, if you were like sitting and reading, and that would count as a light rest. So you might gain back some wounds, you might not.
I'm gonna read this book in light rest.
All right. Jay, what are you doing?
Wandering around the lumberjack looking for food and other
Smells.
things to stuff my face, since I have no booze and no cigarettes.
You might be able to find some cigarettes in the stocks that you have. You might have grabbed some extras or something.
Do you want me to search, Jayce? Maybe see if I can find.
Oh, don't have him search. He's lousy at fucking. He can't tell a servo from a hole in the fucking ground.
Did I miss something?
You missed him being an asshole. Come with me. I'll help you fucking find your fucking cigarettes. Oh my god. And he starts looking around for cigarettes. And Claudius is sitting in a corner and he's still working on his chemics. So you guys rest for an hour. Jay, please roll 1d100. Twice, actually. Roll twice. You and Eric both don't manage to find anything but a single loose glow stick. Just one. So you have one
That makes
loosey.
me sad.
You also find a couple of empty bottles with XXX written on them, with a few drops of liquor, but nothing substantial. And he looks at you and he goes, "Man, you gotta stock up your minibar." And he sort of walks past you.
I kind of want to smoke the cigarette, but I'm gonna save
Don't
it.
do it.
You're gonna save it for a special occasion. And he walks over to
Yeah.
Claudius to see how he's doing. You can all gain one more wound if you were resting, which I think is everybody but Jay.
What does a light rest count as?
Roll 1d100. You gain no wounds.
Okay.
But you do finish reading that book, and you find that that book gives you some interesting insight into how, during the age, the dark age of technology, abominable intelligences were very common. They were used all over the place. They were used to control just about everything. And the book details, not thoroughly, but to an extent that is, enough for you to gain some information from. You kind of gather that it was discovered that the machines are actually planning a revolt, and eventually actually did revolt against humanity and caused a great deal of destruction and death. This led directly into the age of strife, where warp storms caused the entire empire of man at the time, not the Imperium, to kind of collapse on itself because they couldn't travel to each other. It also details the mechanics of how these things work and how best to defeat them. It doesn't describe how to build them, because that would be heresy, but it does describe how to destroy them, because that is obviously not heresy. So you notice that based on this information, you now have a lot better understanding of how these machines work, and when you have to do common lore tech tests or tech use tests against any sort of abominable intelligence, you'll get a bonus of +10, and that this book will give you that. So when dealing with AI, you can get a +10 to common lore tech and other, any kind of lore check, anything that you could justify, essentially. Claudius exclaims very loudly, waking you all up if you were sleeping and otherwise attracting your attention. And he goes, oh, this is bad. Oh, this is very bad.
What's up, Doc?
Angelos, are you trying to stay asleep over there?
Yep. Another willpower test.
Yes, sir. And you want to stay asleep, correct?
Yep. Damn
You
it!
do not manage to stay asleep. You hear him screaming, and you hear screams, and his screams sound like panicked screams. So you think that he might be in trouble, that he might be hurt.
What the fuck is wrong?
Oh, I found something very, very bad indeed. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's bad. Oh, bad.
How bad is it?
It's very bad. It's very bad.
Is it bad?
It's very, very bad. And he goes, the Ordo Pila Ignium. I wish I had said that aloud before I came up with that name, because it's really hard to say. It was a run by a Technomagos Secundus. His name, I think I made it out. It looks like it was Angelbar Gamma. I think he might be the tech priest.
You
Do
think
we know who that is?
You don't know who that is?
Should we know who that is?
You should know who that is. And he looks at you like flabbergasted that you've never heard of the great heretic Technomagus Engelbar Gamma, who escaped from imperial custody as he was being interrogated by the Inquisition so many years ago, after having committed tech heresy. And he's explaining this to you, and I'm going to explain it to you out of character because I can't do his voice right now. He committed tech heresy on the planet Antron 6. And he was trying to research a new kind of terraforming. And he fled, but his ship was destroyed as it fled. And no one was able to recover any bodies, obviously, because his ship blew up as it was entering the warp. And no one ever heard of him again, so they assumed he was dead. And he goes, "This is very bad. If it's Engelbar Gamma, oh, if he's still alive, when is the date on it?" And he starts frantically ripping the journal, like pulling it apart, trying to find the date. And Eric's like stopping him, trying to keep the journal intact, but he's torn it to shreds. It's gone. And he looks at you and goes, "If it's Engelbar Gamma, oh, Eric. And he goes, I know, Claudius, it's going to be okay." And he looks, and Eric looks at you and he goes, "You need to look into this now. This is not good. If he's here, this is heresy. We're looking at something very bad happening to this planet, and I'm going to want to get the hell off."
I feel like this is bigger than what our group should handle. That maybe we should call.
What are you talking about? You're
like,
Inquisitor.
Central Command. Get reinforcements down here.
You're members of the Inquisition. You can handle this. This is your job, isn't it?
The guy's literally named Engelbar. It's like someone missed the key when they were typing his real name.
We'll be
I
fine.
think we can handle it.
We'll be fine.
Out of character, I will have you know that I actually purposely chose that name. I did not miss a key.
I swear to God, if I end up getting set on fire again, I'm kicking everybody's ass.
Depends how on fire you are.
Fuck it,
Well-
let's do it live. Well, so an hour's passed, we can call Charn back, right?
Yep.
Let's go fucking call Charn and see if we can get some help down here. Now that we got some
Alright.
more information.
So you
As
call
well.
up Charn, and Charn comes over the line. He goes, "This is Charn. What can I do for you?" He doesn't know who you are that's calling you. He just knows someone's calling him, so you might want to introduce yourselves.
Hey, John.
Your-
It's Cato
Your favorite
again.
inquisitorial squad calling back in. We have some more information about our heretics.
What kind of information do you have?
It's Engelbar.
Eng-
We're gonna need some help. Anybody you can send.
Engelbar Gamma?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Well, the only proof is a book. There's no physical proof besides the book.
That's proof enough to go investigate.
I agree, Angelos. We need to keep this quiet for now until we're sure that it's Engelbar. I've redirected a squad. They should be on your site any minute now. There's only 2 of them in the squad, but and they're not in any sort of heavy armor. They're all we have though. That's all I can spare that was in your area. I might be able to direct another squad in a day or so, but it'll take a while.
Thanks, John. Any assistance, greatly appreciated.
He goes, "Listen, we can't bring this up to the higher ups until we know that this is really as serious as you're saying it is. If it is, they're probably not going to be very friendly to this planet. So I want to make sure so that we can properly evacuate before they decide to do whatever they're going to do."
Alright,
Agreed.
we'll take the guardsman, we'll check it out, we'll give you a call back when we have more information.
And outside you hear honking, from some kind of truck or speeder, and a pair of guardsmen. They're not.
I hope it's
They don't
Hans
look.
and Franz.
They don't look super well equipped, but they come and knock on the door outside of the
Lumberjack.
truck here, outside the
I'm gonna
lumberjack.
let him in.
And I need to fix their sizes. And so you let them in, and a couple of troopers show up, and they say, Private Hans and Private Franz reporting for duty, sirs.
Fantastic.
I need to actually mark down their names so I don't forget. I'm gonna do.
Privates, did you bring any cigarettes or alcohol?
It's really
Hang on 1 second. I gotta fix their names, and then we'll do that.
Don't encourage Jay, Cato. Don't encourage him. He's already enough of a drunk.
And he goes,
Dude, I've been out for like 3 weeks.
and he looks.
Still drunk.
Cato, or Hans looks at Cato. He goes, "Sorry, sir. We don't drink."
Thank
Good
God.
man. Good man.
Someone that can actually be sober.
We don't really drink. We don't drink much at all, except for, and he pulls out a flask that is humongous. And he goes, "We drink a lot." And he plops it on the ground, and it actually is about knee height when it's on the ground, and so does Hans. And so there's a pair of large flasks of some kind of alcohol that you can't
Oh,
describe.
you guys are getting commendations and medals as soon as we get back to camp.
Hans
I'm gonna take
looks
one
at
of those-
Hans looks at you and he goes, "Chastener, you're the one who really wants this, right?"
I am the one. Who
He
wants
reaches
that.
into his under his vest and he pulls out another flask and he tosses it to you. You can keep that one. He unrolls his sleeve and there's a pack of glow sticks and he offers you one.
Oh, I light it immediately and I give him a hug.
You guys,
And he goes,
I-
"Chastener, keep it to yourself, okay? We don't run that way." And he
I
rolls
facepalm.
back up in his sleeve.
I facepalm and go back to
Rolls
the
it back up in his
barracks.
sleeve and he is, let's get into this shit.
Dude, Engelbart, who? Fuck this guy. Let's go get him right now. It's a good day, guys. It's a good day.
All right. I hope I can collect these. I'm gonna try just cutting and pasting. So do you guys want to go back down to where you were? Do you want to continue exploring the hotel? What would you like to do?
I say
We
we.
already hit the two.
status check. I want to see how is everyone wound-wise.
I was
I'm
actually.
back full.
I say we go back down, but before we do,
So
I'm actually a little under
I need you
half.
guys to debate that for a minute. My wife just brought me cookies, and I'm gonna eat one of these cookies. You can debate amongst yourselves while I eat these cookies.
I need to buy a legit refill.
Yeah. So actually, let's take 5. So it's just about it's 8:47 now. We'll meet back in 5 minutes at 8:52 or so.
Sweet.
Awesome.
Really, Engelbart? That was what you went with? Like, Octothorpe
Octothorpe.
bar. Just gonna use random punctuation now to describe this tech priest.
That's a good idea. Quit your breathing.
Fine. I'll eat holy cheese snacks of the Emperor.
That's. Did you say of the Emperor or at him? 'Cause
Of the Emperor. I have Cheetos. I have the Emperor's holy Cheetos.
they're his. 'Cause Because that's probably yours.
Like, they're blessed in the name of the Emperor. I'm eating them.
Okay. Okay, that's acceptable. Otherwise, yeah, gonna have to execute you.
Well, damn.
Oh no.
All because I just wanted to eat Cheetos.
Collect food orders there. That's the only thing Chelsea is good for, picking up fast food. And alcohol, I guess. So.
It is about dinner time for you, isn't it?
It is.
These cookies are awesome.
What kind?
Here's chocolate chip. The brilliant thing, though, you get some kosher salt, put it underneath the cookies. So good.
Does it have to be kosher?
Yeah, the small stuff is makes it too salty. The kosher just sticks a little bit, so you get a little bit of salt.
Okay. What's that do again? Oh,
It just it adds the saltiness, which just makes it taste better.
That's
Because
interesting.
salt, it's super good. But yeah, kosher salt is just enough that it won't be crunchy, like if you were eating rock salt, which I don't recommend, by the way.
Ah, come on.
Just not
But,
cookies.
Yeah, with a little bit right underneath. So you do a little on top too. If you like them extra salty.
Yeah, probably. God damn it. Fix something here in the air sound. So it just messes. So if you're clanking, that's what it is. Also cursing.
What kind of cookies did you get?
Chocolate chip. A little kosher salt. So good. You can dress up even the cheapest packaged cookies in the world with a kosher salt. Tastes good.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, get up again. Get the freaking order.
All right, we'll wait for him to get back and we can get started. I've got this tool for drawing like graphs of stuff, and I realized I can combine.
Oh, the pencil?
No, it's a computer program you add.
Oh, okay.
It's called YED, Y-E-D.
That doesn't sound real at all.
Well, it is. But I have the dungeon mapped out as a graph, and so I know where everything is. And the neat thing is it's got a little like neighborhood chart, so I can actually like, as you guys move, I can click on the neighborhood and it'll just show me the relevant rooms that are nearby. Very cool stuff.
Technology.
Technology indeed. All right, it's been about 5 minutes. Is everybody back?
I've been here eating Cheetos. What do you think?
We know you.
Are you actually eating Cheetos right now, you walking cliche?
I am dead serious. I'm eating Cheetos.
Where's the Mountain Dew?
I finished that one off. I'm now drinking Blackthorn.
There you go.
And plus, the cliche is Doritos, not Cheetos.
No, Cheetos count.
Nope.
Cheetos do count. Cheeto
Doritos.
finger is a problem that all nerds suffer. It's a debilitating disease.
It's minus 30 to any agility test.
But with your help,
well,
we can do something
also
about
fellowship.
And fellowship.
I can't even take a drink of my liquor. Damn
All
it.
right. So Private Hans and Private Franz, two. By the way, they're very black. They are like the blackest guys you've ever seen. They're probably the only two black guys who
Salamander
exist in the
black.
41K universe, but
Salamanders.
not as black as salamanders, but close. They're very dark skinned. But Private Hans and Private Franz are prepared to go at your leisure. Where would you like to go?
I would say we go back to where the room we were before, but before we leave, I want to cast healer on myself since I'm still slightly under halfway full wounds.
All right. Where are you doing that?
Currently in the barracks.
All right.
He is by himself.
Nobody knows you're doing this, and they're within 15 meters of you. This will be fun. Go ahead and do it. All right. Does that succeed?
That succeeds perfectly.
All right. Roll your healing.
I believe it's D10? Nope, D5. Cool.
So you all feel a strange chill in the air, but nothing negative really happens. Just feel weird for a minute.
Hi, guys.
I feel good.
All
Did
right.
you turn the AC on?
You're drinking, aren't
Turn
you?
it down.
I am drinking. I feel fantastic. Let's go.
Of course you do that.
So Hans and Franz decide to refill somehow another flask that was empty. So apparently they were drinking on the way over here from their big flask and leave their big flask here, both of them. So you have two big flasks here in the lumberjack. They probably contain about a liter of alcohol each.
Damn.
And they say we brought some more in the truck, but it's not as good, so we just keep the flask around with us. And they walk out the back of the lumberjack. You guys are going back downstairs?
I think we should.
All right.
Probably.
You return downstairs with Hans and Franz. And they look at the carnage that was portrayed here, and they go, "You guys had a hell of a fight."
Yeah, it's
How many doors in and
interesting.
out were there?
There is the door you came in, which is here, the side of the room. There's the big Kool-Aided door up here, where Angelos, you were for a while, but you were pretty hurt and preoccupied, so you didn't really get a good look at the place. And you haven't actually just explored the other end of the room, the far end of the room. And it's kind of dark over there, so you can't really tell if there are more doors.
All right. I will go explore over there then.
Follow
Alright.
you.
I'll come along, see what's what.
So,
My bolt pistol out.
you guys, on the other side of the room, there's a lot of vats of various liquids that are all manner of different colors. By the way, did you want to bring Eric or Claudius with you? Or do you want to leave them in the lumberjack?
I think we should
I
leave
think
where they
they're-
are.
Yeah.
So you notice these vats of liquid. They are various colors. They have tubes hanging off of them. Some of them are a little bit leaky. They look kind of rusted. Along the wall, there are, 3 of these on the left wall. There's maybe 4 of them on the right wall. One looks like it'd been moved, sort of out for maintenance or something. Excuse me. And there's another sort of desk with a bunch of like medical and chemical implements on it. There's some syringes and alembics and other tubes and that sort of thing. There's a couple Bunsen burners. There's no obvious door along the back wall. There's more tech stuff and some, hanging slots for lab coats and so on. What'd you guys like to do?
Can I do a tech lore on this stuff? See if I find anything out?
Sure.
That is what I'm gonna do then.
All right. Yeah, that is exactly the flask they took out, Butch. All right, so you succeed. You can ask me 3 questions from the list of questions in the handout.
I kind of want one of those flasks now, Jay.
I actually saw one of those.
How do these things relate to the heretics?
So you look at these, and you can identify them quickly as chemic vats that are used in biologus experiments. The various chemicals that are in them are varyingly acidic or basic. They're used primarily for vat growing different types of creatures. So whether animals or humans, that's what they're there for. In particular, you notice some interesting stuff about these vats, but if you want to know more about that, you'll have to ask a question about that specifically.
Did I only have one question?
You have 3.
Okay. Could these things grow pygmies?
They could not. You identify very quickly, no pygmies.
See, it's gonna be a good day, guys.
They're too big for pygmies, which I know sounds odd, but the internal pressures would cause the pygmy to actually disintegrate before it could be fully grown.
Do they look like they've been used recently? Or in
Yes.
use recently?
Yes.
Probably not good.
Gerwulf,
This
what are you
room
looking
is
at down here?
Is this room exactly how we left it?
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, actually, roll an awareness check. We'll find out.
Everybody?
There's nothing obvious different about it. But no, Butch, because he's asking the question. So you can ask me 3 questions from that awareness thing, or similar questions.
Well, the main one was, has anything been moved since we left?
You notice that there is some broken dust trail behind one of the vats. Like it had been fully, a patina of dust, and now some of that's disturbed.
So it looks like somebody's been here recently.
You have
since
2
we've
more
been in
questions, by the way.
Is there a list somewhere that I can look at
Yes, under OOC, non-combat actions.
Who should I be on the lookout for?
Heretics.
That was a
Where
good
should I look next?
Behind that vat.
Okay, so I'm gonna go check behind the vat.
See how useful that is? It's wonderful.
It is wonderful.
I don't like to get told what to do.
Well, so I'm not telling you what to do. I'm giving you information that your character notices and acquires sort of by their own volition.
And then telling you what to do.
And that, well, if you ask me what you should do, I'm going to tell you what I think you should do.
I mean, technically, I could go light a cigarette and go piss in the wall.
Yeah,
But...
you don't have to do it. I'm just saying this is an area that will be interesting and will progress your party through the dungeon.
So is there anything interesting behind the vat?
You look behind the vat, and the wall seems to be slightly ajar. You can push on it and maybe see if it's loose.
We got a secret passage, guys.
Fuck yes.
Not
Let's
see
do
you
it.
anymore.
I'll put you down here where you are. This is roughly where the secret passage is.
Secret tunnel.
side of the room.
Secret tunnel.
That's where the passage is.
So secret, we got confused.
I did get confused, I'm sorry. So Hans and Franz come over, and they go, secret passage. I like secret passages. Don't you, Hans? Yes, Franz, I do like secret passages.
You two should heave-ho this door just right off its hinges.
He goes, Hans, is it time to pump it out? And Franz goes, I think so. And they walk up to the door. I'm sorry, I'm chewing. And they push heartily on the door, and it swings wide open easily. Not even hard. And they walk through and go, well, that was not hard at all. And they walk down the stairs behind it. It's quite dark, but they take out small flashlights that are covered in essentially red cellophane. They also take out little lights that they can see with, so they take out their guns and their lights. That was a joke. And they walk down these stairs.
I'm gonna follow behind them.
Do you all follow?
I'm
Yep.
taking out my last carbine and following in the rear.
Sure. All right, so you guys all follow. I need to take off your little marker here, Jay. I forgot about it. All right, so you all follow down these stairs, and you enter another large room. What order were you guys marching in? Obviously, Hans and Franz are at the front. You can march 2 people abreast. So, who's next in line? Which 2 are next in line?
I'll go next to Cato.
Okay, so you and Cato.
I followed directly behind them.
All right. And then I guess Angelos one remaining. So you guys
Yeah.
walk into this large room, and it's a much higher ceiling than the other room, and there are dim lights that stretch across the back wall. There is in the center of this room a large table with scrolls and books and other. There are no data slates. It's all sort of primitive writing material, but there are a bunch of those sorts of things. On the far side of the room, there's another set of another door that leads out. You think at least out of this room. There's only one door that you see in this room, and in the top of the ceiling there is a very large hole in the top of the ceiling, and through it, massive roots are growing down. What would you like to do?
We should take like all the information we can to get back to the dock and the lumberjack.
All right, so you want to
Literally
do you
been
want
gone.
to do you want to walk up to this table? I'm going to draw the table in while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Let me draw a shape. I'm going to make it a square table. It's actually round, but square is good enough. So, do you want to walk up to that table?
Yes.
All right. You walk up to the table, and as you're walking, oops. What the hell? No, that doesn't.
I am the table.
As you're walking, you hear a click in the floor. Can you roll an agility check?
This is gonna end poorly.
You hear this click and you stop dead. You've heard a click like this before. It is never a good thing when you hear a click. You believe that you've triggered some sort of trap.
Is it one that triggers a depress?
Apparently, because it hasn't triggered yet.
I call out to the
Everybody
group to
stop
stay
moving.
where they are.
So
'cause
Hans and
I
Franz
think
stop.
I just triggered a trap, and we should not progress any forward.
So Hans and Franz stop, and they look around the room intently, looking for the potential trigger for this trap. They don't see anything immediately. What would the rest of you like to do?
I say Cato goes to check it out since he's a tech priest.
Okay.
That's course of action. I'm
Cato?
going to follow
so-
exactly the path Jayce took. and
All
walk
right.
over.
Go ahead and roll an agility check. And because you had the presence of mind, I'll let you take that at a plus 10. I was
So
fully
generous.
expecting you to bound over there and start another one. I was super excited, and you ruined it. So you managed to walk over mostly in the same path. You kind of veer in and out a little bit, but you don't seem to trigger anything, at least audible. You are now standing. I'll move you. You're standing right here. What would you like to do?
Can
You're
I
in-
do?
Go
I sort of want to I don't want to fiddle with anything. I just sort of want to look at it and see what I can divine.
Okay,
So
so
that's
you
common lore.
yeah, you can use a common lore tech test. Jesus Christ, that's hard to say. You can use a common lore tech test to see what's going on and see if you can divine anything.
Okay.
So you look at the sort of underneath his foot, and you see that one of the bricks, like the cobbles that make up the floor, was loose, and you know that that's got to be the trigger. You don't know necessarily how that works, but you know that is definitely triggering something. If you were to pull up the floor a little bit around this, very carefully, obviously, you might be able to determine what it might be leading to, at least, or like what it's connected to.
Is there anything fairly heavy close by that we could like do an Indiana Jones swap onto the trigger?
Did you bring that bottle of booze?
I don't think that's gonna be heavy enough.
Maybe we should have brought those flasks.
Jay, why don't you roll an awareness check to see if you see something that you might be able to use?
Put Angelos in there.
You don't see anything in particular.
I heard that, Gerwulf.
You don't see anything in particular that looks like it'd be heavy enough. Maybe if you were able to have, full access to the room, you might be able to find something, but it's not obvious.
Not readily available.
Yeah.
I kind of don't want to walk anywhere else in the room either, because God knows how many more of these there are.
You should probably stay still.
Can I take a look around the room to see if I spot any more traps?
You can walk carefully around the room and see if you spot any more traps. Hopefully you don't spot them with your foot.
Alright, let's not do that. Let's deal with this trap right now. So, Jayce, I can try to disable the trap, or I can try to learn more about it by, like, slowly taking apart it under your foot. I'm not convinced
I'm gonna
it's
trust
explosive
him.
yet.
I'm gonna trust him. He can do whatever he wants. I'm just gonna stand on the trap for as long as I need to.
Okay, so I'm gonna start
Yeah, you got my back.
taking the bricks.
I have faith.
So, all right, you're gonna start taking bricks. Hold on a second. We're gonna do a tech use test in a minute. Angelo and Gerwulf, what are you guys doing?
Standing away from the trap.
I'm gonna hang back with that, make sure.
All right, no, you're not looking around the room or anything like that.
Nope, he got himself in that mess. He needs to get himself out.
All right. So Hans and Franz look at you, Cato, and say, "Do you need us to do anything, Tech Priest?" And they say it in unison, which is really weird for you.
No, stay.
I'm gonna let it
exactly
sit
where
low
you are.
stick.
So Hans and Franz say, "All right, yes, sir," and they sort of slowly shuffle back, covering their own tracks again, towards the door where they hang out, because they know it's safe there and they don't want to trigger anything. All right, so you are trying to take apart this pressure plate without triggering it. Can you please roll a difficult, that's -10, tech use test? You manage to take apart the bricks around this device, and you see underneath it that there is an electrical plate which is connected via wires to something along the wall. You also notice that you can depress this as much as you want and it won't trigger. It will trigger on release.
Okay, so it definitely triggers on release. Do you think it would trigger if I cut the wire?
Let's see. You did 2 degrees of set. I'll let you. You can't know that until you find the mechanism that this thing is driving. And you know that the mechanism this thing is driving is going to be along the wall because of where the wires go.
Okay, can I look along the wall to see if I can discern where
Absolutely.
these wires lead to?
Go ahead and make an awareness test. Since you know that it must be along the wall, you can make it at a +10. Awareness is a skill, by the way. Just make sure you use the skill.
Ah, yeah, okay. At +10?
At +10. You don't see anything obvious, but you do notice one of the lights is flickering. That's not abnormal for this kind of light, it's just like a glow. So it might be something, might not be.
Okay, so Jayce, what are you thinking? I could cut this wire, or I could walk over to the wall and see if I can get a better look at where it leads to.
If you walk over the wall, though, there could be more.
If
So
possible.
when you're looking at those wires, you do see that they're shielded by a conduit, and that conduit is made of copper. And so it's like, like a half pipe essentially that all the wires run through. Just something else you noticed.
Is there like an explosive charge I can see?
Not underneath him.
You know, I'm starting to think this might not be explosive, at least under your foot.
It could trigger an alarm. They could have more of those fucking giant two-legged assholes. So
It would be weird to have an alarm on a pressure plate. Why would you want delayed notification of an alarm?
it's a good point.
Although,
I don't know.
it's kind of weird you'd want delayed explosion in this case, either.
How far is the wall from where we're at?
Let's say that this room is to scale, so it's about 35 feet. This room is about 120 feet across.
Even if it was on the wall, I don't feel like an explosion. It'd have to be big enough to collapse the whole room.
Could be some sort of projectile.
This is my favorite. Kevin.
What if we all lay down and I'll let go of the trap and we see what happens?
Well, we can always cut it. That's an option. We're just not sure what the result would be. So laying down would be good.
If it's a projectile, it'll more than likely go right over us.
Maybe.
I say we cut the wire and I'll lay down, and that way if it triggers, hopefully we end up okay.
So, what are you guys doing, Angelos and Gerwulf? You're still just standing there in the doorway?
You guys may want to fucking go back up the steps in case this goes south.
Agreed. I want to walk up about a third of the way.
So that it took you about 15 minutes to get downstairs. You can probably walk, a couple dozen feet up the stairs, and that'll take you no time at all. If you want to walk up a third of the way, it's going to take you 5 minutes.
I'll walk up a couple dozen steps.
Okay. Hans and Franz ask what they should do of you, Cato, because you clearly seem to be in charge. And they go, Cato, sir, what are your orders?
Stay with Angelos. Follow his lead.
Yes, sir. And they walk up the stairs with Angelos and Gerwulf. You guys are elsewhere at the moment. I'm gonna move you sort of down here. You're actually not in this room, but I don't want to lose your token. So, okay.
I'm gonna carefully lay down prone because stop, dropping, and rolling worked out so well last time.
So you're prone. Cato, you are also prone, I assume.
I have another question. Is it possible I can, discern how the wires are working and, fool it, think it's still depressed?
You can definitely study the mechanism some more and see if you could rig something. Why don't you roll another common lore tech? See if you can discern anything else about this mechanism.
Can I give him some words of encouragement so that he's in a better mind state from what Eric
absolutely.
left him?
Roll a fellowship check. You go ahead and tell me what you tell him.
You know what? Don't listen to what Eric said. I got faith in you, brother. You have my back in the room. You're a fantastic tech priest. You got this.
The only faith I need is that of the Emperor, but your words are kind as well.
Do they have mouths? Can I offer them a sip of booze?
I don't know, Cato. Do you have a mouth, or do you have just mechadendrite?
I'm gonna say no. I have no mouth. No, I definitely don't have a mouth because I couldn't drink the caffeine earlier.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I asked you this question already. All right. So you can still offer him the booze.
Well, it'd be kind of pointless if you can't drink it, but I would offer you a drink right now, but
why don't you pour a little out for the guardsman?
There you go. Yeah, for
respect.
All right, so you pour a little out on the floor. It dribbles to the floor, and as it's dribbling to the floor, you notice, Cato, that it actually is running towards the pressure plate, and a few drops drip on the pressure plate, and it knocks away some of the dust, and you see a mechanism that's attached to this pressure plate. That's going to give you a place to look, because you didn't see this before. So you can make your test at plus 20. You see this thing and you immediately recognize what it does. It is a servo mechanism which controls this pressure plate. And the point of this mechanism is to measure how much it's been depressed. And as it's depressed more, it measures the difference between how much it's been depressed versus how much it is depressed now. It's the activation mechanism. You can tell immediately. It's the thing that's going to send the spark of the machine spirit down those wires.
Okay, can I try to...
Because you succeeded so well, if you want to try to fool it, you can tell me how you want to attempt to fool it, and then you'll be able to get a plus 20 to whatever test I decide is relevant.
Okay, I'm gonna try to fool it. I wanna fool it into thinking it's continually depressed. So even when he like steps off the plate, it still thinks the plate's fully depressed.
All right, so this mechanism is basically mechanical. It's all gears and little cogs and so on. There's a couple of little holes. How are you going to try to fool it? Are you going to...
Well, presumably when his foot goes off, the plate would spring back up, so I'd probably want to try to like jam one of the gears so that when the plate tried to go back up, the gear wouldn't give.
Okay, so you grab something from the environment, a little rock or some piece of stone.
I've got a spare part.
Well, no, you
Spare
grab it from the
parts.
environment. You succeeded the heck out of that thing. You're going to grab it from the environment. You don't have to spend anything on this. And you jam it carefully in between a couple of the gears. Can you make your tech use test at plus 20? And you don't jam it. That was the wrong word. What you do is place it like a watchmaker into this device and place it in place of one of the gears. You actually remove the gear as you do this. And it's such a quick motion that doesn't even have a chance to unwind. This gear now is holding up the mechanism, and so to make it fully safe, you pull out the spring that was actually measuring the amount it was depressed, along with a few other small parts. You gain a spare part for doing this. So you can mark one up on your gear. And you look at Cato, and you can tell him what you did.
I look at myself all the time.
I'm sorry. You look at Jay. I keep doing that too. You look at Jay, and you can inform him however you like.
Okay, Jay. I think this plate should remain depressed. Why don't you give me like the tiniest of leg lifts, just so I can check to make sure the mechanism's working.
I'm gonna do almost like a push-up and just barely lift myself up off the plate.
All right, so as you take your weight off of the plate and place it on your other foot, your foot comes off of the plate and the plate stays down.
Dude,
Okay,
Eric, I'm gonna have a couple words with Eric. They will be nice words, but I know you're too nice to say anything about it. You're an awesome tech priest. Fist bump.
I go for the fist bump.
All right, you successfully fist bump. I will make you take the agility test. All right, so you have successfully disabled this trap mechanism. What do you want to do?
Should probably get the guys back in.
Yeah, let's call him over B.
Just call them over comm beat.
All right, so where did you guys? Oh man, I lost your tokens. What the hell? I totally lost your tokens. That sucks. Oops. Now I got too many tokens of the wrong people. Oh god, that's okay. I can just drag your tokens back in. So you guys get called over comm beats. What do you say to them?
Hey, you guys. Techmaster Extreme over here disabled the trap, so it's all safe.
Wait, the tech priest didn't fuck up again? That's a miracle of the
We
Emperor.
disabled this trap. There might yet still be other traps.
That's good. Yeah, that's a good point.
Still, the tech priest did something right for once. Oh, friggin' hallelujah.
Dude, Grandpa over there needs some Werther's Originals because he is crabby today.
As
So you
Cato
guys
so
coming down the stairs?
yeah, and as
How's it from?
I'm coming down the stairs, and as I'm coming down the stairs, I hear what Jay just said. I kindly go and remind him that Cato so blissfully pointed out that I'm the youngster of the group, so that makes him the old fart.
Young in heart. Young in heart.
Bullshit.
So are you guys walking over to Cato and Jay? Or are you just still in the door?
I got it. Or
I'm hanging out by the door.
All right, so Hans and Franz look at you, Cato, and they're like, Cato, sir, should we move up to where you are, or should we stay here? What do you want us to do?
I think we should all stay here. I think we should follow the wires over and see if we can discern more about this device. I'm a little concerned there are other devices.
Franz
Still
looks at you and says, "Sir, I was first in my class in ballet back at the academy, or back at basic. I was first in my class in ballet. I can check these walls, and I won't trigger a thing."
I like that idea. Other people's thoughts?
Absolutely.
Let me find some
So-
earplugs.
So Franz hums slightly to himself, and he pirouettes along the wall, and he is very gracefully moving along the wall, looking for strange things, pressure plates and so on, different mechanisms, and he stops dead around halfway up the wall, and he says, "Cato, sir, I believe I found something."
Can you describe it? Use some adjectives, nouns?
Absolutely, sir. Without question. It looks like a tech thingy. I'm not really an expert on those things. However, there were no pressure plates right along the wall here within that, roughly half-meter radius. So I believe it should be very simple for you to walk along the wall and inspect this with the proper expertise. If you
Okay.
are cautious, sir.
I am gonna walk. I'm gonna follow the path I took to get to Jayce exactly back, and then
Alright.
I'll walk along the wall. That
Go
the
ahead
trooper
and make an agility test to see if you get back to where you were. And then along the wall, it's very easy, so you should be able to just walk it without issue. You can make the agility test at +10 because you've walked it before. So you managed to walk back without too much trouble. You do trip about halfway, and you think to yourself for a moment that you may have triggered something because you depress one of the stones, but it turns out the stone was just loose. And so you end up walking along the wall, or up to where the wall is, and you can just walk along that and inspect as you go if you'd like. While you think about that, Jay, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna sit Indian style and not move from this spot until I figure out what the hell's going on. And I'm just gonna sit here and smoke my cigarette and be happy that I didn't die.
All right. Angelos and Gerwulf, you guys doing anything?
Nope.
Waiting.
Waiting for the inevitable explosion.
I don't think anything exploded.
All right. So Cato, it's up to you. Apparently, this is the Cato Power Hour. So, Cato.
Yes. I'm gonna walk over to the guardsman.
All right. So you work carefully within that half-meter radius that he suggested. Can you roll an awareness check, please? And roll it at +20. Because he told you to look. So along the way, you don't notice anything particularly out of place. It doesn't seem that there's anything along the wall. When you get up to Private Franz, Franz looks at you and goes, "You see right here, sir, this brick, it's a slightly different color. And that seems out of place because this room seems very decrepit and old. And he's slowly becoming like slightly more like, what's the guy from Futurama? The military guy from Futurama. I don't know. I remember. Anyway.
Zap Brannigan.
Oh,
Zap, he's
Zap,
slightly
yeah.
becoming more Zap Brannigan. And he goes, it's slightly miscolored, and it shouldn't be this way.
Very astute observation, guardsman.
Thank you. I'm going to check the rest of the wall. And he pirouettes off, looking for more stuff.
Okay, can I
Imagining a
do-
really stocky black guy in a tutu doing pirouettes is an amazing visual, by the way. You guys should just get that in your head right now.
That's exactly what
Tutu
he looks like.
and guardsman.
I'm thinking Mr. T in a tutu.
As he, so at first you didn't notice, but he actually did reach into his vest. His vest seems to be infinitely large. It's odd, and he did take out a small, it's black, tasteful tutu and place it around him because you can't do ballet without a tutu. He continues to hum to himself as well, which you can just slightly hear.
Mr. T in a black tutu.
Cato,
Just saying.
What are you doing?
I I want to inspect this brick.
All
I
right.
want to look at it, see if I can discern its meaning.
All right. Are you trying to use awareness to inspect it, or are you trying to use a tech lore, or?
I'm gonna do a tech lore.
All right. Go ahead and roll your test. You can ask me one question. I can't guarantee my answer will be the truth.
Okay. What is the purpose of this brick?
It looks like some kind of breakaway substance. Something that would, if impacted firmly, would shatter and fall apart very quickly. Equivalent thing, but obviously not exactly the same, would be like sugar glass. Like when you hit sugar glass, it breaks away very simply. Unlike regular like plate glass, which would take some force to actually break it.
Okay. Hey guys, I found a brick. It looks breakable. I'm unsure as to whether it's just to hide something or whether something could, say, burst out from the other side, and that's why it's breakable.
Or both.
Both is also true.
Go ahead, hit it, tech priest. See if I care.
Wow, dude, you're like a dick.
I'm hurt. What do you expect?
Not
Common
that hurt.
decency.
Man.
I'm gonna try to wander back over to the group where in front of the stairs, very carefully.
All right, you trying to walk your previous path?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll an agility check. Okay. So you walk about halfway, and whether it's nerves or you walked about there, whether it's nerves from having stepped on a pressure plate or raw fear from this room that you don't know anything about, or just general drunkenness, you're not really sure, but you stumble and trip, and you trip towards 1 o'clock, which would be this way. So, and you're gonna trip 1 square, and let's see what happens.
How hard does he eat it?
He actually managed to stay on his feet and recover, but he doesn't really remember how he got back. He doesn't really remember where he came from, so he doesn't know his old path. So he can try to move, but it's potentially going to be very dangerous. But you're stuck right there. You haven't triggered anything. Everything seems to be okay. But
Let's
Let's,
keep the ballerina stuff to the experts.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. We should have the other guardsmen go and try to maybe chip away a little bit at the brick that's already kind of fallen apart.
Why? He's a perfectly good guardsman. Let Cato do it. He's already there.
I love the notion. He's a perfectly good guardsman. We have, and I want the response to be, we have 2 of them. Oh,
Every
man.
guardsman's life is sacred.
And Hans looks at you and he goes, "You should tell the commissars that."
No, they're really not.
All right. I'm not sure what the party thinks, but I want to try to take apart this brick, see what's behind it.
I think at this point you can kind of do whatever the fuck you want. It seems like most of the party, except maybe Jay, doesn't really give a shit.
Okay, I'm gonna try to remove this brick.
All right.
So what sort of test would that be?
I'm thinking, let's go ahead and make it a tech use test. You're gonna grab a little tool or something and poke at the brick and try to take it apart.
Okay.
So you start poking at this brick, and as you do, Hans is walking over towards you along that same path. to, just in case something pops out, he wants to be there to defend you, and he knows that he can make. He wasn't the ballerina of the two, but he's capable of doing it. As you do though, you ram the back of like a screwdriver into it, and you ram it a little too hard, and you hear another click, and you take your hand away too quickly, and all of a sudden you hear this rushing sound, and it seems to be coming from the wall behind you. What do you do?
Is the wall moving?
Huh?
The wall is not moving. You just hear a rushing sound.
Yeah.
Can we test the environment to see if it's a gas?
You can roll an awareness check to see if you can identify what kind of rushing sound it is.
I'm gonna do that.
All right, go ahead. So it sounds like rushing liquid. You obviously can't identify what kind of liquid it is, but it sounds like a rushing liquid behind this wall. What do you want to do?
Okay, this trap may have been triggered by something. Let's all slowly back out.
Back up the stairs?
Yes.
All right, so obviously Gerwulf and Angelos are going first. Franz starts heading back towards you, and Hans starts heading back towards the door. Jay, what are you gonna do? So I'm gonna draw in.
This is gonna be fantastic.
Hang on,
I'm gonna
one
try
second.
to walk over to the door.
I'm gonna do one thing first. I'm gonna draw in the wall. I'm gonna move everything back a little bit just so I can draw in this wall. They're up in the doorway, like so, and you're up there. All right, so Hans is walking back towards the door. Everybody's walking back towards the door. You just triggered a thing, Cato. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna run back to the
I'm
door.
sorry. What are you gonna do, Jay?
I'm gonna try to take a direct path to the door.
Okay. You attempt to do so, and as you attempt to do so, can you roll an agility check, please? You step on another pressure plate, and you don't manage to take your foot off like you did before, and this thing goes off. And as it goes off, a door from behind Angelos and Gerwulf slams shut, blocking them out.
God.
Angelos and Gerwulf, can you please roll a perception test?
Wait, is the door in front of them, so they're trapped behind the door?
They are trapped on the other side of the door, up the stairs. So you guys both hear a really loud rushing sound, but you can't identify what it is.
Well, at least we're safe, Gerwulf.
You guys gotta blow
Yeah.
the door.
We don't have to do
So-
shit.
All right. I'm gonna enjoy
Wow.
this.
Really hurt.
So Hans looks to you, Cato, and he goes, "That door just slammed shut," and it like actually came up. So it's actually not. It wasn't a door so much as it was like a new wall just popped out of the floor, and slammed shut. The door has a grate in it up in the sort of around head height, and so it will, allow you to talk to them pretty easily. It is about 1 meter thick, so it's it's very thick door. Cato, what do you want to do?
So, a grate is actually really interesting to me, at least, because if the room was if you were trying
Spoken
to
like
flood
a
the
true
room-
tech priest. A grate is really interesting to me.
Because if you were trying to flood the room, the water would just go out the grate, and the same with the gas. So, which implies to me it's neither of those two things.
Uh-huh.
But I don't know how that really helps the situation. I guess since we've already triggered the trap, it doesn't
Well, we
matter.
get to
where
listen
we
to some
walk.
more of Angelo's fantastic commentary.
So as you're pondering this, are you pondering this aloud, Cato?
Yes.
All right, so as you're pondering this, the sound gets a fair bit louder, but for you and Gerwulf, Angelos, it gets deafening. It is deafening roar. What do you guys want to do, you and Gerwulf?
So it's coming from up the stairs?
Yes, sir.
Well, shit.
Maybe.
This is interesting.
Okay, so I'm gonna use a crack grenade on that wall, I think.
Yeah.
All right.
I think we need to be.
Oh, now you
inside
want to
that
open
room.
the door.
Now
Because
I
it's-
give a fuck, because I'm in danger.
Damn
So
straight.
you have the following situation occurring to you. There is a lot of water rushing down that hall. It is coming with a force only, it's 15-minute walk, so you can figure out how long it's had to build up speed. It's a 15 walk straight, down at a 45-degree angle along some stairs. It sounds very loud, which means it's not filling the hall, but it's definitely filling the hall, right? There's a lot of water there. It's going to impact you with some degree of force, but it's not going to break through that wall. You could probably use a crack grenade to get through that wall, but you're going to have to move up the stairs to get away from the blast of the crack grenade, or take some hits from the crack grenade. What would you like to do?
Place it and move up a little bit.
Yeah. I'm with that.
All right, so go ahead. Where do you want to place the crack grenade?
I'd say maybe on the hinges if there are any.
There are no hinges.
It was just a wall.
It came up from the floor. To give you a better description, I will draw what this thing looks like over here. Here is the door, or like the wall that's popped up. It's got
Should
this
hit the
little
grate
It's got
right
right there.
under it.
So it looks kind of like
So where are the squares up top?
so this is a side view. So if this is the whole thing is the door, and those squares they're supposed to be like the bars of the grate. I didn't want to draw up and down, so I just drew more squares.
Oh, okay.
So there's like it's probably about 3 inches between each bar. Let's see if we can draw that better actually. The drawing tools are very finicky in
Looks
this
like an old prison style door.
Exactly.
Okay.
Oops.
So you should place the charge there.
Yep, that's where I was going to actually. Yep, right there, just under it.
All right, so you slap that thing on. Can you do an agility check, please? Actually, tech use. Do you have tech use?
I don't think so.
Tech use is technically an advantage. Do either of you have tech use?
Nope.
I think it was supposed to be demolitions.
Is there a demolition skill?
I haven't seen it, but that's what it mentioned when I was looking through it.
That's Cato's sheet. Cato Shiki obviously has.
Yeah, both the people that have tech use are on the other side of the door. Sucks to be you guys.
I mean, you could call over to them and hand them the crack grenade through. You could probably fit the crack grenade through the bars, and
Yeah,
maybe
I'll
have
do
them
that.
do it for you.
While they're doing that, I want to frantically run around the room since we've already triggered the trap, looking for another way out.
All right, so you run. What side of the room are you running to? You have about
to the left.
All of this is taking place in about a minute. You have about a minute before that water impacts this door and probably does some damage of non-trivial proportion. So you're running to the left wall?
Yeah.
All right, so go ahead and you cruise over there. You're looking along that back wall. Cheat sheet here. There is the wall has a bunch of these glow globes on it. They're still flickering on and off a little bit. You see again above you see these roots that are coming down, but they seem to have avoided a section of this wall. And when you go up to it, you can feel a draft, and that door is roughly here, sort of at the top of that wall. Cato, what do you want to do?
So I'm gonna go walk over the door, but before I walk over to the door, I want to use a talent I have, or a skill.
What's your skill?
So the skill's called Mimic, and allows me to mimic other people's voices.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna roll that.
Well, before you go, do you want people to know what voice you're going to mimic?
Yes, it's Angelos' voice.
Okay. So, Angelos, here's how this is going to work. Clearly, okay. Normally, if you had succeeded, I was going to say you have to tell something for Angelos to say, and then Angelos will have to say it, word for word. But since you failed, you have to do a bad impression of Angelos saying whatever you want to say.
I don't want to open this door. I'm safe over here.
That's wonderful. 25 XP. Go. I love it. What do you want? You can also tell Hans and Franz to do things if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna go tell him to assist Jayce. You guys, go to Jayce. Help us figure a way out.
Hans and
I
Franz.
will get these two fools who were selfish until their lives were put under duress.
By your idiotic actions.
Oh man, this is so
You done
great.
fucked up.
Done fucked up. Hey, Ron. So you send Hans and Franz to go search, and they run each to the other walls that Jay hasn't searched. They don't find any particular doors or seeming exits to this room. It seems to be a more or less sealed room. Jay, do you want to call them over to help you, or do you want to just...
Yeah, I'm gonna call over that I found a potential doorway and we need to fucking crack this thing open now.
Okay, so they run over to you. They start running over to you, but they're going to get there in a moment. So it has now been around 15 seconds. What are you and Angelos doing, Gerwulf? Or what are you two doing, I should say?
Not a
Calling
goddamn
Cato
thing.
over to give him the fucking grenade.
So who are you calling?
Cato.
All right, Cato, what do you say?
Yeah, I'll come over and help.
All right, so you can run over there right now. I'll move you. And what are you saying to him, Gerwulf? What are you trying to ask him to do?
Did you blow the door?
Okay, let's do this. You got explosives?
Always.
Hit me.
Okay. Give it to him.
All right, so you hand him the crack grenade. Cato, where do you want to put the crack grenade?
So you know how they wanted to put it on the bars on their side? Basically where they wanted to put it, but on my side.
Okay, so you affix it. Can you roll a tech use at a plus 20? This is a trivial task. Actually, plus 30, I'm
So
sorry.
you say.
It's plus 30. I don't know if you caught that. How... Oh,
God damn,
dude.
dude.
Had to say trivial.
You fumble the crack grenade and it drops to the ground. And it sort of rolls a meter away or so it's going to take you a little time to get it. You can also fate point that if you want.
Nope.
Okay, so you drop the thing on the ground. Go ahead. So that was Gerwulf. You did that. What are you doing, Angelos?
I'm swearing at Cato for being such a frickin' moron and dropping a crack grenade, as well as triggering this frickin' trap. We wouldn't be in this mess if you even did it right the first time. God.
I'm under a lot of duress right now. I feel like that's impacting my tech use.
I don't give a crap right now. You
voluntarily take a minus 10. I would give you something if you took a minus 10. I'd give you something else. You can sort of have a minus 10 going forward, or you can take a minus 10. I'll give you a plus 10 for free later.
Yep, I'm taking it.
All right, so you have a plus 10 token that you can use whenever you like. Under a lot of duress. That's wonderful. All right, so Angelos swears for a while at his only potential savior. Cato, you tried to put the thing on the door. Jay, what are you doing? These guys are still running over to you. They'll get there pretty soon, and you'll be able to give them
I'm
some
gonna attempt
instruction.
to open this drafty potential doorway, or
Right.
attempt to try to find a way to open it.
What are you going to try to do, specifically? What action are you going to take?
You said it was drafty. I'm gonna investigate the area to see if I can find any sort of mechanism to open this potential doorway.
Right, so you're gonna search the area.
Yeah. Fuck.
You'll be able to make a couple more search checks when they get over there, and they'll give you some help. But you don't find anything immediately. The draft is definitely strong. You know that you kind of knock on the door, or what you think is the door, and it sounds hollow on the other side. It's made of something other than stone. So you pick up some information about it, but you don't find how to open it. Hans and Franz run over to you, and Franz is looking at the wall. I'm gonna actually need to open up their character sheets. I might actually need to make them into characters later, because I just used the trooper. But if they stick around, if they don't die, I'll turn them into characters. So they both try to get a sense for what you're looking at and sort of what's around. And Franz, let me do one more actually. Holy crap, they both succeeded. So Hans and Franz in unison come over and say, there's a door here, isn't there?
Yes. You guys, can you find the door handle?
Absolutely, sir. And so they start scouring the walls on either side of this door. And Franz says, this light, it's flickering. And Hans says, this light isn't flickering. And Hans reaches up and pulls on the light, but he can't quite get a handle on it. He's a little too short. When we come back, you'll be able to tell us what you want to do. You now have another 15 seconds have gone by. Cato, you've recovered the crack grenade. It is your turn. There's about 30 seconds. The roar of that water is quite loud. It's hard to hear who's on the other side of the door now. It's that loud, except over your comm beats, which come directly into your brain because you're a tech priest.
All right, so I'm going to try to set this crack grenade. But before, I'm just going to message to Jayce that he should also take a chance, if he has some, to grab whatever looks interesting around here before we beat a hasty retreat.
I plan on sending Hans and Franz and grabbing whatever paperwork we can off that table once we open the door.
Okay. So, in other news, I'm going to try to set this crack grenade again.
All right, do your tech use at a -10. Except it's a easy task, so you normally get +30, so it's only +20. Is
Okay.
the math. All right, so you affix this thing clearly to the thing. You set a fuse of 15 seconds, so you have some time to get away, and so that they have some time to get away. What do you want to do? What do you want to tell them?
So Angelos and other guy, Gerwulf, you should try to get as much
He's
space
gonna be
between
other
the
guy
door
for
and
the rest
you.
of the night.
And I'm gonna run away too. I'm gonna run as far as I can, 15 seconds, because that's the timer I've set.
You should run towards the table and just start grabbing papers.
Ooh, good idea. So,
All right, so you can run in this 15 seconds. You can easily run all the way to that table and start grabbing papers. It's only 50 feet. So it'll take you about 5 seconds. You'll have about 10 seconds to grab paper. You probably grab 2 or 3 papers.
Okay, so I'm just gonna move there and put in my inventory 3 papers.
Well, let me think. You let's say you have a bag, and it's a bag of books. I'm borrowing another Dungeon World thing. You have a bag of books. It has 5 charges. You just randomly scooped up 5 books and papers and scrolls and that sort of thing, and you grabbed a whole bunch of them, but there's probably only gonna be about 5 useful things in there in the long run. So you actually grab maybe dozens of books and you shove them in your bag, but you'll have 5 charges of this thing, and you could pull a book out and it'll be a thing that'll be useful.
Okay.
All right, so you're running over there to pick up stuff. You can move yourself. That was your turn. Angelos and Gerwulf, what do you want to do?
I want
How
to.
wide is the stairwell?
It is
as wide
2
as the
abreast.
door?
It is 2 abreast, so it's as wide as the door.
Okay, so I can't go around a corner and shield from the blast.
Nope.
I just okay,
It is
distance
it
the
is like
only
a
way out.
straight shot, straight up for a good 100, 200 feet. And you're beginning to hear, it's almost impossible to hear anything anymore. But you start seeing little drips of beads of running water coming at your feet.
Okay, I'll go up the stairs a little bit.
Same.
All right, so you could probably run about 100 feet in the 15 seconds you have before this thing goes off.
I want to run about 50 feet up.
All right, Gerwulf, are you running about 50 feet as well?
Yep.
All right, so you're about 50 feet away from this crack grenade, this shaped charge, which is, Cato, did you shape the charge facing towards them or away from them? I guess towards them, because it was on your side, so this shaped charge is facing towards them. That's their turn. Jay, you're up, and then that thing's going off. What are you going to do?
Oh, I want to ask them if they found a way out, too.
Jay, do you...
We haven't figured that out yet. We're working on that. Between all 3 of us, a conjoined solid effort to try to get this thing open.
Yep, so you can make your search roll at a +30. All right, so you look at Franz and say, "Give me a boost," and he gives you a boost, and you can grab this sconce that's 8 feet in the air.
Time to lift.
Exactly. And so you grab on this light, and it rips off the wall, and nothing happens. However, while you were doing that, Franz looks at you like, that was funny, but I'm just going to hit this wall really hard. And so he hits the wall really hard, and it turns out it was very, very thin, and he just breaks through it like plaster. And he goes, we could just break through the wall. And he starts hitting it again, and he's hitting with the back of his last carbine and breaking down this wall.
The whole wall, or just like the section?
Like
right
just
where we're
he's hitting it and like pulling off the pieces of plaster that
okay.
make up the doorway to this entrance to somewhere else. As he gets through,
so we have a way out.
are you gonna look down that hallway, or where are you looking? I guess.
Yeah, down the hallway.
All right, so you're looking down this hallway and you see there's a solid door at the end of it. It's maybe 5 feet away from you, 5-10 feet away from you. You could walk up to it pretty quickly and inspect it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
All right, go ahead and roll a regular search check. They didn't follow you. You don't notice an easy way to open this door. It does look very heavy, but you figure with a few people you might be able to open it. Do you want to call Hans and Franz into you?
Yes. We need some more lifting power to get this other. God, hold on. I got a cat.
All right, so they're gonna follow you into this doorway. I need to draw another doorway here. I'm changing the layout of this room sort of on the fly, and I'm not. All right, I'll move you back like that, and I'm gonna draw a shape. It looks sort of like.
I tried to mount my head.
Your cat tried to mount your head?
Yeah, he jumped up on the chair right behind my head, like tried to claw off the back of it.
Good times.
That'll do. The stupid Roll20 interface is a piece of shit. Okay, there we go. And then there is a door, which I'm also going to draw. So the door is like there, and it's a solid metal door. It looks to open towards you. Okay, so that's you. The bomb goes off. You guys are 50 feet down the hall. It sprays debris and detritus up the wall, and you see that it has blown a fairly reasonable size, maybe 2-foot diameter hole in the door. Can you all roll a dodge check, please?
All of us, or just the two?
Just those two.
Dang it.
All right, so both of you are hit by the debris from this thing, but not a ton of it. There's 1 or 2 good stones that make it out this far. They're not huge. Can you both roll 1d100? I'm gonna figure out where these things hit you. All right, so Angelos, we'll start with you. It hits you in the leg, and it strikes you pretty hard. Go ahead and roll 1d10. You take that many wounds minus your armor and toughness, which I think is 0 after all that. But it does trip you up, and you fall flat on your face as you're running out. It's going to take you a good couple seconds to get up, and then run. You'll be able to get to where the door is, but not through the door. Gerwulf, it hits you in the left leg. Can you roll 1d10, please? It does 5 damage to you, minus your armor and toughness. And the same thing has happened to you. It trips you up and you fall on your face next to Angelos in this hall. And so you guys can both run back to the door, but it's going to take you 1 more round of action to actually get through. I will note, only one of you can fit through this at a time.
Okay.
All right, so that's it for you guys. Cato, you are at the table. You've grabbed a bag of books. There's some more papers there. You could maybe grab another few charges on that bag of books if you wanted to spend some time doing it. Or you could run over to the door, or you could do whatever else you want.
Can I go to the other side of the table, like the corner here, and
Yeah,
grab
so
another
you're
bag?
working your way around the table. You can't grab another bag, but I'll let you add another 1d4 charges to that book bag.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right, so you can move wherever you want around that table. And go ahead and roll 1d4 and add that many charges to that book bag. So the sort of books you'll find in there, okay, so you can add 2 more charges. The sort of books you'll find in there will give you like a +5 here, a +5 there to skill checks. You can basically pull out a book that will always be useful for whatever you're doing. So if you're trying to make a test and you want to get an extra +5, you can reach into your book bag and say, oh, I have a book for that, and it tells me exactly how this thing works. Isn't that handy? You can also hand those books to other characters if they're trying to make a test. As long as they're literate, they can do it.
So does that mean I have 7 total charges on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And you can only use 1 book per test. So you can't like say, I'm going to get a +35 on this. It also doesn't work for like combat skills. So you can't pull out a book to shoot better. That's not a thing you can do.
What if you steady your gun on it? How to shoot good now?
You know what? Actually, if you could come up with a damn fine justification for why the book would help you, I'll pretty much let you do whatever you want with the book to get that +5. But you have to be able to justify it. All right. So that's yours. Jay, you, Hans, and Franz are up against this door. Oops.
I just want to manhandle it open as much.
So
as
you guys go ahead and roll a strength check +20 because you got some helpers. How did you fail? You rolled that +20, right?
I did. I rolled an 86, and my strength's only 25.
That's amazing. All right, so you all heave on this door, but you can't quite get it open. It's kind of rusty, and the hinges are not great. That's your turn. 15 more seconds have passed. It's about 15 seconds before this water impacts this door and starts flooding this main room, which will take a while. I mean, the door is not huge. It's a pipe into a room, and the room is very tall. Angelos and Gerwulf, it will take you about 15 seconds to get through that hole. One of you can go at a time. Which one of you is going to go?
I say Gerwulf goes first. I could potentially block some of the water with a psi shield if needed.
Do you have Psi Shield? Is that a skill that you have?
I do not, but I did it before with the blood.
That was sort of... That was a
face
cantrip.
protects them.
That was a cantrip. That wasn't really a... that's not going to stop this.
Aw.
I don't correct him.
All right. So,
Go
Gerwulf,
for it, buddy.
Gerwulf, go ahead and make an agility test to try to get through the hole in the door. Do you want to fate point it?
That was the longest
Oh, conviction.
yes ever. Okay, we're gonna do this right this time.
All right. So you manage to crawl your way in the 15 seconds through the door, and you end up on the other side, plopped on the floor. Angelos, the deafening roar of this water is screaming at you. You can't hear yourself think. What do you want to try to do?
Go through the hole?
It turns out that this thing is going to hit you well before you can even get your face through that hole. If you want to roll a hard,
blood would be good for some lube.
if you want to roll a hard agility test, that's -30. I will let you give it a shot.
I can almost guarantee you I will fail that. Can I brace myself? Can I brace myself against the wall facing towards the room? So when the water inevitably hits, I won't be like knocked against it. I'll just be kind of more pushed.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. if you
Will
want.
it do anything?
Well, I can't do your dumb actions. We're even in this mess. I'm gonna brace myself against the door with my face facing the room.
All right. So the wall of water, which this doorway, so this thing, by the way, it's 2 people abreast, which means it's about 7 feet wide. It's about as tall. So it's 7 by 7 cube of water flying at your face at probably about 60 miles an hour. Take 5d10 damage, please.
Freaking A!
Oh man.
Use your mental shield.
Holy crap!
Damage.
Fuck you, Cato! Fuck you, Cato!
This thing
not
crushes you
good.
into the wall. Now, this is important. You can burn, that is, permanently lose a fate point, even if you've already spent it, to prevent yourself from dying. You will come up with 0 wounds available, and you will be on the other side of this wall.
If I do not, I will die.
If you do not, I'm pretty sure that will kill you. This is impact damage, so it's going to be after your toughness, which is a 3.
Three. So this is
Your armor, which is 2. I'll give you 2. So that's going to be 33 damage that you take. You presently have
9 wounds.
9 wounds, so that's going to be negative 27, which is basically going to turn you into goop. So you can die.
Angry hurt group.
I'm burning a fate point and putting my wounds to 0.
All right, so your fate points are now instead of 2, it
They're
is
1.
1 maximum. You still have 1 available. Your wounds are at 0, and you are on the other side of the wall. There is water pouring in over your head through that grate. It's coming. It's actually shooting through at a fairly good clip. It's getting to about here in the room before it hits the floor. So it's coming in with a great deal of force. You're gonna have to sneak out under it if you want to move through the building.
I gotta help
Room.
carry something in really quick. I will be right back.
That's fine. So that's your turn. Cato, it's your turn.
I am gonna move to the door with the rest of the party.
All right, so you head over towards Jay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead and move yourself. Jay, you can now try to open that door. You'll get a plus 30 because you got 3 people helping you. You manage to bring this door, and it creaks open. And it seems to have sort of broken all the rust that was holding it shut, so it seems to be a lot easier to move now. And that door has opened, which I can do like... Oh, come on, man. Look at that. Look at that. He's the
Pro.
best. He's the best.
Pro.
Boom. All right, so it is open. You can all fit through the door. You guys sneak through. Are you calling over to the other guys? Do you want them to come over here?
Yeah, that we finally got the fucking door open. Get your asses over here. We're getting the fuck out now.
Oh, Angelos.
Yes.
I imagine that getting... How did you end up making it through the door? What actually happened?
Technically, once the water hit, since it was at that point, I just kind of swam through.
So you guys... You swam up and through the... So really what happened is you're actually over here. You got pushed
Shot
through.
out like a sperm.
So, it knocked the breath out of you, and you did take 2 levels of fatigue, by the way. So you should mark that down on a sheet of paper or something. All right, so you guys want to move over towards that door. The room is starting to fill with water as well. It's probably about an inch deep right now.
Yeah, I kind of want to run towards the door.
I imagine Gerwulf wants to as well. I think he's off doing stuff. So you guys are going to run towards the door. You can get to where you are, where Gerwulf is, in 1 turn. You're moving pretty slow because you're pretty winded from this thing. So that's 15 seconds. It's now about knee height in this room, and it's actually pouring out this other door, which, by the way, is wider. So it's actually draining very quickly. You could probably, use that to your advantage if you want to buy some time in this room.
All right, I'm
Yeah,
back.
you
What
two
is-
should definitely try to grab some papers off that table on your way over.
Yep.
Nope. I just got blasted by water. Fuck this
So,
place.
Angelos, you can move 3 squares per round of this. Gerwulf, you can move 6. So,
Okay, sounds fair.
I don't know if you caught that Jay had suggested you grab more papers from the table.
I'll do that on my way by.
All right. So you grab up some papers as well. Go ahead and roll 1d4. You're kind of going over the pickings that Cato had left. So you get a bag with 4 charges in it of books, same description as Cato had.
I can pretend to know how to read.
Yeah. Are you not literate?
Oh, he is.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you guys are all standing in the door. I assume you're not going to move until they show up. If you want to change your mind on that, go ahead and tell me. Otherwise, I'm
We
just going
should
to
start
concentrate.
moving down, see what's down
So-
this hall.
oh yeah,
Could be
no,
another
I
trap.
plan on. Yeah, I plan on fucking taking the whole, because we're just gonna sit here and die. So I just assume just get in there and start figuring out what the hell's on the other side of this door.
All right. So you guys are going to walk down that hall.
Yes.
Are you taking Hans and Franz with you?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys are down that hall. You leave the door open for Gerwulf and Angelos. Angelos, what do you want to do?
Continue running towards the door as fast as I can, which is 3 squares.
Yep, 3 squares. Gerwulf, you are around that table, so you can move wherever you want around that table, and then move 6 squares from there.
Probably just here. There.
Yep. All right, Angelos, you can move another 3 squares, and Gerwulf, I'm just gonna say you get in through the door. Do you want to wait at the door for Angelos, or?
Yeah, I'll wait.
Okay, so you're at the door. Angelos hobbles in.
Oh, I'm gonna ask him how his psychic shield helped.
Don't fucking say that right now.
All right, so the water is now just mid-thigh height. It's pushing against the door, trying to close it. So it's going to close on its own as it drains down this hall. It's only draining, through a small portion of the door that's open. Do you want to assist it in closing so you can prevent?
Yes.
Okay. So Gerwulf, you and Angelos, because you're the only 2 near the door right now, right?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
You 2 can make a strength test. One of you can make a strength test at +10.
What's your strength rating there, Gerwulf?
I'm gonna assume that you're gonna.
34.
You're probably better off. I have 28.
Yeah. I'm gonna hope that you get it, because I'm gonna. Yeah. So you shut the door, no problem, and you find yourself in another room that's about the same size as this one, actually.
Oh.
And so you guys start walking down the hall. I'm gonna move all you people down here. Oops.
What do you mean, you people?
I mean you people.
Oh, okay.
So, there's still a little dribble of water coming out from underneath that door. The hallway here is much wider. I'm gonna draw some more shapes. It's probably 4. It sort of widens out into about 4 people wide. You can arrange yourselves however you like. Hans and Franz are walking in front. Oops. And you enter into another room. And Hans and Franz look at this room. This room is slightly different. It seems to be mostly empty. It's a little bit odd how empty it is. There's a few chairs sort of in the middle of the room, but no tables. There's a door up above you. So at the top of this room, if you're looking down on it like this, and there's a door at the bottom of this room as well. I'm sorry, I'm noting something so I remember what happened to that room. Hang on, I'm writing down some notes. So
Is the room we're in at risk of being flooded as well?
There's a hole in the ceiling, so it's gonna eventually hit the ceiling and go somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, eventually. So the way water works, right? It'll eventually reach a hydrostatic equilibrium, where it's the height of the water source is going to be the same as the height of the water itself, and based on what you were hearing, at most it's going to go up to the basement level, if that's where the water's coming from. So you figure that room will fill up. There's a hole in the wall. There might be like a well or something that it was designed to fill, and then it was just drained. You don't know if this room is going to fill, to be honest with you. It could flood. It might not flood. You stayed level the whole way, so you're at the same level. There was no noticeable ramping in that hallway. In this room, there's more of those wall sconces that are flickering slightly. There's a big chandelier in the middle of the room as well with similar globe lights. These random strewn chairs cover the room. There's maybe 5 or 6 of them in the whole room. And a few like couches, like 2-person couch, like love seats, are also in the room. They're all nicely upholstered, but sort of decrepit from lack of use and sitting in this musty dungeon for so long. There's a door at the top of this room, like I said. There's also a door at the bottom of this room. Both are closed. What would you like?
Are the lights flickering at the same frequency?
That's a good question. Why don't you roll? What is that going to be? I guess that's just a flat perception test. That's not even an awareness test. You don't really know. It's hard to. I mean, you were pretty panicked in that other room, so you didn't really notice any pattern there. And looking now, there might be a pattern, but it's too long for you to hold in memory.
Well, before we go into this room, gentlemen, let's be very cautious on triggering traps and other such nonsense.
You would know, of course. You've done such awful things. You are completely and utterly useless.
We could have
Thank you
left
for the
you
vote of
in the
confidence.
hallway, to just drown. We could have just, hightailed it out of there. You could
I
be.
could have set the bomb on the inside and avoided the blast.
And you could have not triggered the traps in the first place, and we would have never been in that mess. In the meantime, while I'm also stopping to think about it, now that I think about it, you are quite weak there, Cato. Not only do you continually fail at the most basic of tech priest type tasks, you also like to let heretics live. I'm quite curious now, and as I'm saying this, I actually walked right up to Cato, pulling out my Psykana Mercy Blade, putting it at one of his weak point vital organ areas. I basically say, the only...
Where exactly do you place it?
Do you have a neck that I can cut there, Cato?
Of course he has a neck.
I put my
I
Psykana...
like that question.
I don't know, it's a tech priest.
Do you have a... Yes, he's still a person. He's mostly machine, but he is a person.
So I place my Mercy Blade right up against his neck, and I go and say, not only have you tried to have heretics live, you continually failed the most basic of tasks. The only way you could be so astoundingly bad is if it was intentional. And considering we're looking for a heretical tech priest, I think it might be actually you. So what say you, sir? What manner of heresy do you do before us now?
As he's doing that, I'm gonna quick draw Sally and point it right at his face and tell him to calm the fuck down.
You're not the one that just got blasted by a fuck ton of water.
Considering you're at 0 wounds, you might want to calm down.
Homeboy. All right.
Considering I'm at 0 wounds, and I can cut his throat, he'll also die.
Not necessarily. I mean, he has wound. He's gonna take damage. That's how it's gonna work. And if you attack him, it's a called shot with your weapon skill. So you're gonna be making it a -20. And he's prepared now because you're threatening him. So he has an opportunity to dodge. And also, then he can shoot you in the head with Sally.
I'm not.
Just as a pointer.
I'm not even
Hans
doing
and
it, Jimmy.
Franz also have drawn their las carbines and pointed them directly at you, because so far the only people who've been nice to him is Jay and Cato.
I'm still
It is
waiting for.
true.
Dude, he's been
That
taking a lot of
that we
insanity
have-
points. He's been dealing with a lot of heretics shit lately. Maybe he's going a little bit off the farm, so to speak.
If he was going out the farm, he would have recognized a freaking cluster grenade at the start of this.
Oh, I'm talking about you there, big boy.
It is true, Angelos, that we have differing opinions on how to resolve the issues presented to us. I only wish to defeat problems that the Imperium faces.
And you intend to do that by letting heretics live?
This is
Yes,
fantastic.
in some ways, letting a heretic live can produce a greater outcome than killing them.
Oh man.
Such language you speak is heresy itself.
You may make that judgment if you wish. I will not change how I act.
Man, so I don't know if I brought this up before. I'm gonna give you some out of character information. I don't know if I brought this up before. There's a whole bunch of different like factions within the Inquisition. There's the super Puritan factions that believe that heresy should just be like straight up killed. Like there's no room for heretics to live at all. There's also more radical factions. There's in particular the faction called the Xanthians, which believe that the best way to defeat chaos is by using chaos against itself. It sounds to me, and I'm making an assessment, you can tell me if this is correct or not, that Angelos sounds like a Thorian, someone who believes that all heresy is awful and should just be killed outright. There's no room for heretics to live. Suffer not, a witch to live. And it sounds to me like Cato might be a Xanthian. Does that sound relatively accurate? Like, basically one of you is a radical, one of you is a Puritan.
That sounds fair to me.
Same.
All right, I'm gonna send you all a link to Inquisition. There's a whole listing of. There's tons of these things, and I actually have been wanting to bring it up, but I haven't had a good opportunity. Yeah, it's the right one. Oops. So I want to point out your Inquisitor, Gabriel Theraxis, is a strict Thorian. Is very. I'm sorry, not Thorian. He's a Malthianite. I was reading the Thorian thing as I was saying that. Let me put this in chat for you. This is the site, and there's a list of, in the philosophies, there's a list of things there. So Gabriel Theraxis is an Amaltheanite. It sounds like Angelos might be a Thorian, and it sounds like Cato might be a Xanthite. Xanthis. Is Xanthinism. Xanthism, I guess. So you can go through and look at that. Think about what you might tend towards. But that's what it sounds like to me, and you don't have to stick with that if you decide you like something else better. Also, I forgot to ask at the beginning, which order of the Inquisition do you guys serve? Are you in the Ordo Malleus, the guys who hunt demons? They work with the Grey Knights. The Ordo Hereticus, which hunt witches, heretics, and mutants, or the Ordo Xenos, which fight aliens.
Considering we're fighting heretics, I would think the order.
Well,
the
just
second one.
because you're in a particular order doesn't mean you won't fight the other things. It just means that you specialize in one of these. You're all going to be in the same order.
I like
I'd
Sisters
say-
of Battle, so Hereticus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hereticus. Okay. Cool. All right. So I was just curious about that. It's kind of it's a very fluffy thing. It's not going to be like it might alter what kind of NPCs you guys run into later. So all right. So at the moment we are in a pitched moment of heated conversation between Cato and Angelos and all of the guns of everybody except Gerwulf. Gerwulf, what are you doing while this is going on?
I'm just gonna make sure I'm not in the line of sight for any botched shots.
So you might want to move to the other side of this door. You're not taking sides, though?
No.
Okay. So you might want to move like down here. Because I believe Hans and Franz might fly wide and hit you.
Yeah.
All right, so Cato and Angelos. Cato, what are you gonna do?
I do nothing. I wait and see what Angelos
All right,
does.
Angelos, what are you gonna do?
I continue to just hold my mercy blade at his throat while continuing to question his loyalty to the Emperor, saying things like, oh, such a heretic would serve maybe a chaos god such as maybe Zinch, as he is filled with trickery. So tell me, Cato, do you serve Zinch?
The
like that-
only master I have is the Emperor.
A likely story coming from the servant of a Zinch.
If you were not to believe my answer, why did you ask the question?
To go and try and understand your tone, yet your filthy tech is clouding my ability to sense such tone.
So as you two are talking at each other, you hear in the distance thumping, very very loud thumping.
Perhaps
You,
we should resolve this matter later.
Yeah, you two ladies want to break it up so we don't die. You know, we just got out of a fucking swimming pool. Let's not die to another fucking mechanical giant asshole.
Fine, I'll let you go for now. And as I do, I go and punch him in the gut.
Go ahead and make a weapon skill test, -10 for your fatigue, and what else did I say? I thought there was a -20 for some reason.
I don't remember.
-10 for fatigue. Oh, -20. No, -30 because you're outnumbered 4-1.
So I would automatically fail that.
Yeah, so you could try to punch him in the gut, but you're not going to succeed, and he's going to probably... It's not going to be good for you.
Well, I've already
Can I try to
said
stick
it.
my foot in between his and trip him as he walks away?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna do
Weapon
that.
skill. Weapon skill check. You get +30 because you outnumber 4-1. So, Angelos, you fall flat on your face. Take 1d5 wounds, impact damage.
I actually want
Minus,
to. When
minus
I
armor and toughness.
don't, I have the ability to try and dodge that.
You can. Go ahead and roll dodge. You do not succeed in dodging. Roll 1d5. You take 2 wounds, which I think doesn't get through your toughness and armor and stuff. So
It does not.
So you fall, but you do fall flat on your face, and Hans and Franz kind of chuckle at you and then turn their attention to the rumbling that's coming from down the hall, which is coming from this area. You're hearing these slow, plomping rumbles.
Is it sort of, do the rumbles follow a pattern, or is it irregular?
It sounds like kumph, 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 kumph.
I'm just happy it's not fucking
It sounds
pygmies.
periodic.
It doesn't seem to be getting closer to you. It's just
Can we tell if it's at the top of the room or at the bottom of the room?
it's at the bottom of the room.
Let's say fuck all of that noise and head through the door at the top.
Can I do a common lore test to see if I can determine if it's technical or not?
It's going to be pretty hard to do it just by the sound that you're hearing, but you can try. It would be a hard check, which is -20.
You know what? I'll give it a shot.
All right. You don't manage to really identify it. It just sounds like kumph, kumph, kumph.
Okay.
All right, so what are you guys going to do?
I say we get the fuck out of here and go through the top door.
I think we should send the particularly agile guardsman to check the path to that door.
That's Franz. Franz is a bit of the fairy.
It's a little foppish.
We could
He's a
use
little
light of
fast.
foot.
Yeah, so he's quite light of foot
Dandy.
and light in his loafers, as they might say, and he looks at you and says, "Yes, sir. I'll go inspect that door right now." And he hums once again to himself, and he pirouettes his way over to the door, and he goes, "I do not believe there are any traps along the way here. I did not trigger any pressure plates like before." And he looks sort of at you, Angelos. He goes, "Unfortunately." And he proceeds to come up to the door and press his ear against it, and you continue to hear the gumph, gumph, gumph. As he presses his ear to the door, he's like, "The sound isn't on this side of the door. I think it might be safe to come over here."
I'm gonna go over there with him.
All right, so you can walk over there, and Hans follows behind you. And he presses his ear to the door next to his partner here, Franz, and listens. He goes, "No, I don't hear anything either. My hearing's always been better than Franz's." What do the rest of you want to do? The people still in the doorway.
I think we should try to leave. As tempted as Cato is to determine
I see that
what
you were
this
mimicking.
is.
I didn't see you roll the mimic roll for mimicking Claudius there.
So I'm gonna go over where Jayce is.
All right.
Yeah, I'll head over there too.
All right. Angelos, what do you want to do?
I'm keeping a couple feet behind Cato with my sword drawn because I don't trust him and I think he's a heretic.
All right, add a bond. What kind of bonds did you have with Cato before?
The only one was this is not my first adventure with him.
Wow, so you guys had an adventure before, and now you think he's a heretic. Must suck for you that you didn't notice it for so long.
Well, I do think he is a servant of Tzeentch, and that would be common since he is the chaos god of trickery.
Fair enough. All right. And then Cato, you should add a bond as well. Angelos doesn't trust me. Do you want to try to make it so that I don't know how you want to resolve that, but you can add a bond that Angelos doesn't trust you.
I'm just gonna add a bond for that.
That'll resolve in a way of your choosing. It'll definitely resolve if Angelos is dead. It might also resolve if he decides to trust you again, or if something else happens that might resolve that. Those are two ways I can think of it. Okay, so what do you guys want to do at this door?
Open it.
All right,
Good
who's
course of
opening it?
action.
Tell Hans and Franz too.
All right, so Franz looks at Hans and says, "Let's open this door." And so he puts his Hans, who's on the right? Hans, yeah. Hans puts his hand on the door handle and he immediately takes it off and goes, "It's very, very hot."
Oh, fantastic! The room's fucking on fire. So we go from swimming pool to a frying pan.
It's perfect. They'll cancel each other out.
Gunk, gunk.
That sounds like sound science.
All
So
right.
what do you guys want to do?
We should check
Go
out.
check
the
out
other
the
door.
science.
Well, do you
Check
want
out
to go?
The other door of this room?
Yeah, do you want to head into the barbecue pit or the fucking mechanical death?
Gunk.
We
Mechanical
don't
death.
know what's that.
Gunk.
It could just be some
Gunk.
machine.
Either way, mechanical death.
Gunk.
Likely
Yeah.
thought from a heretic.
I've been on fire enough tonight, so
Gunk.
I'm fine with that.
Gunk. Gunk.
Is it getting louder?
Gunk. Gunk. Gunk.
Dude,
I think it
God,
is.
it's another one of those bipods. Oh.
It's not.
So the sound is indeed getting louder, and you're pretty sure it's on the other side of the wall at the bottom of this room.
Well, it's either we run through potential fire or just a really hot sauna, or we find another fucking giant robot.
Giant robot. I can kill that.
We don't know.
Did
it's
you
giant
by the
robot
way, did
yet.
you take your crack grenade out of your inventory? You minus one of
did.
them. Okay, good.
Down to 2. Or 1 now, rather.
Is there any water still coming in from the other room?
There's a dribble, but it's just a dribble. There's not a ton.
Is that because the door's blocking it, or is it just sort of?
Yeah, the
at
door is
best?
blocking it, but it's imperfect. It's not a perfect seal, so
So we could blow the door,
No.
and then the room would fill with water.
yeah, it's only about 100 feet up that hall, so it's pretty easy to run up and
Okay,
gunk,
we should keep that in our back
Gunk.
pocket.
gunk.
There's no part of that idea that
Hans,
sounds good.
how hot is this knob? Like,
You'd have to touch it to find out.
Poke
all
it.
right, I'll
Go poke
touch
it.
the knob.
All right, so go ahead and roll a toughness test. So you touch it and immediately take your hand away. It is very, very hot, from your perception anyway. Do you? I forgot. So I gave you that magical plus 10 token. Did you put that in your inventory or something?
I put it in the notes section.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so you have that magical plus 10 token.
So it seems like we can't go in this door because it's too hot. It also seems like there's an indeterminate something approaching, which could be friend or foe.
Gunk.
We could
Gunk.
hide in this hallway. It might not notice us immediately, and we could assess.
Gunk.
That's not
Gunk.
a bad idea.
Gunk. As it gets closer, you can begin to distinguish that the sound isn't gunk, gunk, gunk. It's more of a gunk, gunk, gunk.
Right.
It
so
does
either
sound
just
bipedal.
doubled, or it's just really that close.
Manufacturing.
Gunk,
We're
I'm
gonna
gonna
get
go
ready for
hide in the
combat.
hallway.
gunk.
Yeah, we
Um,
should do that.
So there's no door there, but you guys can all go hide in the hallway. So Hans and Franz follow you, Cato. They file in, and they insist that you stand behind them. Oops.
I'm also
Right.
gonna take on my last card.
So
And
where's the door?
they have equipped their weapons as well. There is no door in this little hallway, but you can hide in the hallway, and you can hide up the hallway a little bit. So you kind of around the corner. Franz is peeking his head out. You'd have to get behind. You're in the room right now, Gerwulf. You'd have to hide kind of on the other side of Franz, Scooby-Doo style.
Wait, what are they trying to hide from? Their
Whatever that
the
sound
bottom.
is.
It sounds like
door
it's
in the
getting
bottom of the
closer.
room. Yes.
Okay.
So the sound gets closer and closer, and it's ka-kunk, 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 and it stops at sort of the bottom end of this room. And you guys looking around this corner?
Yes.
There's a wall there. There's a door. It's not open, but you can hear on the other side of this wall this ka-kunk, 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 and it stops, and you hear. Ka-kunk, 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 and it starts to dim. How long do you guys stay there? A few minutes.
Wait, what do you mean when it says
Couple
it starts
minutes
to
at
dim?
least.
So it starts. The
Walking
sound
away.
starts to get quieter and quieter.
Okay.
And you continue to hear it, but it's no longer. It's sort of dulled from that clear ka-kunk sound to that same original kunk, kunk, kunk. And it gets quieter and quieter, and eventually it's almost inaudible, like it was when you first came into this room.
Yeah, I figure we wait there a couple minutes until it dies
So
down.
it's now totally inaudible. You can barely hear it if you look to hear it. Like if you listen really hard for it, you can hear it, but it's very quiet.
Let's not wait around for it to come back. Let's get the fuck out of here and let's go through the south door.
But that door's. Oh, you mean the door the thing went away from?
Fire.
Yeah, not the fire door, the other door.
So you guys are running towards the south door. That is where you're
Unless you
hearing the
guys-
sound from.
Yeah.
Unless you guys have an objection.
Well, we can't go through the other two doors, so this is our only option.
I know you haven't tried opening the other door.
Yeah.
I'm a
Did
bit
you feel like
hesitant
there
on
was
that
a
play.
So
actual
let me give you the setup of this room. You're in a room. It is totally empty, devoid of everything. It seems to be like a hallway that they sort of sectioned off. There's a door at the top of the room, door at the bottom of the room. The door at the top of the room has a very hot handle. Excuse me. The door at the bottom of the room is the door that's separating you from the sound of that kunk. That's the situation you find yourselves in. What would you like to do?
I say we head down the south door. Go that way.
I'm in agreement.
Angelos, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna follow as I have been, shortly behind Cato with my sword drawn, again because I still do not trust him, and probably never will again.
All right, so Hans and Franz walk down, running point. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just make these controllable by everybody. Controlled by all players. All players. So you guys should be able to control them. But they're walking point. They walk up to the door, and they press their ears against it as they did before. And this door is a little bit wider. It's about 3 people wide. And they press their ears against it, and they hear the kunk. And they look at you and be like, "What are the orders?"
Can I do an awareness check? I want to see if there's any sort of like impact damage on the ground nearby.
Yeah, you can roll an awareness check whenever you like.
I'm gonna roll it right now.
Let's check.
All right, so you can ask me one question from the list, Cato.
Does it look like there's any impact damage caused by heavy bipedal machines?
Not in this room. There's some like scuffed floors, and it looks like this room has been used, but it's not. You don't see anything huge in this room that seems to be indicating that there was a big giant machine walking around. The room is very tall as well. It's probably 20-foot ceiling.
Okay.
So what do you guys want to do?
Let's tell Hans to open the door and peek through it. Just crack the door and just peek through it.
Says, "Yes, sir." And so Hans grabs the handle and says, "It's cold," and slowly unlatches the door and creaks it open just a bit. As he does, he looks at you, Jay, and goes, "This door is off its hinges," and is holding the door up by the handle.
That's not good. So we're gonna have to put that back and go through it.
Let's send the heretic in first.
We're gonna have to put that back.
Let's
Leave no
send,
trace, right, guys?
That's right. That's right.
Good Boy Scouts.
let's send in the heretic first as a meat shield. In case there are traps, at least the heretic will blow up.
I don't know. It didn't work out so well for you last time, buddy.
I still.
Okay for me.
I'm gonna tell Hans to hold the door while we move through it.
Well, so the door isn't open. He unlatched the door, and the door is now trying to fall over into the room.
I'm trying to have him hold it up so it doesn't fall and make any noise.
Okay, so he's doing that. He's got the door by the handle, and he's holding it up. The door handle is starting to bend a little bit under the weight of this door that wants to fall over.
Let's walk through.
You can't. The door is shut.
Oh, well,
He unlatched the door and started to push on it, and it came off of its hinges. It wants to fall over. So now you have a trooper who's holding this door up, but he can't push it open because it doesn't have any hinge to roll it on.
Which way would it fall? Would it fall towards us or away from us?
Away from you. Into the room with the kunking.
let's slowly lower the door so it doesn't make a loud noise.
So
Tell Franz to help out.
if you wanted to do that, you would have to make an agility test to see if you could get your hand around the door. And the more of you to do this, the better. To get your hand around the door to grab it as it's falling in, because it's going to have some inertia that you're going to have to overcome, or momentum that you're going to have to overcome to prevent it from falling. And then one of you will have to climb through and help lower it down. Meanwhile, the clunking starts to get louder.
So it's like coming back to us.
I'll
Yeah,
crawl through
well.
the door, have Franz and Cato help hold the door.
What are these other two guys gonna do? These other few guys.
Ready?
Assuming Gerwulf's just running away into the middle of the room.
Looks like it. It's
I
like
got
you got
charged by one of those fuckers last time. I'm good not being in direct line of sight the second he enters the room.
All right, maybe us 5, if we can work together as a team, can handle this door.
You 4, you mean? I'm not helping a heretic.
As you wish.
Alright,
So-
just the 4 of us. Somebody might
Alright.
not make it to the back to the lumberjack.
Formulate your plan. I need to talk to my wife. She just walked in, so I'm gonna talk to her while you guys.
We
think
can take
about
like a
this.
5-minute break because I need to.
Yeah, we
file.
can take 5. So back at 10:50.
Sounds good.
All right. All right. We have 3 more minutes, so don't feel like you have to be back right now if you're on a wireless headset or something. And can hear me.
Well, you said that after I ran back in here.
Oh my God.
I know.
You have-
I'm totally
you have-
kidding. I was
you have-
sitting here the whole fucking time.
Man, you guys hiding in corners, not being part of the team.
I'm part of the team. I'm just the part that's already been charged a shit ton by those things and don't want it to happen again.
Well, I mean, maybe if you prepared or something, set down some crack grenades or, I don't know.
I just only got one, and the crack grenades don't do as much as my bolter anyway. So,
Yeah, that's true.
So I'll save that for things that need breached and use the bolter too.
Yeah.
And I'm being a member of the team too, as I'm protecting us from what I believe to be a heretic.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a reason that the wall of rushing water came to the two people who sat in the doorway the whole time. That's all I'm saying.
Don't care, still Cato's fault.
That's actually true.
I find it really interesting too because so far Cato has screwed up like 2 or 3 kind of big tests in terms
Always
of tech use.
hurts one of us, or both of us.
Or I mean, like he screwed up 2 or 3 things, whereas Angelos has invoked the perils of the warp like 10 times, and it's literally a walking warp bomb, and yet somehow Cato's the heretic. I don't know.
I'm still watching him. I'm just not saying anything yet.
Ah.
I don't trust him.
The other thing, you're not part of like any death cults or anything, right?
Actually, I wanted him to be, yeah.
Well, you're not going to have a lot of opportunity to join a death cult on Fratellis, but there may be some other planets you need to get to in the relatively near future that might have some opportunity for that.
Excellent. Love the death cults.
Any particular death cult you're interested in?
I forgot what. There was one I had looked at that seemed really interesting, and I forget which one it is. I'll have to find it again. God, hiccups. Too much Burgerville.
A Krieger with hiccups. That's truly sad.
You know how awesome that would sound through their, what I assume is voice modulated gas masks? Pretty awesome.
Or pretty terrifying.
Voice modulator. Either one. Whoa. Somebody disconnect and reconnect the headset.
Not a clue.
My headset just died, so give me 1 second to get plugged in.
Okay, that's what it was.
Thank God for multiple mics.
Yeah, I missed after how awesome that would sound through their gas mask.
Voice modulated.
Voice, yeah.
And then I said I need to get a voice modulator, specifically for playing this character.
That would be awesome. I have one that comes with my headset, but it doesn't have a very good array of voices. So I haven't really used it very much. But like, I can do.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
That sounds like Batman and Batman Begins when Dr. Crane was on the drugs.
Oh. Say frowny biscuits.
Brownie biscuits.
Intimidating.
What other guys? I also this guy.
That's Cato, right?
This is Cato, clearly.
Yeah, see that one's actually pretty cool. That's good.
Should just get that modulation, use it for the rest of our sessions.
Yeah, this goes
Should,
with
actually.
the Logitech G930.
I've got that, and I didn't get any of those. What's
It's
it
a
called?
gaming software thing. There's like a little application to install.
Sorry, I got the voice preview on, and I was hearing myself talk and confusing myself. Like, why am I doing this? Wait.
So what? G930, you said, right?
Yeah, there's the Logitech gaming software thing. That's just what it's called on this. But, and then you go to the there's 4 little things. There's the home, the G key, and then on the far right of that little thing, there's customized voice avatars, and you can actually purchase more voices through it. But I wanted to see if there was a better way to do it, because actually, what I really like to be able to do is just wire Reason up to my mic, and then be able to modulate my voice using like just all the processing effects in Reason, and then be able to turn them on and off and do custom stuff. I might be able to do it with key. Wait, who is that?
Not me.
What?
It's a little hard to understand you.
I don't know. I'm just trying to fiddle with these as well.
I set it to highest with the robot voice.
Okay, this is highest.
Yeah, that's easier to understand. The cyborg voice, I guess.
Downloading it now.
There's another one.
What?
Little
What?
die.
Is this only specific to certain headsets?
It's just the G930 headset.
Just the G930 headset.
I don't have
Best
that.
Krieger ever.
I'm gonna look into getting a different one because I don't have a G930.
Don't get it if you use Windows 8. It sucks on Windows 8.
I don't have Windows 8. I have 7 right now, and I will
7 is fine.
likely have 10 when it releases later on next month.
Nina.
All right.
I mean, they're giving me a free copy. Might
Is
as well.
everybody back?
Yep.
Oh.
I think so.
You want me to unplug my headset while it installs? Fuck that.
Yeah. So,
Next.
y'all were formulating your plan to open this door. What do you guys
I
want to do?
figure Hans, Franz, and Cato are gonna hold the door and try to brace it, and I'm gonna crawl through once they get it low enough to grab it from the other side.
All right. So Hans, Franz, and Cato, you guys instruct Hans in your plan, and he goes,
I'm gonna
"All right."
help.
All right, Gerwulf's going to help. So the plan is thus, as I understand it. You're going to tell Hans to let the door start to fall. Franz, Cato, and Gerwulf are all going to try to grab the door to prevent it from falling all the way and just lean it out so that Jay can get through and slowly lower the thing to the ground.
Yes.
Okay, so Hans is going to do this. Franz, Cato, and Gerwulf all roll an agility check. I need to pull up. Trooper.
Son of a bitch.
Nobody succeeded, but you all came close. So what happens here is the door starts to roll over, and you all manage to grab it, and it starts to slide back towards you. All 3 of you, 4 of you. Yeah. And it's sliding back and making a like grinding sound as it does. Jay, what are you going to do?
I'm gonna try to move through the door and grab the other side before it falls completely.
All right, go ahead and make an agility check. Agility check at a -10. You get underneath this door and scurry around, and your foot is still under it as it clunk falls on the floor. Go ahead and roll 1d10. Take that many wounds to whichever leg you feel like.
Fantastic.
What a deal.
Toughness and armor apply as well. So,
Question: has it been about 10 minutes since we've escaped from the flooded room?
sure.
I want to make a willpower test then, so I can activate meditation, which allows me to remove a level of fatigue every 10 minutes, so long as I pass a willpower test.
Have you been meditating this whole time?
Do I have to be meditating? It doesn't say I have to be.
It does say meditation.
Let me look that
So
one
we-
up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So, a skill like meditation, I'm pretty sure you're going to need to be in quiet circumstances where you can meditate. Meditation is not something you can just do while you're walking around. I mean, you can do walking meditation, but that's not what you think it is. It is a talent, correct?
Yes. Let's see.
Meditation. By putting your mind at rest and entering a trance, you can repair the hurts of your body. You must succeed a willpower test. If so, for every 10 minutes you remain in a trance, you remove 1 level of fatigue. So you would have to have sat in the middle of, or in a corner of this room and meditated.
Which I did not do.
You did
Poop.
not.
Oh well.
All right. So the door falls to the ground with a clunk, and it catches your foot a little bit, Jay, but you managed to get through to the other side. I'm going to move you up. The next room looks very similar to this room, except there's no doorway on the side. So I'm just going to grab this and move you to the other side here, like that. So there's just 2 long walls, and you have 2 fairly large-looking guys. Did I make these 2 last time? I think I did. 2 big bronze critters are walking towards the back wall. Oh, actually, no, they're walking towards you, but they just have turned around and are walking towards you all. It looks something like this at the moment. I'm going to move you guys all forward a little bit. So it looks like this-ish. Yeah, you're behind him. And there's a door, so I need to draw some more shapes. Like that, and like... oops, this should be back further. Looks a bit like this situation. Alright, so that's roughly how things look right now. Jay, you're in this next room. They haven't seen you yet, but they are walking towards you. This is to scale as well, so they are that far away. They are 90, 80 feet away? 90 feet away. Give or take. Now there are 2 big dudes. They don't have any guns on them that you can see, but they look to be similarly equipped to the one you saw before.
I'm gonna try to sneak back in the room behind the wall before they see me.
Alright, go ahead and make a silent move check.
I'm gonna tell the other 2 to get back around the corner too.
And so Hans and Franz sort of push you back a little ways, both you and Cato, and take up positions on either side of the door in standard Imperial fashion. You manage to move quickly around and wind up behind Hans and look around the edge of this door where you see these 2 guys. They continue walking. Ka-clunk, 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 ka-clunk. What do you all want?
Not an ideal situation.
So right now, they haven't noticed you. And by all accounts, they're going to see this door at some point and figure something's up. Right now, you have the element of surprise.
Yeah, I say we Krieger stealth them.
Krieger stealth.
Can I get a definition on Krieger stealth?
Run, shoot, and scream at them.
Ka-clunk, ka-clunk.
Very stealthy.
Worst stealth ever.
It worked pretty well so far. So
Angelos,
By all
you
means,
try to heal
show us
yourself
how it's done.
before we do this.
I can't. I've already used healer within the last 6 hours. If I do that, I have to pass a toughness test. And I don't want to run that.
Ka-clunk, ka-clunk.
But you're at 0 wounds.
Ka-clunk, ka-clunk.
It's better than being at negative wounds.
True.
Instead, I sheathe my sword and take out my pistol.
I take out my
Might as well
last
just wait for him to get up to the door and then bust out.
Ka-clunk,
try to
ka-clunk.
surprise him.
Ka-clunk,
gun.
ka-clunk.
Point blank.
we want distance from them.
I agree.
Ka-clunk, ka-clunk.
Alright.
Ka-clunk, ka-clunk.
I'll go out and
Ka-clunk, ka-clunk. Ka-clunk, ka-clunk.
going.
Ka-clunk, ka-clunk. Roll for initiative. You do have a surprise round, everybody. So I'm gonna add, because you went up first, so you're gonna go first there.
Initiative's just a 1d10.
Plus your agility
plus your
bonus.
agility. So you all get a surprise round, so we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna use these initiatives. So go ahead, Gerwulf, you're gonna go first in the surprise round. You take everything at a plus 30.
Alright. So I aim at the nearest one and hopefully explode him.
Alright, so you're aiming at that guy.
I hate that guy.
Okay, go ahead and shoot him.
Okay. Plus 30. Is it plus
Hold
30?
on a
Oh,
second.
aiming.
Aiming
adds
is
an
plus
attack
10, and then you get plus 30 for surprise.
Cool. Here we go.
You hit him. Go ahead and roll your damage. Wow, you got Righteous Fury. Go ahead and roll another attack
Good
at
way
plus
to start.
40. roll. You got to roll the whole attack. So roll your
Whoops.
test as well.
I knew that. I just hit the wrong one. Still
Okay.
at plus 40, right?
Yep. And so if you succeed, you'll get the 13 damage. And you succeed. So that's 17 and 13. Bronze is 4 and 4, so that's minus 8 is 9. Minus 8 on that was 5, so he takes quite a bit of damage. Minus 8, minus... So where do you hit him? You hit him in the leg, the right leg, and in the head with the second one. Oh no, I'm sorry, you hit him in the arm, the second one. So you rattle off 2 rounds from your bolter, leaving you with 2 more shots, by the way. Oops. And you hit him twice, making solid connections on each one, and deals some pretty heavy damage. Private Hans is going to go next. He takes out his, well, he has out his carbine. Where did I put his character sheet?
Yell at them to focus on that one.
Hans can't actually see him because of the way he's situated around this corner. But he can't see the other one, so he goes, Franz, you take the other one. And I don't know why he just became slightly German, but I guess because of his name.
Because his name, yeah.
And so he shoots at the one that he can see with his gun at his plus 30 as well. And he shoots semi-auto. Actually, what gun does he have? I need to look. Auto gun. Yeah, he's going to shoot with his auto gun full auto because he can. And 30. He gets... How did he only get 1? All right, so he hits him once. He does have man-stab rounds, which aren't going to help here. And he does 12 damage, minus 8 is 4 on that guy. These guys have the wrong amount of health. Why do they have the wrong amount of health? Whatever, they'll just get it. So that's his turn. Jay, you're up next.
Wait for it.
Jay?
I'm here, hold on. I guess I'll peek around a little bit and try to shoot at the one on the right.
Okay. You guys are hearing more of those thunks, by the way. This room seems to be very long. It's longer than the map is.
God
Who is that? Who?
That's my girlfriend.
Nice.
She got
All right.
called on Heroes of the Storm.
All right. So red dot sight. You don't have the red dot sight.
It's not
yet.
on the red dot.
Okay.
I didn't actually take any
You get a
bonuses
plus.
either.
You get a plus 30 on that. Yes. So you rolled a 6. That's 6 degrees of success. Were you shooting maximally?
No.
Good. So you actually only get 2 shots. I put in 3 for some reason. So you shoot 1 plus. You don't get scatter on this. So you hit him once. He's a little too far away for scatter, I believe. Yeah, he's 30 feet away, so no scatter. Roll your damage. All right, 7 damage minus. He has 8 armor total, so he doesn't do any
Oh,
damage.
great! So it didn't do a goddamn thing. Fantastic.
Not a goddamn thing. All right, so that's your turn, Angelos. You're up next.
Aim shot the guy on the right.
All right, go ahead and make your roll. You managed to hit him. Roll your damage.
Nothing.
You don't. He just absorbs it. It's like it wasn't even anything. Take another point off your roll there. Cato, you are next. You can like move past Franz without issue. So.
Okay, so like Franz and I are like sort
Yeah,
of
you kind of like right on top of each other. You're sort of stacked up on the door.
Okay, I'm gonna take a first shot at the one on the right.
Okay. Yeah, that's the only one you can see. So the
Yeah.
one that Gerwulf shot.
So that's at plus 40?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And you're doing semi-auto.
yes.
All right, so you hit him 4 times total. Roll your damage 4 times.
Find that button.
Oh, yes. It's a Righteous Fury and a critical fail. So roll another plus 40 burst. It's also going to be semi-auto. No, it's not. I'm sorry. It's going to be just a regular shot. I think that's how Righteous Fury works. I'm going to make it semi-auto because I just want you to hit it more times. So you get another 3 damages. All right, so that's
Have
12.
fun adding.
It's 4, 0,
5.
1, 0, 3, 0, 0. So I said 4, 0, 1s. It's 5 total.
8 damage total.
8 damage total. So you pepper him with this, and he actually doesn't take quite 8 damage because it's an energy weapon, so it's not going to do quite as much. But he ends up taking quite a lot of damage all over him. You go run around this corner and just start pulling on the trigger in the general direction of this very large thing, and cause quite a lot of damage to it. He's overloading circuits, sparks flying everywhere, and he seems to be pretty badly damaged. You continue to hear these ka-kunk as Private Franz runs around and does another full auto blast at the same guy. Where did I put him? Shoot. It's very easy to lose their character sheets. He does his full auto blast at a plus 30 for the surprise round. How did he miss? Oh wow! So he holds down the trigger, but the recoil is he wasn't quite prepared for it, and it flies all over the ceiling and generally doesn't hit anything. So that's his. Now we've looped all the way around, so I got to go do the initiative bit. Which you all rolled here. So where'd I go? There it is. All right. So who goes first? That's going to be Cato goes first, and then it's Gerwulf and Jay, and I need to roll. So no, it's Angelos goes after Cato, and then these guys roll. All right, so this guy's going here. Oh no, he's going here. I'm gonna go after you guys. Let's think at the bottom. And these guys, what's their agility? Oh wait, actually, this is 11. No, I was wrong. They go up here. And this guy has agility of 2, so he's gonna go 12. I'm just gonna put him at a turn. Add a turn. They're going to go right in here. So, Cato, you have another attack round. What would you like to do?
Can you explain, if I were to do Overwatch, what would happen?
That's a good question. Let me pull up my sheet and I'll tell you.
Basically, I'm just interested to see if I can stop their movement.
So, here's how Overwatch works. You take a full turn to establish a kill zone within 45 degrees from your facing. In up to half the range of the weapon. You may spend subsequent turns waiting for targets to enter that zone. You may take a full auto burst action to shoot any targets, or semi-auto for you, because you have a semi-auto weapon, to shoot any targets entering the zone. Targets must make a hard... Actually, it doesn't say anything about that. So I guess you can just take a full auto burst, and I'll just give you it'll be the semi-auto limit, but with the full auto rules. Targets must take a hard -20 willpower test or become pinned. Overwatch may be maintained up to your willpower bonus in hours or until the full burst action has been used. So basically, you can set up and overwatch a particular area, and if anything walks into that area, you can shoot a full auto shot at it. And even though you only have a semi-auto weapon, I'm going to say that you can do up to the number of semi-auto hits, but with the full auto rules, so you'll get an extra shot for every degree of success.
And so does that only happen once? Like it only happens the first time an enemy enters that area?
Yeah, so you only get that full auto once.
Okay, I'm just gonna do another semi-auto burst then at...
The other thing you can do is you can suppress an area. It says a suppressifier. Suppress an area 45 degrees from your facing and up to half of the range of the weapon. Targets within this area just make a hard willpower test or become pinned. Make a hard ballistic skill test to determine if anyone in the area has been hit. GM assigns hit to a random target. An extra hit is scored for every 2 degrees of success. And then 94 plus is a weapon jam on that thing. So jam rules apply, essentially. Both of those things are possible with your gun.
I'm just gonna do semi-auto burst on the right one.
Okay. Roll your attack.
And is that
It is going to be plus 20 and your normal plus 10 because it's a massive target.
so 30 total?
Yep.
Well,
So you slightly miss. You had rattled off quite a few rounds that last time, and the recoil has gotten to you, and you weren't able to quite hit him. Go ahead and mark off one on your list there. The wounded bronze malefect, I believe, is the one that's going to go next. And so, Cato, while you were talking to Claudius, he did mention that these things were bronze malefects, these large and abominable AIs. Mostly so I could use the name.
Oh,
okay.
wait. Does that mean since I read the book, I get a bonus against them?
You know what? I don't think it would. Is it going to help? You get +5, right?
You would be just short.
I read +10. At least that's what it says in my other notes.
The
I
plus-
could have easily entered it.
The books are +5, and you have a plus 10 free +10 because you took that -10 for no reason. Or for RP reasons.
Okay, well, I guess the first question is, does it help in this engagement? And if it does, what's the value of it?
I will say that because you read the book, you know about the structure of these creatures and how they're constructed, so you know where to aim. So if you were making a called shot, which is normally a -20, you could make it at 0. So you can make a called shot for free. You also know about the construction and the armor of these creatures. Is this information that you want to share with the party?
Yes.
Okay, so this creature has a value of 4 armor all over itself. It has a toughness of 4, and it only has melee weapons. That's all the information you learned from that book. And you get that, free called shot thing. So, and that's only for you. Nobody else gets the 0 called shot.
Okay.
Because only you have the mechanical expertise to know exactly what to aim for. All right, so you didn't hit or anything.
Yep.
The wounded one is looking very carefully at all of you. He's scanning you with a laser beam, and he sees that some of you appear to be more wounded than others. I'm going to move you all down here, so don't get shocked if you notice things like the map moving all at once. This is sort of the bridge between the two rooms. You do hear clunking in the distance still, but this big wounded bronze malefect gets super fucking pissed that he's been shot at and sees that one of you is pretty wounded, and so he makes a charge attack against you, Angelos, which is well within his range.
Okay.
So he comes bounding through. As he does, Gerwulf, can you please make an agility test? You as well, Jay. All right, so Jay, you back up a couple of steps here to jump out of his way. Gerwulf, you do the same. And he makes a swing at you, Angelos, at his +10 for his charge. Oops, I did the wrong button. He's going to use... he uses some mechanical implements to hit you. But he misses, not by too much, but he does miss. Swinging wildly and brushing Franz back a ways. He sort of clips him. He doesn't really hurt him, but Franz jumps out of the way, sort of with a pirouette in the midair. That's his turn. The other bronze malefect is communicating with this first one, so he rushes in behind. And he's going to move like that, just to right him. And he's going to move like this, just to right him. And he rushes in behind and around, but isn't able to attack. He does, however, require that Gerwulf and Angelos both make an agility test to get pushed out of the way. Which would get out of the way of him, otherwise they might be trampled. Gerwulf, Thank you. So you both are trampled by this guy. He's sort of running through and bounding and swinging around as he does. Can you both roll 1d5, please? You are blown back that many. Roll 1d12 as well. You're going to be blown back that many squares. And you're going to... actually, you know what? I'm just going to say you're blown back straight away because it doesn't make sense for you to be blown underneath him. So you're blown back like that. I'm going to say that you're blown back just as well. All right. So he's blown you all back a little ways.
It's like a vortex.
And then both of you roll 1d10 as well. You're going to take some damage from this. Angelos, you take 9 damage to your body. Gerwulf, you also take 7 damage to your body. It's impact damage, by the way. How many wounds did you take there? 3. So what happens to you? Critical damage time.
Oh, what does impact damage do as opposed to other?
It's just the particular chart I have to read off of.
Okay.
But you do take it to your body and armor applies, so. Impact effects, impact effects, impact effects. Impact critical effects body, 3. The attack breaks a rib and inflicts 2 levels of fatigue. He's also stunned for 1 round. So how many levels of fatigue? You have 2 levels of fatigue right now, Angelos, right?
Yep, and now that just went to 4, so when I pass out...
Alright, so you are conked out on the ground. And you're also stunned. So you got a couple things there. So you're stunned, conked out on the ground, passed out from this thing. So that's your turn. Hans and Franz are going to go next. They're both going to open up full auto on the one with at the top of the room. Because it's the one that appears to be in better condition. It is a massive thing, and it's full auto, which I believe gets them plus 20? Yeah, plus 20. So it's plus 40 total for them. And he hits him 3 times. I'm actually going to just roll both of theirs now, so I'm going to roll another to hit. With plus 40.
What if one is killed?
Well, then I'm just... They're both happen to be right next to each other in the thing, and they're both going to do the same thing. So he hits a total of 3 plus 5, that's 8 times. So they got 2 Righteous Furies. They're not going to get Righteous Fury because they're just mooks. They're not real characters. Well, they're not like you. They don't have the blessing of the Emperor. So 0, 0, 4, 5, 6, and 2 7s in there. So, Jesus Christ. So 7, 7 is 14.
I'm glad these guys came along.
Well, oh, man. Oh, my brain. Oh, my brain's not working. Okay, let me do it this way. So much math. So the first one is minus 4, minus 5. 15 minus 8 is minus
7.
7.
Another 7.
Minus 7 and a minus 6.
Yep.
So they both light into this guy like it was their job. And in fact, it is their job. And the impact rounds from their auto guns rip it to shreds. All of its mechanical pieces are flying everywhere. And the following happens. The target's head bursts like an overripe fruit and sprays blood, bone, and brains in all directions. Anyone within 4 meters of the target must make an agility test or suffer a minus 10 penalty to weapon skill and ballistic skill in their next turn as gore fouls their visors or eyes. The attack was so powerful it passes through the target and may hit another target nearby. If the hit was from a melee weapon, blah, blah, blah. But in this case, it's only going to affect Franz, who might hit you or Gerwulf, Jay. So he was the latter group here, the one that hit 5 times or 6 times. Because he's second in line. So that's going to be... how much is it going to take? Must immediately make another attack with the same weapon against any other target it can reach without moving. No, that's melee. Immediately make another attack. May immediately, so they're not going to. Yeah. So, directly behind the so they may do it, but they have enough discipline not to. So they blow this thing to smithereens, and it is dead. You continue to hear this clunk, 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 and Gerwulf, can you roll an awareness check?
I can't. God damn it.
Let's see who else might see. Jay, I want you to roll one too, and then Hans is going to roll one as well. So none of you hear it coming, so you're not going to get the surprise round. There are another pair of these things at the end of this hall who are running full tilt towards you. That is the end of Hans and Franz's turn. Angelos, you are stunned, so that's the end of your turn. You are now no longer stunned, because you're only stunned for one round, but you are passed out. Gerwulf, it is your turn.
Alright. I'm gonna aim and try and finish him off.
Alright.
Is there a size modifier for these guys, or is that
It's plus 20. They are massive.
plus 30?
Fucking Cheetos. Mute your mic if you're going to chew on Cheetos.
That's the last one.
Okay. You nail him cold. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Whoops. Almost hit again, because if it's resized, it pushes everything out of the way.
Yeah. If you just leave it at its normal size, it won't do that, and it's worth leaving it at its normal size.
Hate it.
I know. Wow, critical fail. Sad. So you don't actually do any damage to it. It just absorbs the hit. It's got a lot of armor, man.
What about the pen, though?
Yeah.
Oh, the pen. You're right. It does take 2 damage from that. It's explosive that you have, right?
Yes.
I forgot about the pen. This thing actually probably should have taken some more damage, but...
Pen is mightier than the sword, man.
Har har.
Oh yeah, like 8 more damage.
Explosive critical effects. Where'd you hit him? 82 is the right leg. Explosive effects, leg, and he's at -2. The force of the explosion takes the target feet from out from under him. He lands prone and takes 1 level of fatigue. So he's on his ass on the ground, and he's got 1 level of fatigue. He has a pretty good toughness bonus, so he's still working fine. Okay, that's your turn. Jay, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna move up between Hans and Gerwulf and take a shot at him as my last round.
All right. You are point blank. You are hitting massive target. You move, so you get plus 50 total. It doesn't matter, but you are also point blank, Cato and Gerwulf. Wow.
Oh my god, with the 99.
So that's a jam, unless you fate point it.
Wow. It's a reliable weapon.
Yeah, that's okay. You still have to roll 1d10, and if it's a 9, it jams.
Oh, gotcha.
Or you can fate point it to try, because chances are you'll succeed and blow this thing out of the water.
I think you should fate point it.
All right.
I am always
I will
interested.
use my last fate point.
Fate points are awesome.
Yep.
All right, so you hit him.
Just barely though. God damn.
Damn, you're not rolling very well, man. Go ahead and roll your damage. You only get the 1. Do 10 damage against him, which is net 2.
Mm-hmm.
And impact. So where did you hit him? 83 is 38 is the body. Oh no, it's the it's the body. Impact. Impact effects in the body. Breaks a rib and inflicts 2 levels of fatigue. He's also stunned for a round. So he is conked out. He's got 2 more levels of fatigue. That's it. Cato, you are up.
How
What's your-
far can I drag Angelos back from the door?
Let's see. If you walk up
Like
to
straight
him,
back.
you can take him up to that left wall, straight back. That's all you're gonna be able to do, but that's it.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that is.
The left
Indicate.
wall is right there.
Oh, I meant like like this direction.
Oh, that way? See, it's about 4 squares to the left wall, so you can drag him 4 squares from his current position anywhere you like. You're gonna kind of run and grab him by the back of the neck and drag him away. You
Yes,
could
that's
ask.
my
You could
intent.
also yell to Franz to help you.
This is not his turn.
You can ask him, and he'll help you. His turn is
that-
right after yours, so
Nah,
you guys. It's all within
I'm
about
good.
5 seconds, so everybody's
good.
actually okay. Just for the record, though, everybody's acting at the same time. It's just about who gets to choose what they do first. They're all around the same 5-second span, so it's not a big deal if allies can move around within a turn. So, like for instance, if you wanted to trade initiative with Gerwulf for some reason, I'd let you do it. You can't trade initiative with enemies. That's the thing.
Okay, I'm just gonna grab him and move 4 spaces up.
Okay, move where you want to go, and I'll put him right next to you.
Like right there. I'm just pinging.
All right, so he'll move right about there.
Okay.
All right, so you have drug him away. That's your turn. Franz looks at you and goes, "Yeah, get him out of here. He's too hurt." And Hans and Franz turn their gaze to the stunned thing. Hans says, "I got this one, Franz," and walks up to this big bronze malefect, sticks his gun in its face as it sits on the ground, and pulls and just holds down the trigger, and blows this thing's head off, clean off, just gone. He doesn't even need to roll damage. There's no way he can miss. So this guy is dead. However, there are 2 more coming down the pipe, and they do not look very friendly. So these guys cruise down, and they have closed distance in the meantime, and are up against this door. The door is blocked by the body of this big thing, but the one on the left here, oops, so this guy should go here first. They're gonna go after these guys. So the one on the left here is looking at Hans and has seen what he's done to his ally. Franz can see the one past Hans. It's really hard to keep their names straight. And decides to open full auto on it. It's far away, but it is massive, so net plus 40 because he's got the full auto burst. He hits him 7 times. Holy
I'm so glad these guys came along.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he does 0, 1, 5 total. Yeah, 5 total damage.
And the pen.
Is there pen? Holy
God.
You know what? No, I don't think there's pen. I gotta look at this.
Man.
Hold on, I gotta look at the gun that he's
What
supposed
gun
to
is
have.
it?
It's not what it says it is. There are different guns for the mooks. I gotta look this up. It's the
We got fucking
Yeah, pen
Rambo
is
and
0.
Terminator with us.
pen is 0 on auto guns. Sorry guys.
Aw.
Pen is, I don't know why I put a 3 there. That's crazy amount of pen. That's like a
Yeah,
bolt
it's almost
pistol.
my bolt there.
Yeah, a bolt pistol, a proper bolt pistol, not the broken one that you have, has 4 pen on it. So
Mine's not broken.
you don't have a 4 pen though. You have pen. Oh, you do have a 4 pen.
I do.
Oh,
I fixed it, or I made it,
Oh.
or I did something with it.
that's right. I thought it was 2.
Yeah, look at my signature on it.
That's why it weirded me out when you said 2 earlier. I was like, huh?
I think I only applied 2, but that's fine. He's still dead. Yeah, but that's like 3 pen is like a heavy stubber is 3 pen. This guy only has an auto gun. He's got like an AK. All right, so he pelts him pretty good, but it doesn't really do a ton of damage. The bronze malefect that just got shot sees Hans and sees Franz and goes, "I'm gonna go fucking kill Franz." Franz is 50 meters away, so he's a full run away. As he runs by, he kicks Hans. Hans gets knocked back a ways, past you, Jay. Because of this, the other one is interested in attacking Hans because he just shot up this other guy, and charges at him, knocking into both you and Gerwulf. So can you guys both roll agility tests?
Getting real sick of them trying to stomp me.
To be fair, they're actually trying to stomp the other guy. So Butch, you
Mother-
can move 3 squares in whatever direction you like to get out of the way. Gerwulf, go ahead and roll 1d4. All right, so you're gonna move 4 squares. You're gonna move 4 squares directly away. It's about here. Roll 1d10.
The best part is he originally wanted to like hang out in the back of the room because he didn't want to be up front.
Mother.
All right, you take 9 wounds. Where does he hit you? Roll 1d100. He hits you in the body for 9.
9. So 4.
Mm-hmm. All right, so he doesn't manage to attack Hans this round, but he will next round. Angelos, you are passed out on the floor. Cato has drug you away. The rules for passed out. Let me find this.
Isn't it pass a toughness test? If I pass, remove 1 level of fatigue.
Yes, that's how we did it last time. So go ahead and roll a toughness test.
Nope.
You do not wake up. You do not lose any fatigue. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. It's your turn. Gerwulf, it's your turn. You just got knocked back by this guy. Your buddy is on the ground. Cato's trying to help him. Maybe hurt him. Who knows? We don't know if he's a heretic. He could be. There's a couple of bronze malefacts running around. What are you gonna do?
I'll take out the one nearest to the down dude.
All right. Near Franz.
Yes.
I think there might be a way to turn on. Yeah, I figured out how to do this. Can you see nameplates for him?
For Hans and Franz?
For Franz. The one on the
I've seen.
yeah,
You can see Hans and Franz.
Yeah, we've seen them for a
while.
while.
Turn them on actually. So let me do this. I want to show nameplate. See nameplate. There's 2 buttons you have to press, but I'm gonna turn it on for everybody.
Hey. I'm gonna take an aim and shoot at the one nearest.
All right.
So it's plus 30 total.
It's massive. So plus 10 and plus 20. You're actually also. You know what? I think you might be. How far away are you from him? 15 feet? Yeah, you're point blank, so it's plus 60. However,
well.
you shot him, no problem. That's an auto success. Go ahead and roll your damage. 15, pen 4. Wow. So that's minus 4. It's 11 damage total. Bolt guns, man.
It's a hard hit.
Not even once. All right, that's his turn. Jay, you are not. You have no weapon.
I gotta reload.
Yeah, so you got a half action. Full action. All right, so you reload up to 2 rounds. Cato. Oh, these guys need to unload as well. Cato, your turn. What do you want to do?
How damaged is this one in front of me?
Well, let's see. So you did read that book, so you can tell sort of how badly he's hurt, but you will need to call on your knowledge of tech to do that. So go ahead and roll a tech use test at plus 20. Oh, not tech use, common war tech.
Does that count as an action?
No. This is just you understanding something, so
And that's at plus what?
20. You know that he's hurt pretty bad, but you don't really know how badly he's hurt. It's hard to know exactly. Like you couldn't determine how many hit points he has.
Alright. I'm gonna do a semi-auto burst at him.
Alright.
So that's gonna be... Is that...
You're point blank, it's massive, and you get the plus 10 for semi-auto. So that is plus 60 total.
Okay. So I can't miss.
Yeah, maybe an auto success, but it's you still got to roll to see how many times you hit. 3 degrees of success, so that's 2 total hits. 5 damage, 7 damage. You actually don't manage to do any damage to him. He is. You do know one other thing. He is slightly more resistant to energy damage, about 1 point more resistant. So you don't manage to do any damage, but you do hit him a couple times, and he notices you. as well. So he's looking at both you and Franz and is trying to make up his mind as to who he's going to attack. Mark off one of your shots. Hans is engaged quite closely with this large bronze Malefict, and he, being the guardsman that he is, decides that the best answer to this problem is to take out his other gun, his stub automatic, and which I think that's the one with the pen, isn't it? Shoot, is it the one with the pen? If it's not the one with the pen, he's not going to take it out. Stub automatic does not have a pen. Yeah. It's also, this one is also wrong. I typed in the wrong thing here. So he keeps his auto gun out because he wants to shoot full auto. And he's point blank. He's got massive, and full auto is, it's going to get a net of plus 20, plus 20, plus 30, that's plus 70. This is going to be a pretty hard hit. He hits him 8 times. 9 times, actually, because it's degrees of success. So he hits him 9 times with his auto gun. I'm going to do it this way. 1d10 plus 3 minus 8. Roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's 1, 5, and 3 total damage. 1, 5, and 3 is 9 total damage.
Respectable.
Not bad at all. 1, 3, 5. I thought there was another one that you see in there. So he peppers him pretty close range and nails him pretty hard, but doesn't take him down. And he's a little worried about what's going to happen when this thing gets to make its move. Franz is, he sees the one in front of him. He sees the one in front of Hans. Doesn't know which one to shoot, so he's going to shoot the one closest to him. He also gets to make his plus 70 attack. Oops. Cancel. I used the wrong one there. 70 and hits him 8 times total. And I'm going to do the same thing here. Oops. Oh, crap. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Holy dog shit. 5, 10, 15, 20. 20 total hits. As he shoots this guy with his fully automatic burst, he blows chunks of it across the room, and it, like, bits of shrapnel are flying everywhere. Can everybody, actually everybody except for Hans, please roll an agility check?
I would think I'm not supposed to get one either. I should automatically fail it.
Everybody who fails needs to roll 1d10 and take that many wounds to the body.
Well, considering I'm passed out.
Angelos, although you get a plus 10 because you're on the ground.
But I'm passed out.
Does that include armor and toughness?
Yeah, it includes armor and toughness.
Where does that hit?
Body.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was
Angelos,
agility. I thought it was an agility.
Did you roll your agility check?
I wouldn't think I'm allowed to. I'm passed out. I'm passed out on the ground.
Angelos?
Oh, sorry, I had my mic muted. I would think I'm not allowed to try an agility test because I'm passed.
It's more like a luck thing. Like if you happen to not be in the way.
Nope.
Yeah, so you still hit, even with your plus 10. So go ahead and take 8 wounds to the chest.
Minus armor and toughness.
Well, actually, Cato, are you like trying to help Angelos, or
yes.
you? Okay. So what are you doing to try to help him right now?
I'm like shielding his body, sort of. Like I'm definitely in the line between him.
Okay, so go ahead and make another. How can we do this? Make a toughness test. Or actually, no, don't make the toughness test. You're relying on. Let's see, how is this working? Your plan, as I understand it, is to get in the way of the shrapnel that might hit Angelos. Is that correct?
Yes.
He has been berating you, calling you a heretic. Roll a fellowship test. Straight up. You can take the 8 damage as a separate attack against you.
Okay, I'll take it.
All right. So
minus all the relevant things.
Yep, minus all the relevant things. Angelos, you don't take any hits at all? So undo any wounds that you gave yourself. And then, Cato, you take a hit of whatever you took and the hit of 8. All right, so that guy dies in a pretty fiery blaze. He is...
Wasn't it this guy?
It's the guy closest to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got that confused.
And then the far guy, it's his turn to move. He's going to attack Franz with his big implements, and he gets plus 20 to making an all-out attack. How did these guys keep missing? Holy shit! All right, so he misses, fortunately for Hans, and that's the end of his turn. Angelos, make your toughness test.
La-di-da.
Go ahead and make it at a... you succeed, so knock off one of your fatigues.
Do I technically wake up?
You sort of come to a little bit, and you see the moment when Cato, you hear the explosion that helps arrest you from being passed out, and you see the moment where Cato dives in front of the shrapnel to try to prevent you from being hurt. And then you
play up. There's like a glorious blast of light. I'm like bathed in the light of the Emperor.
So you are welcome. So here's the thing. Angelos is in a daze. He can't tell fact from fiction. All he knows is that he saw you dive in a very glorious way. You can tell him whatever the fuck you want. And as long as, he believes you, he'll believe you. So you can embellish, you can tell it straight, you can do whatever you want after he comes to, if he comes to. So that's your turn. You are minus 1 of your fatigues. I believe you're still at your toughness bonus worth of fatigue, right?
Yep.
All right, so that's your turn. Gerwulf, you're up. There's one of these guys still moving. It's in front of Hans. What are you going to do?
Way too many. Alright. I'm going to...
I can't believe you gave you a pen for a weapon. That was dumb.
Hey, did you see how much the power sword that he was going for was?
Who was going for that?
Me.
Terrence.
Terrence. I didn't actually. I haven't looked recently.
Yeah, power sword's like 5.
Pen 5, really?
Something like that, yeah.
I don't have... Where's the... I have another... Oh, here it is. Power sword. Pen 6. Oh. You might
got messed up.
Well, we'll see about that. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, that thing's...
I have a lot of leeway to make weapons very different from what they are.
I think he's hit like twice total. So
I'm gonna get
it's true
for point blank.
It's about 20 feet or so. We'll do because these things are huge.
Oh. So okay, that should be good, right?
These things are literally the broadside of a barn.
Awesome. So I don't even need to aim. What was point blank and then
point blank is plus 30, plus 20 for their size,
plus 50.
Yeah. I don't even need to aim. He's gonna miss wildly. I hope.
Plus 50.
You nail it. Roll your damage. Oh, roll another attack. Plus 50.
Right.
This thing is probably going to be explodey in a moment. Yeah. Roll your damage. Yep. Minus 16. Yes, it's another minus 12. Okay, hold on 1 second because you get some crit and then you're going to get another crit here in a second.
Okay.
And the explosive ones are really fun, so those are the ones I like to read. Where did you hit the first time? 53 is the... 53 is the body. So you hit him in the body for -2. Target is blown back 1d10 meters, making 1 level of fatigue per meter traveled. Roll 1d10. So this thing is bounced off of the wall and ends up over here. So it does one of these. It goes boing and ends up over here.
Pinball
it takes
sounds type deal.
Say again?
Pinball sounds.
Yeah, ping, ping. Yeah. If he strikes a solid object, he takes an additional 1d5 levels of fatigue. I don't really need to track it, but I want to know. Yes, he's at 10 levels of fatigue right now. Then you do another 12 damage, which puts him at the top end. So this one is pierces the pieces of the target's body fly in all directions as he is torn into bloody gobbets by the attack. In addition, if he's carrying any ammunition, he's not, etc., etc. Anyone within 1d10 meters, grenade or missile. He does explode. Anyone within 1d10 meters is drenched in gore, oil, and must take an agility test. So everybody, 1d10 meters, right? Yeah, so that's like 1d30 feet. Everybody in 16 feet. Let's see how far that is. I think it's just Hans. No, it's nobody. So nobody gets drenched in gore. It's going to be same thing with explosives. So there's a big old kaboom right there. And I actually loaded the wrong thing. That's the burn effect. There's also an explosion.
Oh, I see the explosion.
Explode.
There we go.
It's actually really great because you can like hold it and make it do more things. There's a few of these.
Cool.
And you and a fireball as well. That's actually probably a better explosion. So he blows up in a fireball, creating a large amount of heat, but otherwise not affecting anybody. And everybody here is dead. They are all in warped and bloody, warped and oil-ridden gibbets. They're slightly on fire. There's nothing salvageable on them, but they are all dead. Angelos, a few minutes pass and you come to. You can take off one more level of fatigue. Cato, do you stay standing over him this whole time?
No, I go look at the burnt out things.
Okay, so you're poking through these. Once you move, yeah, there you go. So you're poking through the wreckages, looking for stuff, which you're not going to find, by the way. But you are looking. What are the rest of you doing?
I won't look.
Huh?
What are the rest of you doing? Before we get to Angelos.
Help Dingus up.
All right, so you go over to Angelos and help him up. Angelos, what are you doing?
I'm still coming to, and I kind of want to rest a bit, considering I have critical wounds.
Okay. Where do you want to, like, are you planning to, like, rest for an hour or two, or?
Rest enough to the point where I no longer have critical wounds, so I would venture guess about an hour or two.
You are critically wounded. You can't get better without medical attention.
Beautiful.
And you don't have any way out. Your only way out is flooded.
And the only other way I can do it actually is with healer.
How long do you have to wait for healer to be active again?
Well, technically, I can do it no matter how many ever times I want. But if I do it if I do a second round of it, or any number of rounds after the first one within 6 hours, I also must pass a toughness test. And if I fail it, then I take that much damage instead of healing.
Okay. So none of you have any like Medicae skill or Medicae kits or anything like that?
Nope.
Man.
How long has it been since we entered this place?
Right now it's probably been just about an hour and a half.
So if we wait 4.5 hours, I could cast healer with...
You're probably... You could wait 4.5 hours. I don't know that I'd recommend it. But you could do that.
We could try the fire door. Maybe it could still be warm.
I mean, this hall, you've as far as you can tell, you've cleared it out. You don't hear any more noises.
We've cleared up the hall. Might as well try and go through and see if we can find a way out.
I like that strat.
So, Angelos, what do you remember about being passed out during that fight?
I remember the one that kind of pushed me back, him coming charging in and getting pushed back by him. I remember passing out slightly. And then I remember seeing a figure. I'm not sure what figure it might have been, but someone diving in front of me as I
Okay.
was coming to.
All right, so you guys are gonna explore the rest of this hall.
Yes.
All right. So you guys head down this hallway,
Reload.
reloading and so on as you go.
Just, thank the Emperor for Hans and Franz.
Yeah.
There's superior firepower.
So you guys are hobbling down this hallway. I have a little trick that I prepared. I just have to remember how to do this exactly so you guys don't see. I set up
hurt
some
are you,
tables.
Like, badly or just moderately?
How did I do this before?
Yeah, Jay, did you take any damage?
I took a lot, actually. I'm down to 4 wounds.
Okay. So we've got -4. I'm at 7. Our guardsmen are
6.
fine.
So I'm the healthiest right now.
I've got 7.
Well, I can technically cast healer on all of you. The main point of contention is if the target's been the target of my healing skill, then they must pass that toughness test. So I can cast healer on pretty much everyone. So long as they're willing.
We should probably keep it in our back pocket. I mean, maybe if we encounter something, we could, but
Well, am I the only one with critical wounds?
yes.
Okay.
So while you guys discuss this, you are walking along carefully, of course, and you notice you come to the end of the hall.
We are a careful bunch.
And you notice that there are 2 exits that lead into other rooms. They are both blocked by doors that are at the edges of these screen. So the edge is the portals in the next room, essentially. And you look at both of these doors, and one is the one on the right of the screen is very ornately carved with it's actually like sort of an arched door that splits down the middle, double doors. And it's very ornately carved. It has images of like vines and people sort of standing regally, holding their arms out with a sword and so on. And it's very ornately carved. The other one is just a plain door, also in that same arch style. That's a double door. But it just seems to be much smaller, and well, like not much smaller, but much plainer and simpler. What would you like to do?
Listen at the door.
Which door?
The left one.
All right, go ahead and move yourself over there.
Wait, that's the plain one, right?
The plain one is on the left. Yes.
Okay, cool.
So
It's here.
it's yeah. So
Okay.
you listen at the door. Go ahead. It sounds like you're trying to be aware of what might be on the other side of that door. So go ahead and make an awareness check. All right, you succeeded. You can ask me 3 questions.
Does it sound like there's anything in there?
You don't hear anything moving or making a lot of noise.
Does it look like the door has been used anytime recently?
You look at the ground and you see that there's some dirt and dust that hasn't been disturbed until you got there. So it looks like this door probably has been there for a while and not been opened.
Anything else significant about the door, like out of place?
It looks like a normal door. It doesn't
Okay.
look like it's been altered or tampered with in any way you would be aware of.
Cool.
All right.
I'll tell them. Seems okay.
All right. Cato, what do you want to do? Hans and
think-
Franz have taken up defensive position. Oops, I didn't mean to draw that. Defensive positions on either side of the hall. They're holding their guns up and keeping overwatch on that hall.
I think the dirt is significant. It might lead outside. I think we should pursue this door, save this other door for the future. I am interested in that door, but I don't think our party can handle yet more surprises today. So
Agreed.
I propose we head down this hallway. The left one.
Yep, I'm with that too.
Okay.
All right, hang on 1 second. Make some notes. All right, so you guys head out the plain door.
Yep.
Is that right? Okay. I need to make one more note here. All right, so you guys head out that door and you enter a long, winding tunnel that leads upwards. And as you go, you start to smell fresh air and the smell of the surface. When you reach the top, you find yourself in the middle of a thicket of underbrush and trees. You're not entirely sure where you are. Hans and Franz follow you, and they say, "I think we're to the west of the entrance, judging by where the sun is." What do you guys want to do? You're not actually on this map anymore. I'm just not going to draw it because.
Are we able to get Eric on combeads or some form of communication?
You can try. So you're out in the middle of the forest now. That's where you guys are.
I think we should call him up, see if we can bring the lumberjack to our place.
All right, so
How
go
are we gonna
ahead.
tell him how to get to us, though? We don't know where we're at in relative location to the lumberjack.
That is a very good point. I had not considered that. Well, he says we're by the east, maybe.
Hans looks at you and goes, "I said we're west of the
West.
entrance."
Right.
Tech
Yeah.
priest.
W's, E's, they get confused.
Are there any buildings around that we can see?
No, it's a pretty dense thicket of forest. You
If you
hear? I
light
mean,
something on fire, they'll be able to see us.
that is true. You could light things on fire.
We
Well,
could
we could take out
also
our glow
attract
lamps.
giant panthers or cybats or God knows what else.
I have a whole folder full of indigenous wildlife that will come after you. So,
Maybe
just
we
letting
should
you know.
Orienteer
Oh,
on
yeah,
the
I know.
back.
We should be able to relatively find close to where the building was based on the rooms that we were in. Work our way back.
How confident, Hans, are you in our placement to the west?
He looks at his wrist, and he has a chrono on his wrist that is set to local planet time. And he says, "You see here, it's 4 hours past the meridian on this planet, and clearly, the sun rises in the west, sets in the east on this planet. So, he shows you sort of how he's figured it out. And he's essentially orienteered his way to." He looks at you and he's like, "This is how I figured it out," and he tells you, I think we're to the west of the entrance based on all that. I know that we were
So we
heading
follow
generally
Hans.
east. And he looks at you and goes, I was in Emperor Scouts, and that's where I learned all this."
So, what I'm thinking is we definitely want to go back to that other room. And so I don't want to trek all the way over there just to have to come all the way back. Although I guess we could take the lumberjack once we get there. I think they're probably about similar actions. I'll go with whatever.
I say we let Hans take the lead, and hopefully we get back to the entrance so we can get back to the lumberjack.
All right, so
Okie dokie.
is that what you guys want to do?
I'm in agreement with Jayce.
Sure. Angelos, Gerwulf.
Yep. That's,
All right, so Hans says, "Yes, sir," and he looks at Franz. He goes, "You take the rear guard. I'll take point." And he goes, "All right," and so you guys all line up and start marching through the woods, very cautiously, trying to avoid attracting any wildlife or anything. You guys are all walking single file. What's your marching order?
To hide our numbers.
Yes, exactly. Angelos, you are kind of limping along, so you're going to be at the end, just in front of Franz.
Okay.
Gerwulf, where are you walking? Are you in front or behind Cato? Or in front of Jay, or where?
Which one's the front?
Hans is at the front.
Right.
Okay.
Right now, you're
I'll stay
towards the
between
back.
these two.
Okay.
Nice and close.
You're not actually necessarily that far apart. I just want to keep track. So you guys are marching through the woods. At one point, Hans comes upon like a natural clearing. There's much more underbrush and no trees have been able to grow there. And he says, he holds up a fist and he says, stop. And you all stop in place and he goes, Franz, I'm going to climb that tree and see if I can get my bearings. You guys set up overwatch here and just in case anything comes out of the woods. And he goes over to a nearby tree that's reasonably tall and he grabs onto it and he actually grabs a pair of K-bar knives, jams them into the tree and starts using them as like ice picks to climb this tree. And he's just sort of like hauling himself up. He's not even using his feet. He's just hauling his way up the tree. He gets to the top and he sees the top of the Grand Praetia Hotel, which confirms his suspicion and gives him a better bearing on where to go. But as he's coming down, he gets about halfway down the tree and one of the knives gives and he's hanging on by one arm and he shouts over and he's like, give me some help. I need some help. What do you guys want to do?
I'm gonna climb up and try to help.
All right, so you and Gerwulf. So he's up here. You and Gerwulf, Jay? Is that what I heard?
Yep.
All right, so you guys are going to go over there and try to help him. How are you going to try to help him?
How high up is he?
I'd say he's about 50 feet up.
How strong am I in terms of my wounds to be able to help?
You have 2 levels of fatigue of 3 toughness bonus. You're essentially operating flat at 2/3, and then you have critical damage. You're basically limping along. You're lucky to be alive.
Okay.
If you had blood loss, you'd be dead by now.
I thought I took the climb skill. I did not. This is gonna end up awesome.
Yeah,
50 feet's kind of high because if we fall, we're gonna be fucked.
Falling damage is a thing. There's rules for it and everything.
If he lets go, can we catch him?
He is a large man carrying a full pack of gear. I'd say he's probably,
we'd regret it.
75 kilos falling on you. Plus a couple 100 pounds. So I don't think it's a plan that you would enjoy the result of.
Where's the knife you lost the grip on? Is it still in the tree?
It has fallen somewhere in the woods. You could go looking for it. You probably wouldn't find it.
Would we be able to throw it up to him if we did?
You could throw a knife up to him.
I'll do that.
I have an extra. I'll never use it because I've got a sword and a chainsword.
All right. That's an
So now
option.
you'd be broken up.
Could I put?
I have an extra knife too, FYI.
Could I potentially wall walk up a knife to him?
Wall walk. What is the rules on wall walk?
Let's see here. Wall walk.
The wall rock.
Able to walk on walls or ceilings for a half action. Pass an agility test when moving from surface to surface, e.g. wall to ceiling, wall to wall. Skip agility test if taken as a full action.
All right. So let's see. I don't think you have the fortitude to do this. However, if you double the threshold, I'll let you cast it on somebody else.
At the same threshold. Oh, just if I double
Twice
the
the
threshold.
threshold. So it's twice the threshold to cast it on somebody else.
That's going to be pretty hard because I have only a willpower bonus of 2 right now because of my fatigue. So, ugh.
Does willpower take from or fatigue take from your willpower?
Is it a minus 20 on all things?
Minus 20 on all tests, not willpower. So if you had to do a willpower test, that would be a problem.
Does anyone want to volunteer at being the potential target of this?
Not me.
I'm pretty fucking weak, so
Franz looks at you and goes, I don't fuck around with the warp. And he walks over cautiously, sort of keeping his overwatch up, and motions to you to get a little closer to Cato so that if something comes out, you guys will be prepared. And you do. Well, Cato gets closer to you or you get closer to him, however that works out. So he walks over and he goes, Hans, this is like that time on Belarusia 4, right? And Hans sort of looks down at him and goes, and he laughs. He goes, yeah, I know. Except on that, I had 4 knives and they weren't in my hands. And they kind of chuckled to themselves. And he looks down and he's like, if you can make a decision sometime this month, I'd appreciate it.
I'm gonna try to chuck a knife up at him.
All right. So you take your knife out, make a ballistic skill check. You throw a knife at him, and the back of it, you kind of throw it, and the back of it hits him in the leg, and he goes, "Ow! What the hell are you doing?" And it tumbles to the ground. It doesn't hurt him at all, but
I'll try it.
you also don't have that knife anymore. It's lost in the woods somewhere. All right,
I don't care
Gerwulf,
if I
you're up.
lose Can't aim for this, huh?
Nope.
Okay. Let's see what we got.
And you throw it up there, and you land it right next to the other knife. It actually grazes, like shaves the hair off his knuckles. And you go, and he goes, see, this is why you let the Krieger throw the knife. And he rips it out, and he grabs it and starts climbing back down. And he gets to the ground, and he hands you your knife, Gerwulf. He says, thank you. And then he proceeds to walk back to the front. And Franz walks back to the other side, and he goes, that's one we're going to have to remember for the bars. And you retain your walking order. Or regain your walking order. So you continue walking for a while. There's a bug flying around my office. You continue. Let me try that one again. You continue walking for a while, and eventually you see the big building that is the Grand Prairie Hotel, and in the distance you see the lumberjack. The lumberjack is actually, it looks a little odd. Something's wrong about it, but you can't quite resolve it. You're still about maybe a kilometer away. And so as you get closer, you notice that there's something crawling around the lumberjack. And it has been shut up very tightly. Whatever's on the lumberjack hasn't identified you yet, but it is crawling around and poking it and obviously moving around the outside of it. What do you guys want to do?
Try and get Eric up on the comm bead to see what the hell is going on with the lumberjack.
All right, so you tap your comm bead and call for Eric, and Eric answers and goes, Jayce, is that you?
Yeah, man, what the fuck's going on with the lumberjack?
I don't know, there's some fucking shit that's coming out the fucking side, and he's like, you can hear a pistol like blasting every now and again. And he goes, I can't get a bead on them. They're everywhere. I don't know what they are. Get over here and help me.
Can we tell him to get in the storm bolter and try to fire it? Would he have
Yeah, you can tell him to do that.
Get the hell in the storm bolter and try to pull a shot off too.
I tried that. They jammed it with something. I can't turn it. It's jammed on the outside by something.
Oh, fucking great.
Ask him how many there are.
I don't fucking know how many there are. They're on the outside of this goddamn thing.
Doesn't matter if you drive it.
Where do you want me to drive it to?
Anywhere where you're not surrounded.
So he goes, all right, Claudius, shut up all the halls. Get it situated. Batten everything down. And he's like yelling at Claudius to do a bunch of things. And you can hear him like running over the Vox. He's like, where are you? I'm coming to you.
Which heading are we from now?
You are to the west of him by about probably half a kilometer now.
Okay, which is like the side, would it be? No.
You can just tell him to go to the
where
west.
We are.
Yeah.
Okay. West.
It's like, all right, I'm coming to you. Get ready to pepper the outside of this thing with whatever guns you got.
Always.
And so you hear the lumberjack. It's very loud. You hear it start up from the 500 or 600 meters away, and it starts cruising at you. He is thankfully turned off the plasma cutters on the front of this thing because it's a pretty open area. And so you won't be mowed down like the trees when it gets too close.
Terrible.
And he's driving, and there's a bunch of these small little green, they almost look like, not squirrel, they're like six-legged giant squirrels with massive fangs. They don't look like anything normal. They seem awful. They seem really quite bad. And he's driving at probably 20 kilometers an hour or so. Not super fast, but fast enough to, give these things some trouble when they're trying to stand on the outside of this sucker, at the outside of the lumberjack. And he gets into about a 100-meter range and says, "Start shooting now!" And Hans and Franz start shooting and picking off a few of these things. Can you all make a ballistics test? At like plus 30.
Okay. Oh, what does what's that? 2-round or semi? No, semi, and then there's 2-round. What's that mean? I have not.
You mean semi and fully auto burst?
No, we wrote down 2.
All right. Hang on 1 second. So you rolled a 3, 2, 5. And let's do 2 weapon skill checks for the troopers.
Did you say they're at 100 meters?
They're at roughly 100 meters.
Are they within 90? Because that's my range.
The range doesn't matter. You're just sort of shooting in the general direction of something.
Oops.
You don't need to roll damage.
I know, I
these
hit the
things are, these things are pretty. Oops, that's still no hits. That should be at a 30. So no hits from them either. So you guys hit 2, 5, 7, 10. So you start peppering the lumberjack with your las and bolt and all these different rounds, and it's bouncing off of the armor. But occasionally you hit one of these guys. As it gets closer, you can count. There's probably about 20 or 30 of them on the vehicle, and you manage to kill about 10 of them.
Oh, the rate of fire was 2.
Yeah. So rate of fire. So there's the way rate of fire works. There's three modes that may be available. There's the leftmost of those is always S if it's available, and that's single shot. So you get to shoot once. And then the second number is how many semi-auto hits can go off before you reach your maximum. So, for instance, if you got a 9 or 8 degrees of success, but you only had a semi-auto of 3, you'd only get 3 extra shots.
Makes sense.
Actually, I think it's 3 total shots, but whatever. And then the same thing for full auto, but the full auto rules are slightly different. So you managed to kill about 10 of these things, but they're still covering the outside of the lumberjack. Hearing the rounds causes Eric to pull the thing to a stop, and once again begin shooting out with his las pistol, trying to kill these things as they move over the various murder holes on the thing. So as this happens, as he brings it to a stop, the little green assholes see you guys and start charging towards you. You all get to make one more ballistic skill check, and then they're going to start attacking you. And the way you kill them, they only have 1 wound. So if you make a successful check, you will kill them. And for each degree of success, you'll kill another one. So go ahead and make another round of ballistic skill checks.
Any additional?
Plus 30?
Nope, these guys are small now, and they're running at you, so they're just normal ballistic skill checks.
Okay.
No pluses, you said?
No pluses. Okay, so we got 2, 3, 4, 5. So another 5 go down, and now they're coming after you, and they sort of swarm around you. The remaining 15? Yeah, 15. And they deal 15, 17. They deal 8 damage evenly amongst all 6 of you. So the way this is going to work is left to right. That's how you deal out the damage. So it's going to be Franz gets 1. Or Franz is going to end up with 2. Angelos is going to end up with 2. Gerwulf will end up with 2. I actually already did yours, Angelos, because I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do Hans. And then the rest of you get 1. And the next one will go right to left. So that way it's roughly even.
Wouldn't we all just
Or
ignore?
armor and toughness?
No, this goes through your armor and toughness. They're biting you,
Ooh.
and they're putting like their little poison and stuff in you.
Numerous.
So you're gonna take these flat wounds.
And do I take any more critical effect
You
type
are
damage?
poisoned, and you do take some critical effect, but it's not like any specific type of damage. If you at any point hit 10 critical wounds, you're dead, and would either have to die or burn another fate point.
Okay. And does the poison also do additional damage to me?
No, it's just the type of damage that you're getting. That's how this is gonna work.
Okay.
Because I don't want to try to figure out what kind of damage they do. All right, so you can make another round. Now that they're on top of you, you can use your melee weapons as well. When you use your melee weapon, you'll get a +10 because they're a lot easier to stab than they are to shoot.
Alright. Switch out to my chain. I almost said chain pistol.
Chain pistol, that would be very interesting indeed.
Yeah, awesome.
And I'll switch out to my sword and continue taking tests at -10. Dumb fatigue.
So we should all roll a relevant.
I hit something.
Yes, you should all roll another ballistics test. I think.
Ballistic
Yeah, 4. I'm sorry, or weapon skill. Relevant, yeah. Relevant tests. That's the right word.
Okay.
You make 2 of these. They don't have any melee weapons. They're just going to do a couple of hits. 2, 3. Wow. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 13 more die. There are 2 of these suckers left, and they are terrified by the fact that you just blew through the remaining of them. However, they are not terrified enough to run away, and they do another pair of 2d2 minus 2. Oops. Helps when you roll. So they do another 1 damage to Private Hans. And then you guys roll another round. Holy crap.
Everybody missed.
Critical
use a fate
fail.
Damn.
Wow. That was fucking amazing.
Actually, yeah, Franz's gun jams, and he has to clear it. So he's got a jam. He won't be able to hit it next round. So these guys bite at you again, but now the poison's starting to set in. 2d4 minus 4. And they do another 2 wounds, this time to 1 to Jay and 1 to Cato. No armor, no toughness. They like bite your ears and neck and rip at your skin. Make another round of relevant tests, gang. 1 down. Oh, man. Cato.
I'm carrying this team. I didn't want to say it, but
You wise
All right.
to say.
You and actually no. Oh,
Well, yeah.
Hans comes second and he's jammed, so you only kill. There's still 1 up.
God damn it.
He does 2 damage, 1 to Gerwulf, 1 to Angelos. And then roll another set of tests. Let's see if you can kill this thing.
I swear to God, if I die to this fucking squirrel.
It's dead. Cato, you pick this thing up. It's about to bite. 1d6. It's about to bite you, and you grab it by the back of the neck and just break its neck and throw it to the ground. And you guys walk over to the lumberjack.
Let's
and
get the fuck out of here.
victorious.
You walk over to
We'll
lumberjack
celebrate later.
victorious, and you enter victorious. And Eric, upon seeing you, Angelos, goes, "The fuck happened to you?"
You know, giant walker things, evil green
Well,
squirrels.
Claudia's like, they both seem to be pretty beat up. Gerwulf, where'd you go? Are you not on this map?
He's
turret. Oh, you're on the turret.
Of course.
So Gerwulf, you obviously go right up to the turret to try to figure out why it can't turn, and you don't have tech use, do you?
No.
Well, so you look at it, and it looks like there's just some like gore and gristle, and you manhandle it till it comes free and can spin again. So you have fixed it. Yeah, that's how Krieger's.
Right. See.
So Claudius looks at you, Cato, and Angelos and Jay, and he goes, "You guys seem pretty hurt. You should probably try not to be so hurt. Hans and Franz don't look hurt. They look fine."
Well, these are things that
You're
happen.
gonna get
And Eric looks at all you and goes, "All right. Come over to my station, and I'll pet you."
Thank you, Eric.
And so immediately his mechadendrites start, managing and treating all your wounds. He looks at you, Angelos, to be like, "You need to get some better armor or some shit. I don't fucking know, but you fucking got pretty fucked up there, dude."
I don't think massive streams of water crashing against a wall where I'm happen to be in between it can save me for armor.
Well, shit, man, I don't know. Maybe we should find out here between walls and mass spent on you stupid fuck. One time I would mention, I tapped you on the shoulder with one of his mechadendrites.
I have no idea.
Calibrate that, Eric.
But I would, damn it, you're such a nerd. You're like Claudius, but you got implants. It's fucking hilarious. And he works over days like you got it right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Guys are fucking slow as shit. Anyway.
So he continues to apply the apparent, all the various things, and Hans and Franz walk around a little bit. They go, "This is a really nice lumberjack. I never really looked at this before." And Hans walks over to you, Gerwulf, and he goes, "Ah, Stormbolter." He goes, "Twin linked, am I right?" And Franz goes, "Say again?"
Of course.
Ah, yeah, Stormbolter twin linked. That's got to be pretty good. Did you get training on that, or are you just sitting in it and spinning? Yeah. Well, I think Franz, you have some training in heavy weapons, right? And Franz goes, "Oh yeah, back on, and he says wherever he was. I don't remember where I situated this guy. Back on, in my old unit, we all had to get some heavy weapons training. We were in support of a Adeptus Mechanicus unit. I could probably show you a few tricks with this thing."
Good idea.
And he goes, "All right." So he starts to sort of show you around some of the various parts of the storm. Yeah, features of the Stormbolt. Thank you. Features of Stormbolter tries to show you how it works and how best to use it.
So
So on.
which end do I point at what I want dead?
And he goes, "Clearly it's the end, away from you. Clearly that's where you want to point it. It's a real simple thing." And he sort of shows you, and he takes you kind of seriously, even though you were obviously being sarcastic. And Hans just sort of smirks and goes, "Yeah, he never gets it, fucking fairy." And so, you guys, how long are you planning to stay here?
Can we stay
All heals.
fully, please?
Well,
Last time we stayed here,
I never fully healed.
vehicle stayed here. Well, right now I'm more worried about the squirrel things.
We can drive away a little bit while I frickin' try and heal 19 fucking wounds.
Take
Wait,
your
do we
nap.
have to fix the critical wounds?
That includes the critical wounds. I have a total of 19 wounds I have to recover from.
Yeah,
No,
but I
He
thought
can
someone
sit in
had
the
to-
bed. I say we fucking start hauling ass back to camp.
I think we need medical attention instead of rest time.
all right. So Hans and Franz hear that you want to head back to camp for, and they say, "That's fine, but we're gonna have to get our truck in here. before we go.
That's fine.
All right, so
Take your truck in here. What does that mean?
so you'll see in a moment. So Hans walks out the back of this
We'll get turret.
and Gerwulf is on the turret. You guys are all receiving medical attention. Eric prescribes bed rest for you, Angelos, and says, "Get the fuck in there right now." And so you probably should comply.
Done.
All right. So for the other two, he's like, "You guys can stay up and around. You're pretty banged up, but excuse me."
You're pretty banged up, but you can stay up and around if you want. But Angelos has to stay in the bed. What an idiot, right? Fucking all wanted the orange to get the fuck away. Fucking Psyker's man. And
He is a fucking idiot, but I gotta tell you, dude. I know you were fucking ripping on Cato really, really hard earlier, but he came through earlier, disarming traps like a fucking champ.
Of course he
rip
did.
on
He's a goddamn tech priest. Tech priests
Shouldn't-
always come through in a pinch.
Shouldn't fucking rip on him so hard.
I
I didn't mean to offend you or anything. Yeah, we always rip on it. Tech priests. We're a special kind.
Special, alright.
I hold out my fist so Eric and I can bro fist.
And he takes his mechadendrite and bro fists with his mechadendrite, which you
Which you need one
recognize, which you recognize as a high honor of the tech priests of Mars. Hans drives this small sort of, compared to the lumberjack, this small truck, which I'm adjusting the size of here as I figured out. Yeah, this smallish truck it's a 2-seater. It's not armed with anything. It's just sort of designed so that he can, lean out and shoot if he has to. It does have the same sort of plasma cutters as the lumberjack, but he parks it inside and walks around to each wheel and locks it into the floor using some chains from the back of it. And he walks over. He's like, "All right, we're good to go whenever you guys are."
Let's get the fuck out of Dodge.
All right, so you guys are heading back to Camphor?
Yes.
All right, so you guys drive on out. I'm going to need to make character sheets for Hans and Franz.
Do I heal any critical wounds on the way back?
Nice truck.
Let's see where you guys are. Did I mark down where you guys are?
I didn't know it was that big that we could fit a truck in here.
It's quite a large vehicle. I don't remember where I put you guys. So you guys had gone to Charn's outpost, then you headed... Okay, I know where you are. So you guys... I need to pull you over to the map. So you're on the overworld now. You guys presently are right about here, where the lumberjack is. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So to head to Camphor, this map is to scale. It's in kilometers, you'll notice. You are about 60 kilometers away. You can make that before the evening. You can, because it's right now. It's 4 hours past the meridian. It's a 36-hour day, which means you have 18 hours, which is, at the rate you're going, will get you there pretty easily. You'll get there in the evening.
Let's do it.
Let me go ahead. I'm going to mark on your map that this is the hotel. That was an awful straight line. There we go. Boink. Boink. And so you guys start driving. I'm going to put some text in there real quick. Actually, let me do this. Let's take that. Move it to the map layer. And we're going to go to map background and text here. Grand Praetia Hotel. And we splunk. All right, so you guys are heading back to Camphor. Go ahead and go to objects. And you manage to get there by nightfall. Angelos, you can remove your fatigue. Anybody else with fatigue can move their fatigue. You end up in Camphor. Where'd I fucking put that? There it is. And this is going to take a minute to load. And you arrive at the Adeptus Mechanicus HQ. Everybody else stays in the car, but you guys are out and about. you can go pick up your materials and so on. Angelos, you head over to the barracks, which they have a Medicaid facility there as well. And so
I'm
you
gonna
can head
go
over
there and heal up. Cause I'm pretty
All right.
fucked up too.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tag
so-
along for the heal pity party.
All right, so you guys all head over there. Eric stays in the Adeptus Mechanicus HQ and starts spraying down the lumberjack and getting all the guts from the various squirrel things that he killed off of it. So you can all head out to the barracks, which is over here where I'm pinging. I don't know if you can see that. It's also where you know how I'm gonna ping? I'm gonna ping like this. So you guys can all head over there, and that's where you can heal up. You sleep out the night. You all gain toughness back in wounds, except I think there's special rules for you, Angelos.
Yay.
Let's see. Special damage and healing. Let's see. Lightly wounded if you have taken damage equal to or less than your toughness bonus. So if you take 6 damage, you are lightly wounded. Or if your toughness bonus is 3, you're lightly wounded at up to 6 damage. Medical attention or drugs, you remove 1 damage per day. We've been doing it a little bit quicker than that. If you spend this time, you remove equal to your toughness bonus. So, critically wounded. If you are critically wounded whenever you have taken critical damage, you do not recover without medical attention. You now have it. You remove 1 point of critical damage for each week of rest. Once all critical damage has been removed, you become heavily wounded instead. When you're heavily wounded, you have taken more than twice your toughness bonus. Without medical attention, you remove 1 damage per week through natural healing. With medical attention, it's your toughness bonus per week. To get up to lightly wounded, and then you remove toughness bonus per day. So you have quite a long time to recover. You took quite a hit. What I'm gonna do?
Could I potentially use healer to speed that critical healing process up?
Sure. You still let me think about this.
So I would be able to use it every 6 hours without the
All right.
toughness test.
So how long do you guys want to stay in Camphor?
I assume till we're all full health.
All right, so that means you're committing to a toughness bonus of 3. You have critical wounds of 5, right, Angelos?
6.
6. So you have at least 2 weeks to get to no critical wounds. And then to get to your point where you're lightly wounded, it's going to be another 2 weeks, I believe.
Yep.
It's a month.
Which I can speed up. Yeah, I
You
can
speed it up.
Which I'm probably going to try.
So natural healing, it's a month to get to the point where you're lightly wounded, and then it's another 2 days or so to heal. So you got about 32 days of convalescence to go through. I'm going to say the following. Using healer every 6 hours is taxing. It's going to induce... you're convalescent. You were hit by a wall of water that basically crushed every bone in your body. It's a miracle you're alive. You can use healer, but you're going to have to do it at a higher threshold while you're critically damaged. What is the threshold of healer?
7.
I'm going to say you have to do it at a 14.
I'm willing to risk that.
All right. So you rest for the 6 hours initially.
Which was actually that was the drive from the hotel to here.
So you have rest of that 6 hours. You arrive in this barracks and you're going to try to cast healer. What I'm also going to say is you can only try to heal the critical wounds once a week with healer. Because otherwise it doesn't really it makes critical wounds like nothing for you, which is kind of douchey. So
well, I am a psyker.
Yeah, but even psychers, when all of their bones are crushed by a wall of water.
Thank you, Cato.
Pretty sure that was mostly your fault for standing in the door. Anyway, so you can make your test. I would recommend that the rest of you maybe leave the room.
Yeah. That's a good idea. I'm gonna go over here.
Ooh,
How
hang
many
out with
actual
these
tests
handy
do we have to
guards.
make?
I don't want to be trapped in there.
And casting.
I swear to God, if he fucking rips
Double
the droid
nines,
and
double
wipes
nines.
the whole camp.
Nope.
All
And
right,
I succeed.
You succeeded. So go ahead and roll your, 1d5.
Yep. So,
You heal up 2 wounds. So the rest of you, I believe, who here has, what kind of wounds do people have? I need to change your tokens, so I'm going to delete all your tokens for a second here. And I'll put you back where you were. Your tokens don't have their wounds on them. It makes me hard. It makes it it makes it hard for me to tell. Shut up.
Get a little excited there, buddy?
Shut up. Cato was here. It's late. Fuck you.
it's only 12:38. Come
Who
on.
here has been heavily wounded? That's wounded more than twice their toughness bonus. Is that everybody?
I guess that would be true, yeah.
All right, so a week passes. Angelos, you heal 2 of your wounds for your healing, and then another toughness bonus worth for the week. The rest of you all heal 1 critical wound, is it, per week? Or toughness bonus critical wounds? You heal toughness bonus per week. So you all get your toughness bonus back in wounds. Angelos, you are still critically wounded.
I'm
you can try
going.
to cast healer again.
I am so going to do that.
Double nines, double nines, double nines.
Nope.
Aw.
And I
All right,
succeed.
you pass.
I get
You heal
1.
1 wound.
So,
So you are now heavily damaged.
yay. Better than
The
nothing.
rest of you. So did you all gain your wounds from your toughness bonus and wounds back? The rest of you.
Yeah.
Okay. So are any of you now lightly wounded, or are you all still heavily wounded?
I'm only missing my toughness bonus now.
I think you probably are all lightly wounded, which means you guys are all going to be
think I
full
am, too.
health by the end of this week. So go ahead and just set yourself to full wounds. Angelos, has now been another week. You can heal up your toughness bonus. And you are welcome to cast healer as well.
Let's do it. Now, is that's still at the higher threshold because I'm heavily wounded?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So you fail. Wait another week. So it's been now, 3 weeks? This is your 4th week. Let me think about this for a second. You guys have some items on back order, right?
Yeah, I had a power sword that was.
It's definitely been enough time. Can you go ahead and the rules that I wrote for you for those things? I think it's like roll 1d100 and then stuff happens. Oh. So roll 1d100, get 50 plus to get it. If failed, go on 3rd session, lose 2. So make sure you mark off your 2 personal influence, Angelos. The weapon that you receive is a power sword. However, it is not the best quality power sword. It was what they could get. It has 1d10 plus 5 energy damage when it's on. When it's off, it's just 1d10 plus 2. It's just a normal sword. It does not have the same penetration value as a normal power sword. This one, the power field on it is a little bit finicky. The charge crystal on it is kind of not great. It only has a penetration of 2. So that's the power sword that you receive. It is balanced and has a power field. All right, and then that covers that thing, so you can take that out of your other notes.
And it does.
Did you take off the personal influence?
I did.
I see it's still at 25. It was 25 a minute ago.
I don't know why it hasn't updated. I put it at
It's
23.
updated now. Okay. All right. So, and then I think Jay, you had something to offer too, right?
The red dot site.
Right. So I think those were the same. I think you just get that. It's a pretty common thing. So you have your red dot site. I'll just give it to you. And I think you lose 1 personal influence for that.
Which I already took.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and then red dot. What does that even do? I don't
It
have
puts
that.
+10 on my ballistic skill checks.
Nice, nice. That's definitely good for Sally. All
Yeah.
right, so I guess you guys can go without Angelos. You can leave him here to convalesce, and I'll let him control like Hans or Franz or something. If you guys want to go back without him.
How long would we have to wait?
Another week for him to get to the lightly wounded phase, I believe.
Yes.
How many wounds do you have total? 12?
I have 13. I'm at 3 right now, so that'd be, unless we're rounding down slightly, it'd be a week of just regular.
To get to 6, and then you would have to heal for 1 more on your heal check. So you'd have to cast it and at least heal 1 wound to be lightly wounded, and at that point, you'd be able to heal at the faster rate.
I figure we just get him up to full, and then we'll call it a stopping point because it's getting kind of late.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. All right, so go ahead. It's been another week. It's now been 5 weeks. Or, no, this is your 4th week. So take your toughness bonus. You can do your heal check if you want.
Obviously.
Double dice.
Nope.
Damn it!
Oh, it's at 18.
I did too. I was like, oh my god.
And
All right,
2
so
more.
2, and then a few more days pass, and you heal up to full, because you're healing your toughness bonus per day now. So it's been a month since you've been to the Grand Praetia Hotel.
We should go back to the Grand Praetia Hotel.
You are all at full health. Let's call it a session, as you suggest.
Can we get Angelos some water wings before we go back? Or a life jacket?
You could put those shit on order. Yeah, absolutely.
Snorkel.
Hans and Franz, in the meantime, have taught you, Gerwulf, very thoroughly how to use the Storm Bolter. You now have heavy weapon training. So you have heavy weapon training. Bolt is the weapon training you should add. Let's see, what else? What other things might have happened in the meantime?
We got a bunch of papers we were supposed to give to the doc for him to study.
Yeah. So do you want to do that now, or do you want to do that next time?
Retroactively do it.
You guys,
Yeah,
this
as
is
I
all
say,
the
'cause
stuff
we were
that's
here a
happened over the
month.
last month. Yeah. So this is the stuff that happened over the last month. The Claudius looks through the papers, and a lot of the stuff that you brought back was just nonsense. It was gibberish. It was not really relevant to anything in particular. A lot of it was just like clerical stuff. He did find a few interesting items relating to Angabar Gamma and his activities on Bertellus. He believes he's confirmed that he was here. He found another journal similar to the one that you found originally, but written by a different person. And it details more about this Ordo Pila Ignium and Angabar Gamma's work. It says that Angabar Gamma managed to escape death by virtue of a chaos entity assisting him through the warp. So when his ship exploded, he had been carted off, teleported onto another chaos ship, and taken through the warp to this system, and landed here. And at the time, there were some people that lived here, and the planet wasn't called Bertellus; it was called Praetia. Over time, this is potentially thousands of years ago. The journals are old, but they're pretty well preserved. But it looks like this may have been 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. That was the last time anybody heard of Angabar Gamma. It says in these journals that he formed this order, the Order Pila Ignium, and in particular, it was formed to do more research on the thing that made Angabar a heretic in the first place, which was terraforming. That's all he can really glean out of it. He's unable to sort of figure out anything like where he might be or how he got rescued, who rescued him, that sort of thing. But he is able to determine that he was rescued. He didn't die. Claudius and Eric both suggest that you take this information to Charn and see what he has to think about it, since Eric very, very much trusts Charn and Charn's judgment on these sorts of things because he was his commanding officer. Do you guys want to do that now, or do you want to keep this to yourselves, or what?
Definitely want to take Charn.
Yeah.
We could probably do that next week, though.
Okay. So I'll
Make
write
that the
down in
starting
my
point.
notebook. Yeah, I'll write down in my notebook. You guys are going to go talk to Charn about... I gotta kill some of these notes because these are... take info about Ingebar Charn. Alright, next week. Let's do XP.
Before that,
No. Oh, you go first.
I was just going to ask, in the also month of my healing, once I regained consciousness and was kind of there, did I learn what happened with Cato basically jumping in front of me?
I don't know, did anybody tell Angelos about that story?
I'm not gonna tell.
Did
About
you
what?
ask anyone, Angelo?
Sorry, I missed the...
So,
Oh, I'd
Angelos,
actually want to tell him about the grenade thing. Or, not grenade, but you know what I mean.
the thing
The
where he blew
exploding
up and
bipod.
Cato jumped in the way?
Yeah.
Alright, so you tell Angelos the story about Cato jumping in the way? How do you tell it?
Yeah.
Recount the
heretic
events.
there- When you were unconscious, you know, being useless, the heretic there jumped on you and shielded you from probably dying.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Good to
I
know.
want to talk to him. Yeah.
And with that in mind, if we're now moving on to XP,
Well, so before we do that, does
'Kay.
anybody want to buy anything?
Can I make
I
a
do.
note that I want to buy stuff, but I don't know what I actually want to buy?
Absolutely. You do that next week, and we'll pretend it was this week when you did it.
Okay.
If you come up with it during the week, you now have my Skype, so you can just leave me a note, and I will check it out and set it up.
Got it.
Guard flak armor.
Guard flak armor. Is that Gerwulf saying?
Scarce. Yeah.
Sure. So, let's see, guard flak armor. Don't have a sheet with that on it, so I need to go look up its rarity.
It's scarce.
Scarce. It is a guard outpost.
I'd like
I'll
to buy some
say-
of that too, actually.
I'll say it's probably difficult, but not impossible to get here.
Can we do a
Okay.
bulk order? Get a discount?
Do you want to get 3 sets of the stuff?
Does Angelos want a pair?
of what?
Guard flak armor.
Let me see here. I need to know ratings and shite.
Give me
Four AP for everything.
Yeah,
That'd
yeah.
be nice.
I would be okay if we're doing it.
Find it. It sounds like you need it, asshole.
It's kind of heavy, but sure, why not?
Flak armor. I don't really track weight very heavily, so because you guys have a lot of stuff for not, it's 11 kg.
Yeah,
A lot.
especially with the stubber I
I'm
got.
gonna say you can get that as a bulk order at only a -10, and you guys only one roll, or one roll from each of you at -10. Normally it'd be -20 if just one of you were trying to get it.
Alright, this is D.
I'll take that deal.
Same.
So it's a D100, and you got to roll less than your influence.
And we're doing that
So
now?
the number, yes, that's the number that should be in your Throne Gelt thing.
I think I just rolled that exactly. Oh, wait. At a -10?
It's at
So,
a -10.
so I've...
Son of a bitch.
All right,
got it.
so
I
Butch,
failed.
you go into the quartermaster and say, "I want to get his guard flak armor. I really need it because and you hold up your arbitrator ID and you go, I'm an arbitrator. I'm a chastener. I need this for the job. And the guard looks at you and goes, absolutely no problem. And he reaches in the back and grabs the set. And shortly thereafter, Angelos, you walk in and go, I'm a sanctionite of the Emperor. I work for the Inquisition. I need some flak armor. And he goes, just gave away my last one. I got an order coming in. I might be able to free something up for you. The order's coming in a couple weeks, but I might be able to free something up for you, whenever someone dies, and I'll get you a fair. He's like, I do have this armor. It's not as good as a flak armor, a guard flak armor. It's just like normal flak. It's like a full flak outfit, but it's not guard flak armor. And it gives a little less protection. It'll only give about 3 AP all over.
I'll take
Do you want
that.
to take that? Okay, so you take that. Next, Cato walks in and goes, I am a tech priest. In my work for the Inquisition, I require guard flak armor. And the guy says, you guys in the Inquisition, you guys get shot at a lot or something? Because, man, maybe you should take some cover or some shit. I'm out. It's going to be 2 weeks. I do have one last set of this not as great armor. It's only going to offer a little less protection, but you can have that if you want it.
I'll wait the 2 weeks.
All right, so you wait the 2 weeks. That's 2 sessions, by the way, so it's not this session. Will be the session after the 4th, which you won't actually be here for. That's okay, though. I'll give it to you. So, Gerwulf, you're the last to walk in after having shared this bright idea with your party. You walk in and ask for some guard flak armor, and he looks at you and goes, Krieger, please. And he says, it's going to be 2 weeks. I'll get you your armor when I can get you your armor. I'm all out of everything else. I got, and he holds up like a quilted vest, and he goes, you can have this if you want. And he has some leather gloves that'll cover your arms and give you about 2 AP to each of those things. He's like, you can take these on a loan till they come in if you want.
I don't want that.
Okay. So everybody who got armor could mark it down. Everybody who's waiting should mark in their other notes section that they're waiting. And all of you should lose 1 personal influence, or 1 influence. They don't really have personal influence anymore. All right, so you have all bought things. Is there anything else people want to buy?
I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm good as well.
Gerwulf?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay. All right. So, let's do XP. Everybody mark down 100 XP for the session. Anybody resolve any bonds?
Judging by what Jay told me about Cato, I think the bond I just got during the session is resolved. I no longer think he is a heretic, considering he jumped in front of me.
Okay. Cato, do you think that's true? Do you think that he trusts you now? That he doesn't think you're...
I still have my doubts. Man can't change that quick.
Okay.
All right. So, that's not resolved. And you don't think he trusts you. That's the other end of that bond. So,
I resolved a fortune.
you did?
Narrowly escaped death by water.
Holy crap! Oh my god! So first of all, when that happens, you can say right then that I fulfilled a fortune and take your 200 XP and spend it. You don't have to wait. I didn't even think of that. I just made up the thing as we went because I wanted to make either the 2 people who were standing in the door hurt. And it worked out that it was Angelos. I was really looking for either of them. I was actually hoping for both. But yeah, so yeah, go ahead and mark off 200 XP.
And with that in mind,
That's awesome.
I think I may have also solved mine. Fortune.
yours?
You'll be separated from a companion and be reunited by a malfunctioning device. Separated from Cato, he protected me from the thing exploding, which was a
malfunctioning device. That's a device that you destroyed. I'm going to say no.
poop.
Mine was just an avalanche, and that doesn't count for water.
Yeah. All right, so that's awesome. 200 XP for you. Did we meet a new contact, confidant, or alter ego?
We met Hans and Franz.
Yeah.
That's true. All right, you can take it. It's 50 XP. Did we discover an important clue to our investigation?
That
say
funky
so.
name thing that you gave up pronouncing.
Engelbert Gamma?
Engelbar Gamma.
Engelbar?
Egg.
Asterisk gamma.
Engelbar Gamma. Actually, Enga Bar. ENGABAR. Gamma.
Raggle bar grammar.
It is spelled. I will copy and paste it. Oh, I wrote a whole lot about why he did. Oh man, so oh, and I even wrote down what voice he has. Yes, I love this. It's perfect. There's a GM notes section on all the various character sheets. This is how you spell his name, by the way. And I write down on some of them, so like what was in the journal that you found, Angelos. I wrote down in the GM section what was in the journal, so I could just open your sheet and then know what it is. Well, turns out this is one of the first characters I created, so I wrote down all of like the details of why he was here and everything, as I was figuring things out. So, cool. So the last thing is, did we eliminate a threat to the Imperium?
Bunch of giant walkers.
That doesn't count. We big threats.
I'd say no.
We eliminated the threat of disunity in the party.
How much how much XP do we get for meeting Engelbar?
For meeting Hans and Franz, you get 50. For discovering an important clue, it's also 50. So I believe it's 100 XP flat, 100 XP for the questions. I think Cato, I think I gave you 25 XP at one point, and then you get an extra 200, Jay. No bonds got resolved, right?
Nope.
Everybody double check them, make sure.
Oh, damn it, I didn't write mine down. Totally forgot.
Any fun?
Not sure. Still not convinced he can survive.
Who?
Cato.
Oh man. Gerwulf, son of a bitch, nobody's that lucky. That's probably... Wow, I really can't believe you... I really did not think anyone would actually fulfill their fortune. They're designed for a totally different setting. That's really awesome. I'm super happy.
Yeah, can we meet some kids?
That sounds so fucking awful. Yeah, that just sounds creepy.
So, I do have a plan to get you into a place where some of these things will be a little bit easier to fulfill, but it's going to take a few more episodes.
Honestly,
all right. Go ahead.
The whole second half of us getting out of the water situation, I was just hoping to live just so I could fulfill the fortune without dying.
Oh man, that's
Angelos
awesome.
came pretty close this session.
When you guys were standing in that doorway, I was super pissed. Because the worst thing that can happen for me is for you guys to sit around and do nothing. Because I can't make like things happen if you guys aren't acting. And so stand in the doorway and I'm like, all right, Cato, what are you going to do? Because I already put Jay in a situation where he can't do anything. So Cato's just like running around like a badass, doing all this stuff. Oh man, I was super pissed. I'm like, I'm gonna kill one of these people just for spite. Like, I hope you have your other character sheets ready. All right.
Yeah.
So,
I think I'm gonna make my other Kazarkin
your other what?
character.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that's all the XP stuff. Good session, everybody.
It
Indeed.
was a fantastic session.
That was fun.
That's pretty solid.
38 damage, man. I gotta pull out more of those. That was great.
Surprised I lived.
You didn't actually. I mean, you did die. You just got lucky because you had some fate. I need to figure out how you guys get more fate points. I think I can just give them out as
spend
rewards.
XP.
I don't know. I need to look it up, but I will do that for next week. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Better.
Alright, man. Talk to you later.